Resident Evil, Judgment in Snow. Resident Evil, Judgment in Snow. Chapter 1. The Silence of St. Basil's End. The helicopter bucked, a metal beast fighting a losing battle against the Siberian tempest. Inside the cabin, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of the rotors was a fragile shield against the howling wind that sought to tear them from the sky. Chris Redfield braced a hand against the cold fuselage, his gaze fixed on the swirling white chaos beyond the cockpit window. At 41, the years of combat had carved lines of grim experience onto his face, but his broad-shouldered frame remained coiled with a readiness that defied his age. He was a soldier, and this was just another battlefield, albeit one draped in a shroud of ice. "Anything on thermal?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that cut through the engine's drone. Opposite him, Jill Valentine shook her head, her focus on the tablet glowing in her lap. Her auburn hair was tied back in a practical tail, revealing the focused intensity in her eyes. She was as much a veteran of this war as he was, her body a roadmap of past horrors, but her mind was the sharpest weapon she possessed. "Negative. The storm's playing hell with the sensors. It's a whiteout down there." She swiped a finger across the screen, bringing up a series of frantic text-based logs. Last transmission from the St. Basil's End research outpost was 72 hours ago. It's just a string of corrupted data and a final message. The light. It's beautiful. Forgive us. A knot of cold dread, far deeper than the Siberian chill, tightened in Chris's gut. He'd seen enough outbreaks to know that poetic final messages were never a good sign. They spoke of a mind unmoored from reality, a will subsumed by something else. "Bioweapon?" "Looks that way," Jill confirmed, her tone all business. "The Russian government is calling it a flu-like agglutination event and has locked the entire region down. They're denying any BOW involvement, of course. Plausible deniability." She closed the file, the brief light from the screen extinguishing, leaving them in the dim, red-tinted emergency lighting of the cabin. "BSAA can't get official clearance. We're ghosts on this one, Chris. No support, no extraction plan until we figure out what we're dealing with." "Ghosts I can handle," he grunted, checking the magazine on his custom-issue BSAA pistol. The weight of it was a familiar, cold comfort. "Let's just hope the locals are friendlier than the last batch of flu patients we dealt with." As if in answer, the helicopter lurched violently, breaking through the lowest layer of clouds. For a fleeting moment, the storm relented. Below them, nestled in a valley like a forgotten toy village, lay St. Basil's End. The searchlight cut a brilliant cone through the falling snow, illuminating a scene of profound stillness. Wooden houses, their roofs bowed under the weight of snow, stood silent. Smoke did not rise from chimneys. No lights burned in windows. It was a perfect, frozen tableau of abandonment. But it was the icicles that caught Chris's attention. They hung from every eave and sill, unnaturally long and thick, and they pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, a soft, sickly green that bled into the pristine white of the snow. They looked like teeth. "Contact in 30, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. "Landing zone is the town square. Godspeed." The helicopter descended, its downdraft kicking up a blinding vortex of snow. Chris and Jill pulled their balaclavas up, the cold air biting at any exposed skin. The moment the skids touched down with a heavy crunch, they were moving, shouldering their packs and leaping into the knee-deep drifts. The helicopter didn't linger. It lifted off immediately, its roar fading into the storm, leaving them in an oppressive, muffled silence. The cold was a physical entity, a predator that sank its claws into their bones. The air was thin and sharp, smelling of ice and pine and something else. Something faintly sweet, like rotting flowers. "Stay sharp," Chris whispered, his rifle held at a low ready. "The silence is the loudest thing I've ever heard. Jill nodded, her eyes scanning the skeletal buildings that loomed around them. The clinic is 2 blocks east. The logs said that's where the first cases were reported. They moved in practiced formation, a fluid dance of covering angles and checking corners. Every footprint they left was the only sign of life in an entire town. The glowing icicles dripped a slow, viscous fluid that sizzled when it hit the snow, releasing that same cloying, sweet scent. It was a beautiful, terrifying decoration for a tomb. The clinic door was hanging off a single hinge, swinging slightly in the wind. Inside, the scene of chaos was frozen in time. Overturned gurneys, shattered glass vials, and medical files scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. But there were no bodies. "Where is everyone?" Jill murmured, her breath pluming in the frigid air. The answer was in the examination room at the end of the hall. The door was ajar. Chris pushed it open with the barrel of his rifle, and the sight that met them stopped them both cold. It wasn't a massacre. It was a ritual. A dozen bodies were arranged in a rough circle, kneeling on the floor, their heads bowed in prayer. But their postures were grotesquely wrong. Limbs bent at angles that spoke of shattered bones and agonizing contortions. Their skin was grey and cracked, like dried riverbeds, and from the fissures wept the same faintly luminescent ichor they'd seen in the icicles. It traced patterns on their faces and hands, like a mockery of stigmata. Jill knelt beside one of them, a woman in a nurse's uniform, her gloved fingers gently probing the skin. "No external trauma," she said, her voice tight. "The contortions, they must have happened post-mortem." Or as the virus was rewriting their DNA. She pointed to the woman's eyes, wide open and staring at the ceiling. In their depths, there was no terror, only a strange, placid awe. They weren't afraid when this happened. They welcomed it. Chris felt a familiar anger, hot and sharp, rise in his chest. It was the same rage he'd felt in Africa, seeing what Ouroboros had done, the helplessness, the violation of life itself. He forced it down, channeling it into the cold calculus of a soldier. Whatever this is, it's not just a killer, it's a converter. He moved to the room's computer terminal, a modern-looking machine that was miraculously still powered, its screen displaying a single, corrupted image file. He tried to access the logs, but the system was locked behind a password prompt. He glanced at Jill, who was already pulling a small, ruggedized device from her pack. A BSAA decryption key. She plugged it in, and a progress bar appeared on the screen. "This will take a minute," she said, her gaze sweeping the room again. "These people, they were arranged. Someone did this after they were changed." Or they did it themselves, Chris countered, the thought chilling him. A final act of devotion. The decryption key finished its work, and the computer's files unfurled. Most were corrupted, but a single video log remained intact. Jill hit play. The face of a harried-looking scientist filled the screen, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. Log entry, 0600 hours. Subject 0 has entered the tertiary stage of development. The cellular regeneration is off the charts. We've codenamed the agent Theophany. The results are miraculous. The host's faith centers are hyper-activated. It's not just changing the body, it's rewriting the soul. The general was right. This is the next step in human evolution. The video cut to a lab camera feed. A man was strapped to a gurney, his body writhing. His skin was beginning to crack, glowing with that same internal light. He wasn't screaming in pain. He was laughing, a low, guttural sound that was somehow worse than any cry of agony. Then, the video fizzled into static. "General?" Chris asked, his mind already racing. "Which general?" "The file is corrupted," Jill said, her fingers flying across the keyboard. But there's a fragment of a manifest, a shipment manifest from a decommissioned Spetsnaz bioweapons facility. The recipient is listed as V. Kuznetsov. The name meant nothing to Chris, but it was a lead, a tangible thread in this frozen nightmare. We find Kuznetsov. We find our answers. As if summoned by the name, a sound drifted through the clinic's broken windows. It was faint at first, almost lost in the wind. A low rhythmic chant. It was a guttural polyphonic drone, a dozen voices blended into one, speaking words that were not quite Russian, not quite anything human. It was a sound of profound, unsettling reverence. Chris and Jill exchanged a look. The silence was broken. They moved back out into the snow, the chant growing louder, pulling them toward the center of town. It was coming from the large, onion-domed Orthodox church that dominated the skyline. Its wooden doors, once grand and imposing, were slightly ajar. The greenish light pulsed from within, casting long, dancing shadows across the snow. The chant was a physical presence now, a vibration in the air that resonated in their chests. "Standard breach?" Jill asked, her hand resting on the grip of her pistol. Chris shook his head, his eyes narrowed. No. Something's not right. He could feel it in his bones, a primal instinct honed by a dozen similar encounters. This wasn't an ambush. It was an invitation. He pushed the door open. The sight that greeted them stole the air from their lungs. The church was not a place of God. It was a cathedral of flesh. The pews had been torn out to create a vast open space. And in that space, a congregation of at least 50 figures stood, swaying in unison to the rhythm of their own chant. They were the townspeople of St. Basil's End, but they were no longer human. Their bodies were warped and twisted, limbs elongated, fingers fused into claws, flesh bulging and splitting to reveal bone and pulsing, glowing tissue. Their skin was a canvas of cracking luminous stigmata. Yet, despite their monstrous forms, their movements were not those of mindless beasts. They were reverent, orderly, their faces turned toward the desecrated altar at the front of the church. And as the heavy doors groaned open, every single one of them stopped chanting. As one, they turned their heads. Their eyes, all of them, glowed with the same fervent, unholy light. They saw the two intruders, the unclean, the unworthy, and a new sound began to rise from their throats, a unified hiss of ecstatic, murderous intent. Chapter 2. The First Sermon. The unified hiss from the congregation crescendoed into a guttural roar of ecstatic fury. The first row of twisted figures broke from their reverent sway, their glowing eyes locking onto the two intruders. They moved not with the shambling gait of the undead, but with a horrifying, purposeful speed, their clawed hands raised as if in prayer. As they surged forward, a single clear voice rose above the din, a sound of pure, zealous command that seemed to emanate from the altar itself. The unclean must be made pure. Bring them to the light. The holy war for St. Basil's End had begun. "Fall back! To the narthex!" Chris roared, his rifle already barking. The first infected, a former fisherman whose jaw had split into a quartet of mandibles, took 3 rounds to the chest. The impacts tore through its winter coat and flesh, spraying luminescent ichor, but it didn't even flinch. It stumbled for a half step, its fervent eyes never leaving Chris, then lunged again with impossible speed. Chris sidestepped, the butt of his rifle smashing into the creature's temple with a sickening crunch. It went down, but another 2 were already scrambling over its body. Jill was a blur of motion beside him. Her pistol spat precise shots, each one aimed for the head or knees. "They don't feel pain," she yelled over the cacophony. "Conventional tactics are useless." She ducked under a sweeping claw, the air whistling past her ear, and drove her combat knife into the attacker's thigh. The mutant howled, a sound of twisted praise, and backhanded her across the nave, Jill hit a stone pillar hard, the impact stealing her breath, the taste of copper filling her mouth. The air was thick with the cloying sweet scent of the virus, like overripe fruit and ozone. The sheer press of bodies was overwhelming. They flowed from the pews, a tide of malformed flesh and fanatical devotion. Chris lay down, suppressing fire, the heavy rounds tearing through the mass, but for everyone he dropped, 2 more seemed to take its place. They clawed and bit at each other in their frenzy to reach the blasphemers, their glowing eyes burning with a light that was not of this world. This wasn't a fight. It was a purge. They were the sinners, and the faithful were here to wash them clean in blood and mutation. "Chris! On your left!" Jill shouted, recovering her footing. She emptied her pistol into a hulking figure that had once been a woman, its torso bloated and distended, weeping stigmata staining its dress. The creature staggered, its chant faltering for a moment, its head swiveling not toward Chris, but toward a large, gold-leaf icon of the Virgin Mary mounted on the nearby wall. It took a hesitant step toward the sacred image, its clawed hands twitching as if to touch it. A flicker of confusion crossed its glowing eyes. Jill's mind, honed by years of surviving psychological horrors, clicked into gear. The Ndesu, the Plagas, the T-Abyss virus. Each had its quirks, its exploitable weaknesses. This was no different. Theophany didn't just warp the body, it hijacked the soul, twisting faith into a weapon. But what happened when that corrupted faith met its original source? "Chris! The icons!" she yelled, firing a round into the ceiling to get his attention. "They're drawn to them!" He got it instantly. He saw the woman thing reaching for the icon, saw another one stop its advance to stare at a fresco of a saint. It was a weakness, a momentary lapse in their zealous assault. "Cover me!" he bellowed, changing his magazine with practiced speed. He didn't aim at the horde this time. He aimed at the supports. Jill laid down a Jingjan stream of fire, forcing the fanatics to keep their heads down, their bodies a writhing wall of flesh between Chris and his target. Chris raised his rifle, the barrel tracking a massive bronze crucifix that hung from a thick chain over the altar. He squeezed the trigger. The heavy round struck the chain, and with a screech of tortured metal, it snapped. The crucifix, a symbol of peace and sacrifice, plummeted. It crashed onto the stone floor with a deafening clang, the sound echoing through the church like a funeral bell. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The entire congregation froze. Their chant died. As 50 glowing heads turned toward the fallen icon, a wave of guttural murmuring swept through them, a sound not of anger, but of profound, agonized confusion. They were like moths drawn to a flame they could not comprehend, their programming warring with their corrupted instincts. It was the opening they needed. "Now, Jill, go!" They broke for the side of the nave, their boots pounding on the ancient stone. Chris kicked open a small, unassuming door, half hidden behind a tapestry depicting the Last Judgment. It led to a narrow, spiraling staircase, descending into darkness. "Get in!" he shouted, providing cover as Jill slipped through the doorway. The fanatics' confusion was already wearing off, replaced by a renewed, even more furious rage at the desecration. Their roars shook the very foundations of the church as they charged the doorway. Chris fired his last few rounds into the thick of them, then slammed the heavy oak door shut. He threw his weight against it as the first bodies slammed against it from the other side, the wood groaning, splinters flying from the hinges. "Jill! Something to brace it," he grunted, his muscles straining. She was already moving in the gloom of the stairwell. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness, landing on a heavy, iron-bound chest. "Here!" Together, they dragged it across the floor and shoved it against the door, just as it began to splinter. The pounding continued, a frantic, relentless drumbeat of monstrous fury, but the door held. They stood for a moment in the suffocating darkness, chests heaving, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and cold stone. The only sounds were their ragged breaths and the muffled, enraged chanting from above. The silence in the crypt was a fragile, temporary reprieve. Jill swept her flashlight beam around the space. They were in a small antechamber, the stone walls lined with niches holding the bones of long-dead priests and parishioners. A thick layer of dust covered everything, undisturbed for what must have been years. At the far end of the room was another, more ornate door, this one made of iron and engraved with the image of a cross. "Where does this lead?" Chris asked, reloading his rifle with a sharp click-clack. "The crypt. It's where they bury the bishops and important patrons," Jill said, her voice low. She moved toward the iron door, her footsteps careful on the flagstones. "It's our best bet. There has to be another way out." The iron door was unlocked, its handle cold and heavy in her hand. It swung open with a low, groaning creak, revealing a long, narrow hallway lined with stone sarcophagi. The air here was colder, stiller. The flashlight beam danced across the carved names and dates on the tombs, a litany of the forgotten dead. The sounds of the infected above were a distant, thunderous echo, a constant reminder of the hell that awaited them if they lingered. They moved down the hall in silence, their senses on high alert. The crypt was a maze of interconnected chambers, each one a testament to the town's history. Jill's light fell upon carvings of angels and saints, their faces serene in the eternal dark. It was a place of peace, violently violated by the nightmare above. In the central chamber, larger than the others, they found their prize. Tucked away in a corner, behind a grand sarcophagus dedicated to a 19th century bishop, was a small, simple wooden desk. It was out of place, its modern design a stark contrast to the ancient stonework around it. On the desk sat a leather-bound journal and a hand-drawn map, its edges curled with damp. Jill picked up the journal. It was the personal diary of Father Michael, the town's priest. The first few entries were mundane, records of baptisms, complaints about the harsh winter, worries about the dwindling congregation. But about 3 weeks ago, the tone changed dramatically. December 2nd, a stranger has arrived. A soldier, he says, though he wears no uniform. He calls himself a prophet. His eyes, they burn with a conviction I have not seen since the seminary. He speaks of a new Genesis, a holy mutation that will cleanse the world of its weakness and sin. He calls it Theophany. I am wary, but the people, they listen. They are so desperate for hope in this frozen wasteland. December 7th. The prophet performed his first blessing. He anointed the forehead of old Sasha, the blacksmith, with a strange, luminous oil. Sasha screamed, a sound of terrible agony and divine ecstasy. His body, it changed before our eyes. But the fear in his eyes was replaced by a joy so pure it terrified me. He fell to his knees and wept, praising the prophet's name. The others watched, and I saw not horror, but envy in their faces. December 14th. They are all changing now. The whole town. They call themselves the Brotherhood. They have taken over the church, desecrating the altar in the name of their new God. I tried to stop them. I preached of the true God, of salvation through faith, not this. They laughed. They called me a heretic, a man clinging to a dying age. The prophet said I would be the last to be saved, that my doubt would make my transformation all the more glorious. I have locked myself in the crypt. I can hear them chanting above. They are coming for me. God have mercy on my soul. Jill looked up at Chris, her face pale in the flashlight's glow. He wasn't just a bioterrorist. He was a cult leader. He turned their faith against them. Chris's jaw was tight, his expression grim. He picked up the hand-drawn map. It was a chart of the surrounding wilderness, drawn on what looked like a scrap of military-issue parchment. A red circle marked their current location, St. Basil's End. A thick, red line traced a path through the mountains and forests, leading to a destination circled in black. A name was scrawled next to it in a bold, aggressive hand. Monastery of the Holy Transfiguration. He's not just hiding, Chris said, his voice low and dangerous. He's building an army. And this monastery, that's his fortress. The pounding from above had stopped. An eerie silence had fallen over the church. It was more terrifying than the noise. It meant the fanatics were no longer trying to break down the door. They were thinking, planning. "We can't stay here," Jill said, her gaze fixed on the map. "This is our only lead." Chris nodded, his eyes tracing the path on the map. It was a long journey through hostile territory, with no backup and no guarantee of what they would find at the end. But it was a path forward. It was a mission. He folded the map carefully and tucked it into his vest. "Let's move," he said. "The sermon's over. Time for the reckoning." Chapter 3. A Prophet's Name. The crypt was a tomb, and for a terrifying moment Chris thought they were already buried. The silence from the church above was absolute, a predator holding its breath. He looked at Jill, her face illuminated by the single, weak beam of her flashlight as she studied the map. The path to the monastery was a red line through a sea of white, a journey through hell with no promise of heaven at the end. The priest's words echoed in his mind. He called himself a prophet. But Chris knew prophets were just men with delusions and weapons. This one had both. And now he had a name that felt like a ghost from a past he'd tried to bury under a mountain of bodies and a sea of regret. The mission was no longer about containment. It was about atonement. The air in the crypt was stagnant, heavy with the scent of old wax and the copper tang of dried blood. It was a cold that seeped through the tactical layers of their BSAA uniforms, settling deep into the marrow. Above them, the wooden floorboards of the church groaned under a weight that was not merely physical. The infected were up there, shuffling in a grotesque parody of a procession, their claws scraping rhythmically against the stone floor. Scritch, scrape, scritch. It was the sound of patience. They were waiting. Chris checked his rifle magazine for the third time in as many minutes. Brass glinted in the dim light. Full. "They're not leaving," he whispered, his voice barely carrying over the howling wind that battered the church exterior. The blizzard outside had worsened, turning the world into a featureless void of white noise and crushing pressure. "They know we're down here." "They're waiting for a command," Jill replied softly. She sat on a stone sarcophagus, the priest's journal open on her knees. The leather cover was cracked, the pages brittle and stained. She turned a page with surgical precision, her eyes scanning the frantic, jagged Cyrillic script. Father Mikhail. He wasn't just writing about the end of the world, Chris. He was writing about the beginning of a new one. She began to read aloud, her voice steady, despite the tremor in the air. He came with the storm, not as a conqueror, but as a savior, a giant of a man, wearing the tattered remnants of a uniform that once commanded respect. He spoke of the rot in our bones, the weakness of our flesh. He said the motherland had fallen because her children were imperfect, broken. He offered us a way to fix the design. Jill paused, her thumb brushing over a dried smear on the paper that looked suspiciously like the luminescent ichor they had seen on the infected. He called it Theophany, a manifestation of the divine. He gathered the elders first. He told them to drink. He called it the first blessing. I watched from the confessional booth as they changed. Their skin cracked like porcelain, pouring light. They screamed. But it was not a scream of pain. It was a song of ecstasy. Chris felt a muscle in his jaw twitch. He had seen many viruses in his time. T-virus, G-virus, Las Plagas. All of them were engines of destruction, tools of power. But this was wrapped in the cloth of salvation. It preyed on the oldest human weakness, the desperate need to believe in something greater than oneself, even if that something was a monster. "Keep reading," Chris said, moving to the base of the stone stairs leading up. He pressed his back against the cold wall, training his rifle on the darkness above. "Find out who he is." Jill turned a few more pages, the paper rustling loudly in the quiet tomb. She stopped, her breath hitching almost imperceptibly. He doesn't give his true name to the flock. He is simply the prophet. But I saw the papers on his desk. I saw the orders he had burned in the brazier. He is a ghost from the old wars. A man who was erased by the very government he swore to protect. His name is General Viktor Kuznetsov. The name hit Chris like a physical blow to the chest. The air left his lungs, and for a second, the cold of the crypt vanished, replaced by the searing heat of a memory he had tried to suppress for a decade. "Kuznetsov," Chris grunted, the word tasting like ash. Jill looked up, the flashlight catching the sharp concern in her eyes. "You know him." "I know of him." Chris lowered the rifle slightly, his gaze unfocused, staring into the middle distance of the past. 8 years ago. The BSAA was still a fledgling operation. We were tracking a bioweapons shipment in the Urals. It was supposed to be a joint op with Russian internal forces. Kuznetsov was the commander of their Spetsnaz unit. He remembered the snow then too. It had been red. Intel said Kuznetsov went rogue, that he wanted to sell the weapon on the black market. My team, we were ordered to stop the shipment by any means necessary. We breached the facility. It was a slaughterhouse. The weapon had already leaked. Kuznetsov's men, they were dying, screaming. Chris gripped the handguard of his rifle until his knuckles turned white. We called in an airstrike on the facility. We buried them under tons of rock. Official report said Kuznetsov was killed in action, disavowed by the Kremlin. A traitor. "But he wasn't," Jill said, the realization dawning on her. "He survived." "He survived," Chris confirmed, a dark fury building in his gut. "And he didn't go rogue to sell weapons. He was trying to contain it, or maybe he was trying to weaponize it for the state, and they double-crossed him. It doesn't matter anymore. He's been down here in the dark for 8 years, nursing a grudge and perfecting this virus. He's not just a bioterrorist, Jill. He's a soldier who thinks he's been wronged by God and country. He's making his own kingdom now." The scratching above them ceased abruptly. The silence that followed was heavier than before. It was the silence of an audience listening to a sermon they didn't want to hear. Chris keyed his mic, his instincts screaming that the dynamic had shifted. "HQ, this is Redfield. Do you copy? We have a positive ID on the hostile. It's General Kuznetsov. I say again, General Viktor Kuznetsov, requesting immediate extraction and updated intel." Static hissed back at him, a cold electronic rain. Then a voice broke through, fractured and desperate. "Redfield, this is Alpha 1, taking fire. Visual on, swarm. Too many. Engine failure. Mayday. Mayday." The sound of rotor blades chopping the air was audible even through the stone and the storm, a rhythmic whop-whop-whop that suddenly sputtered and warped. There was a deafening crack that shook the dust from the crypt ceiling, followed by a distant, rolling boom that vibrated through the soles of Chris's boots. Alpha 1, Alpha 1, come in," Chris shouted into the comms. Nothing, just the static. And then The wind outside seemed to howl louder, as if the storm itself was celebrating the kill. "They're gone," Jill said, closing the journal. She stood up, checking her pistol. "We're on our own." Chris stared at the radio, his mind racing. The extraction was gone. The support was gone. They were buried in a frozen wasteland with a man who had spent 8 years turning a biological nightmare into a religion. And Kuznetsov knew they were here. The attack on the church hadn't been random. It had been a test. "He knows how we operate," Chris said, his voice hardening into iron. "He knows we'd come for the source. He's probably been watching us since we crossed the border." "Then he knows we're trapped," Jill added, moving to his side. "The blizzard is grounding everything. We can't go out there without a route. And we can't stay here." Chris looked at the map she held, the red line to the monastery. "No, we can't stay. If he's the prophet, that monastery is his Vatican. That's where the virus is being mass-produced. That's where the bomb is." He looked at Jill, seeing the same resolve reflected in her eyes that he felt in his own heart. They were BSAA. They didn't stop just because the odds became impossible. "We go to the monastery," Chris said. "We end this. We kill Kuznetsov." "And the people in this town?" Jill asked, gesturing vaguely upward toward the church. Chris's face darkened. "They're already gone, Jill. You heard the journal. They're not victims anymore. They're his army." A heavy thud echoed from the top of the stairs. Then another. The scratching returned, louder this time, accompanied by a low, wet growl that vibrated in the chest. They weren't waiting anymore. "Time to go," Chris said. They moved toward the rear of the crypt, where an old service tunnel, long since forgotten by the town's living inhabitants, offered a potential exit. It was a gamble, a black hole in the earth that might lead to freedom or a collapse, but staying in the tomb was a guarantee of death. As they reached the heavy iron grate that sealed the tunnel, Jill paused. She looked back at the journal in her hand, then at the darkness of the stairs where the sounds of the infected were growing louder. "He called it a holy mutation, Chris. He thinks he's saving them." Chris slammed the butt of his rifle against the rusted lock on the grate, shattering the metal. "He's not saving anyone. He's just creating more ghosts." The grate gave way with a screech of protest, revealing a narrow, ice-slicked passage that sloped downward into the unknown. The air rushing out of it smelled of ozone and decay. "After you," Chris said, covering the rear. Jill slipped into the darkness, her flashlight beam cutting a swath through the gloom. Chris followed, pulling the grate shut behind them and jamming it with the discarded iron bar. It wouldn't hold them for long, but it might buy them a minute. They moved in silence, the only sound the crunch of their boots on the frost-covered stone and the distant, muffled roars of the creatures they had left behind. The tunnel stretched on, a claustrophobic throat of the earth swallowing them whole. As they walked, Chris's mind kept returning to Kuznetsov, to the airstrike, to the men he had killed. Had they been innocent? Or had they been the first victims of this madness? Kuznetsov blamed him. He knew that. This wasn't just about a virus. It was about revenge. The general was going to burn the world down to settle a score, and he was starting with Chris Redfield. The tunnel eventually opened up into a small, natural cavern. A fissure in the rock above allowed a sliver of pale grey light to filter in, illuminating the falling snow. They had emerged partway up a ravine, overlooking the town of St. Basil's End. Chris climbed out first, pulling himself up onto the icy ledge. He reached back and helped Jill up. They stood there for a moment, exposed to the elements, the wind whipping at their clothes, stinging their faces. Below them, the town was a graveyard of smoking ruins. But in the center, The church stood tall, its golden domes tarnished and dark, and around it, moving through the streets like ants, were hundreds of figures. They were gathering, torches in hand, the firelight reflecting off their mutated, crystalline skin. And then Chris saw it. In the distance, where the town ended and the endless white expanse of the Siberian wilderness began, a line of vehicles was moving. Heavy, treaded transport trucks and modified APCs. They weren't heading toward the town. They were heading out, forming a perimeter. "He's not just defending the town," Chris said, raising his binoculars. "He's expanding." He adjusted the focus. The lead vehicle flew a flag, tattered in the wind. It wasn't the Russian tricolor. It was a banner of deep crimson, bearing a symbol that made Chris's blood run cold. A double-headed eagle, but its heads were replaced with stylized weeping saws. "He's mobilizing," Jill said, shivering slightly beside him. "He's sending them out!" Chris lowered the binoculars. The scale of the threat was suddenly, terrifyingly clear. This wasn't a contained outbreak. It was an invasion, and they were standing right in the middle of the kill box. "We have to move," Chris said, checking his compass. "The monastery is 30 clicks northeast, on foot, in this weather." Jill looked at him, a small, grim smile touching her lips. "Just like old times." "Worse," Chris said. "Old times. We had backup." "We have each other," she countered. "Yeah." Chris nodded, turning his back on the burning town and looking out into the blinding white void of the Siberian tundra. "That'll have to be enough." He took a deep breath, the cold air burning his lungs, cleansing him of the doubt. Kuznetsov was out there, the man who had survived the grave to bring hell to earth. Chris had put him in the ground once. It was time to finish the job. "Let's go hunting," Chris said. They began their descent into the ravine, disappearing into the swirling white mist, two tiny specks of defiance against a coming storm. The wind howled around them, drowning out their footsteps, but it could not drown out the silence in Chris's heart. The silence of a man who knew that before the sun rose again, he would have to become a monster to kill a monster. Chapter 4. The White Hell. The wind was a physical entity, a solid wall of ice and fury that stole the breath and scoured the exposed skin of their faces. Chris pulled the collar of his thermal jacket higher, the synthetic fabric stiff with cold. Beside him, Jill was a study in controlled motion, her eyes narrowed against the blinding white, her pistol held in a low-ready position. The world had dissolved into a maelstrom of grey and white, the ground a treacherous, uneven plain of wind-hardened snow and hidden drifts. Every step was a gamble, every gust a potential shove into a shallow grave. The silence of the ravine behind them was a luxury they couldn't afford to savor. They were exposed, a two-person target in an infinite shooting gallery. Status. Chris's voice was a low rasp, barely carrying over the gale. "Compass is spinning," Jill replied, tapping the frozen device on her wrist. "Magnetic anomaly from the storm. We're navigating by dead reckoning and the sun's position, assuming we can even see it." She gestured vaguely upward. The sky was a uniform, oppressive sheet of slate, promising no relief. The map said the monastery is northeast. We keep the wind at our back and pray. Prayer felt like a hollow concept in this place. This was a godless landscape, a white hell that cared nothing for faith or hope. It only understood cold and death. They trudged on, their boots crunching a rhythm that was quickly swallowed by the howl of the storm. The cold was a relentless predator, sinking its teeth into them through the most advanced gear the BSAA could provide. It was an insidious enemy, more patient than any bioweapon, slowly sapping their strength and resolve. An hour bled into two. The monotony was broken by a sound that didn't belong. A low mechanical thrum, at first so faint, Chris thought it was just the pitch of the wind changing. He stopped, holding up a fist. Jill froze instantly, her head cocked, listening. The sound grew, resolving into the distinct whine of a high-performance engine. It was coming from their left, from the west, cutting through the storm with an unnatural precision. "Snowmobile," Jill stated, her voice tight. "More than one." They scrambled for cover, diving behind a jagged outcropping of rock that jutted from the snow like a broken tooth. Peering over the edge, Chris saw them. 3 machines, black and angular, moving in a loose skirmish line. They weren't standard-issue military models. These were custom-built, armored sleds with oversized tracks and mounted searchlights that cut powerful, sweeping beams through the blizzard. Riding them were figures bundled in heavy white parkas, their faces obscured by tinted goggles and balaclavas. They moved with a practiced, predatory efficiency, their search patterns methodical. These weren't the shambling, fanatical mutants from the town. These were Kuznetsov's human hunters, his Spetsnaz loyalists. "Forward, scouts," Chris murmured, his knuckles white around his rifle. "They're sweeping the area." "They're looking for us," Jill added, her gaze fixed on the lead sled. "They know we escaped the town." The lead snowmobile slowed, its searchlight pausing to sweep across their hiding spot. Chris and Jill pressed themselves flat against the frozen rock, the light passing inches above their heads. The engine noise grew louder, then began to fade as the sled moved on. But the other two were angling closer, their path converging on the outcropping. They were being funneled, herded. "We can't stay here," Chris said. "They'll box us in." "We can't outrun them," Jill countered, nodding toward the open, featureless plain. "Not on foot." A desperate idea sparked in Chris's mind. It was reckless, bordering on suicidal, but it was the only play they had. "We don't have to outrun all of them," he said, a grim plan forming. "Just one." He met Jill's eyes, and in that shared glance, a decade of partnership spoke volumes. She understood immediately. She gave a single, sharp nod. The one on the right. His path takes him closest to that drift. Chris checked the magazine on his rifle. "On my mark. I'll take the driver. You secure the ride." They waited, the tension coiling in their muscles. The second snowmobile was approaching, its engine a growing roar. The rider scanned the terrain, his head moving methodically. He was less than 50 meters away when Chris gave the signal. "Now!" Chris rose from behind the rock, his rifle snapping to his shoulder. The world narrowed to the iron sights and the distant figure. He squeezed the trigger. The suppressed cough of his weapon was lost in the storm, but the effect was not. The rider on the snowmobile jerked, a puff of red mist erupting from his shoulder, and tumbled from the machine, which veered wildly and crashed into a snowbank. The other two sleds skidded to a halt, their searchlights whipping around to find the source of the attack. Jill was already moving, sprinting from the cover of the rocks, her legs pumping through the deep snow. She reached the disabled snowmobile, hauling the groaning, wounded rider from the seat. Chris laid down suppressing fire, forcing the other scouts to take cover behind their machines. The bullets kicked up plumes of snow, the impacts sounding like dull thuds. "Go! Go!" Chris yelled, backing toward Jill as she fumbled with the ignition. The engine roared to life with a satisfying growl. Jill swung her leg over the seat, twisting the throttle. "Get on!" Chris broke into a dead run, the snowmobiles behind him opening fire. Rounds whizzed past his head, one ricocheting off the rock near his face with a vicious crack. He lunged for the back of the sled, his hands finding purchase on the cold metal frame just as Jill gunned the engine. The machine lurched forward, nearly throwing him off. He clung on, his rifle still in his hands, and twisted around to return fire. The chase was on. The Siberian wilderness became a blur of white and grey. Jill drove with a ferocious intensity, weaving between rock formations and over treacherous drifts, the stolen snowmobile responding to her every command. The two remaining pursuers were faster, their engines screaming as they closed the distance. Their searchlights were blinding, painting their fleeing sled in a brilliant, terrifying glow. "They're flanking us!" Chris shouted over the engine's roar. He saw it happening. One sled was pulling up on their left, the other angling to cut them off further ahead. They were being herded again, but this time toward a specific destination. He raised his rifle, aiming for the engine block of the sled on their left. He fired a 3-round burst. The shots went wide, kicking up snow just behind the pursuing machine. The rider swerved, momentarily losing control. It was the opening Jill needed. She slammed on the brakes, then whipped the handlebars, executing a hairpin turn that sent the sled skidding sideways. The pursuing machine shot past them. Chris didn't hesitate. He shifted his aim, leading the target and fired again. This time, the rounds found their mark. The engine of the enemy snowmobile exploded in a shower of sparks and black smoke. The machine bucked and flipped, throwing its rider into the snow at a sickening speed. One left. The remaining pursuer, seeing his comrades fall, broke off the direct chase. Instead, he fell back, maintaining a safe distance while his rifle barked. He wasn't trying to catch them anymore. He was driving them. Chris saw it now. They were being funneled toward a dark line on the horizon, a deep gash in the earth that the map had marked as the Yama Gorge, and spanning that gorge was a single, narrow line of white. An ice bridge. "He's pushing us toward the gorge," Jill yelled, her voice strained with the effort of controlling the sled. "He wants us on that bridge." "It's a trap," Chris replied, but he knew they had no choice. To turn back was to face a renewed assault. To go off-road was to be bogged down in the deep snow and become a sitting duck. The bridge was their only path forward. The sled sped toward the chasm. The wind funneled through the gorge, creating a vortex of ice and snow that tore at them. The bridge ahead looked terrifyingly thin, a fragile ribbon of ice suspended over a bottomless pit of black rock. As they drew closer, Chris could see it wasn't a natural formation. It was a military-grade prefabricated structure, its surface slick with rime, its steel support cables groaning under the strain of the wind. Their pursuer hung back, his rifle firing intermittently, the rounds kicking up ice at their feet. He was a shepherd, and they were his sheep, being driven to the slaughterhouse. "We're going across!" Jill shouted, her decision made. She aimed the snowmobile directly at the bridge, the engine screaming at maximum RPM. They hit the ice surface at 60 miles an hour. The sled skittered, its tracks fighting for purchase on the slick surface. Chris held on, his heart hammering against his ribs. To his left and right, the world fell away into a terrifying void. The wind howled through the gorge, a sound like 1,000 screaming souls. Halfway across, Chris saw the charges. Small, dark blocks of C4 wired to the support cables, placed at regular intervals. It wasn't just a trap, it was an execution. "Jill! Charges! On the cables!" She saw them too. Her eyes widened in dawning horror. There was no time to stop, no time to turn back. Their only hope was speed. "Hang on!" she screamed. She twisted the throttle to the stop. The engine screamed a protest. The pursuing snowmobile reached the edge of the gorge and stopped, the rider raising a detonator in his hand. He was waiting for them to reach the center. Chris acted on pure instinct. He swung his rifle around, not aiming at the rider, but at the small, dark blocks of C4 on the cables nearest their pursuer. He fired, emptying the rest of his magazine into the explosives. The bullets sparked against the metal casings. For a heart-stopping second, Nothing happened. Then, the world exploded. The charges on the near side of the bridge detonated in a deafening roar. The shockwave hit their sled like a physical blow, lifting it into the air. Chris was thrown from his seat, his hands scrabbling for anything to hold. He hit the ice surface hard, the impact knocking the wind out of him. The entire bridge shuddered, groaning like a dying beast. Huge cracks spiderwebbed across the ice. He looked up. The snowmobile, with Jill still on it, had skidded to a halt just a few meters away. The section of bridge behind them had collapsed entirely, plunging into the gorge. The rider on the other side was gone, consumed by the explosion and the falling ice. They were cut off. The bridge continued to break apart. A massive fissure opened up between him and Jill. "Chris, move!" she screamed. He scrambled to his feet, his lungs burning. The ice beneath his feet tilted violently. He lunged forward, his arms outstretched. Jill was leaning off the sled, her hand reaching for him, their fingers brushed. The ice gave way. He fell, his stomach lurching into his throat. Jill's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist in a grip of iron. His momentum swung him down, his legs dangling over the abyss. He dangled there, 100 feet above the rocks, with only Jill's strength between him and oblivion. He looked up into her face, etched with a mixture of terror and sheer unyielding determination. "Don't you dare let go," she grunted, her muscles straining. He found a foothold on a jagged edge of the remaining ice. "Never," he gasped, pulling himself up. He clambered onto the last stable section of the bridge, collapsing beside the snowmobile, his body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. They lay there for a moment, the cold biting at their exposed skin, listening to the wind scream where the bridge used to be. They were safe from the immediate chase, but they were also alone in a featureless wasteland. The snowmobile was damaged, its track partially shredded by the explosion. It wouldn't be taking them any further. Then, through a brief lull in the storm, a vivid red light bloomed in the sky to the north. It hung there for a second, burning bright against the grey, before fading. A signal flare. Someone else was out here in the white hell, and they were desperate enough to light a beacon in the dark. Chapter 5. The Devil's Architect. The air in the Moscow safe house was stale, thick with the scent of stale cigarette smoke and cheap instant coffee. Leon S. Kennedy sat on a rigid chair that left his back aching, staring at a laptop screen that cast a sickly blue light on his face. The room was a study in functional anonymity. Beige walls, a scarred wooden table, and a single window overlooking a brick wall. It was a place designed to be forgotten. On the screen, a grainy satellite image slowly rotated, showing a vast white expanse of Siberian wilderness marred by a single dark scar. "Leon, are you seeing this?" The voice from the encrypted headset was calm, professional, belonging to his handler, a woman he only knew as Ingrid. It was a voice that had guided him through more hellscapes than he could count. "I see a whole lot of nothing," Leon replied, his own voice a low monotone. He took a sip of the lukewarm coffee. "What am I looking for?" "The nothing is a quarantine zone, Leon. Officially, it's a severe weather event. Unofficially, it's a black hole. We lost a research team near the Yama Gorge 3 days ago. Their last transmission was garbled. Something about a singing plague and holy fire." She paused, letting the words hang in the sterile air. "The coordinates you're looking at are for a defunct Soviet-era bioweapons facility. Site Vesna. It was supposedly decommissioned after the Cold War, but our intel suggests someone's been digging in the graveyard." Leon zoomed in, the pixelated image resolving slightly. He could make out the faint outline of a compound, half buried in snow. "You think there's a leak?" "We think there's a leak, a fire, and a madman with a book of matches," Ingrid said, her tone sharpening. "The Russians are playing this close to the chest. They've mobilized Spetsnaz, but they're not letting anyone near. We need to know what's brewing out there before it boils over into Moscow. Your mission is to find the source. We have a potential lead in the city, a low-level arms dealer named Dmitry Volkov. He has a reputation for acquiring esoteric merchandise. He's your starting point. Esoteric, Leon repeated, the word tasting like ash. He knew that was government speak for biological. Where do I find him? The address came through a secure text file appearing on the laptop's secondary screen. A warehouse in the industrial district, a place of rust and shadows where the city's machinery went to die. Be careful, Leon, Ingrid added, a rare note of concern in her voice. If this is what we think it is, you're not just dealing with gun runners, you're dealing with believers. The line went dead. Leon closed the laptop, the room plunging into a familiar gloom broken only by the sliver of light from the window. He checked his gear, a custom-matted Heckler & Koch USP, a spare magazine, and a combat knife. He was a ghost, a problem solver sent to clean up a mess before it became a catastrophe. It was a role he knew intimately, one that wore on the soul, like a constant low-grade fever. The industrial district was a skeleton of Moscow's former industrial might. Cranes stood frozen against the bruised twilight sky, and the air smelled of diesel, decay, and wet concrete. Leon moved through the labyrinth of alleyways, his footsteps echoing on the cracked pavement. He was a shadow among shadows, his dark coat blending into the encroaching night. The warehouse was a behemoth of corrugated iron and broken windows, its main door hanging ajar like a silent invitation. He slipped inside, the air immediately growing colder, thick with the smell of oil and metal shavings. Piles of crates formed precarious canyons, and the only light came from a bare bulb swinging from a high ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows. A man was hunched over a workbench, his back to the door, his movements jerky and nervous. This had to be Volkov. Dmitry Volkov, Leon said, his voice quiet but carrying an undeniable weight. The man flinched, spinning around. He was weasel-faced, with greasy hair and a nervous twitch in his left eye. He held a heavy wrench like a security blanket. Who are you? How did you get in here? I'm a customer, Leon said, stepping into the pool of light. He let Volkov get a good look at his face, at the cold emptiness in his eyes. I heard you can get things. Things that aren't on any official manifest. Volkov's twitch intensified. I don't know what you're talking about. I deal in scrap, machine parts. I'm not interested in machine parts, Leon said, closing the distance between them. He moved with a fluid grace that was utterly at odds with the grimy surroundings. I'm looking for something that came from a place called Vesna, something that makes people sing. The color drained from Volkov's face. He took a stumbling step back, raising the wrench. You need to leave. Now. I will, Leon said, his hand snapping out and grabbing Volkov's wrist. The wrench clattered to the floor. But first, you're going to tell me who you sold it to. Volkov cried out, trying to pull away, but Leon's grip was like iron. I can't. He'll kill me. He, Leon pressed, twisting the man's arm just enough to send a jolt of pain through his shoulder. Who is he? A general, Volkov squealed, his bravado crumbling. A Russian general. He calls himself a prophet. He and his men, they're not normal. They came to me a month ago. They paid in gold, old Soviet coins. They wanted samples, anything I could get from the old labs. They called it Theophany. Leon's blood ran cold. The name from the garbled transmission. What did they do with it? They took it to their holy city, Volkov babbled, sweat beading on his forehead. They're building an army, a flock. He said he was going to cleanse the world, remake it in God's image. I swear, that's all I know. Leon's eyes scanned the workbench, his gaze landing on a small, encrypted data drive half hidden under a stack of blueprints. It was the kind of thing a man like Volkov would use to keep his most valuable and most dangerous records. "What's on that drive?" he asked, nodding toward it. "Nothing. It's just inventory." "Let's see," Leon said, releasing Volkov and snatching the drive. The dealer, seeing his last chance, lunged for a drawer, pulling out a rusty pistol. The move was clumsy, desperate. Leon's reaction was pure instinct. He drew his USP, the report of the shot deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet struck Volkov in the shoulder, spinning him around and sending the pistol flying. The man collapsed against the workbench, clutching his wound and moaning. Leon kicked the discarded gun away, the sound of it skittering across the concrete floor, unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. He holstered his weapon, his expression unchanged. He hadn't come here to kill, only to get answers. He had them. He pocketed the data drive and gave the groaning Volkov one last look. "Get a real job," he said, before melting back into the shadows and leaving the warehouse to its rust and secrets. Back in the sterile anonymity of the safe house, Leon slotted the data drive into his laptop. The encryption was heavy, but not beyond the capabilities of the DSO's decryption software. He watched as progress bars crawled across the screen, the minutes stretching into an hour. Finally, the drive unlocked, revealing a sparse file system. There were shipping manifests detailing the transport of medical-grade cryo-containers and construction materials to a set of coordinates deep within the Siberian quarantine zone. The recipient was listed simply as the Prophet. Then he found the video file. It was labeled sermon.mp4. Leon clicked on it, his heart rate a steady, controlled drum. The video was shaky, filmed on a handheld phone, but the image it captured was horrifyingly clear. It showed the interior of a massive, cavernous space. The architecture was unmistakably that of a grand Orthodox cathedral, but it had been grotesquely retrofitted. Scaffolding snaked around ancient stone columns, and industrial lighting rigs hung where crystal chandeliers once did. The air was thick with dust and the haze of welding torches. Dozens of figures in ragged clothing moved with a feverish purpose, their faces gaunt, their eyes burning with a fanatical light. They were chanting, a low guttural drone that was both prayer and threat. The camera panned across the scene, lingering on the iconography. The frescoes of saints on the walls had been defiled, painted over with crude, nightmarish images of transformation, human forms sprouting extra limbs, their faces contorted in masks of ecstatic agony. It was a perversion of faith, a blasphemy rendered in paint and plaster. Then the camera tilted upward, focusing on the cathedral's apse, where the high altar should have been. There, standing on a raised platform, was a man in a heavily decorated Russian general's coat, the medals on his chest gleaming in the harsh light. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his face a mask of messianic certainty. Even through the grainy video, Leon could feel the raw charisma radiating from him. This had to be the General Volkov spoke of, the Prophet. The man raised his arms, his voice booming through the cavernous space, though the phone's microphone could barely capture the words. He was speaking of a new Genesis, a holy mutation that would wash the world clean of its sins. He was the devil's architect, building a new world from the bones of the old, using a plague as his mortar and stone. The video ended abruptly. Leon leaned back, the blue light of the screen carving hollows into his face. He had the location. He had the name of the leader. He had a glimpse of the insanity he was walking into. The mission was no longer about a simple leak. It was about a crusade. He forwarded the data to Ingrid, a single terse message accompanying it. "I'm going in." He stood up, pulling on his coat. The cold of the Moscow night was nothing compared to the frozen hell that awaited him in Siberia. But he had a job to do. He always did. Chapter 6. A Sister's Plea. The wind howling across the Siberian tundra didn't just blow, it scoured. It stripped the paint from the abandoned trucks and the hope from the faces huddled inside the canvas tents. Claire Redfield pulled her thermal collar tighter around her neck, the fabric rough against her chin, and stepped out of the TerraSave command vehicle. The air was a brutal shock to the lungs, tasting of ozone, diesel fumes, and the metallic tang of frozen blood. This close to the Russian quarantine zone, the world was painted in shades of grey and white, a desolate palette that made the bright red crosses on the tents look like fresh wounds. "Miss Redfield, we have another batch coming in from the northern corridor." A young volunteer, a medical student named Elena, whose nose was raw and chapped from the cold, waved frantically from the triage area. Claire jogged over, her boots crunching through the hard-packed snow. The camp was a chaotic sprawl of emergency shelters and military surplus vehicles, strung together by razor wire and desperation. It was a temporary holding ground for those fleeing the sickness in the north, though the Russian military refused to call it an outbreak. To them, it was a civil disturbance. To Claire, looking at the gaunt, terrified faces lining up for rations, it looked like the beginning of the end. "How many?" Claire asked, grabbing a clipboard from the supply crate. 3 trucks, mostly women and children. The men... They said the men didn't make it, Eleanor stammered, her breath pluming in the frigid air. "They're dehydrated and showing signs of exposure, but there's something else. They're... erratic." Claire nodded grimly, her eyes scanning the line of refugees. She had seen this before. In Raccoon City, in Harvardville, in a dozen other forgotten corners of the world where bioterrorism had taken root. The trauma was familiar, but the silence here was heavy. Usually there was crying, screaming, bargaining. These people were quiet. They moved with the synchronized lethargy of shock, their eyes darting toward the northern horizon, as if expecting the sky to fall. "Get the blankets and electrolyte packs ready," Claire ordered, her voice steady despite the knot tightening in her stomach. "I'll do the initial assessments." She moved to the first truck, a rusted flatbed that had seen better decades. The refugees were sliding off the back, their movements stiff and clumsy. Near the tailgate, 2 volunteers were trying to pry a small bundle away from the side of the truck. It was a girl, no older than 10, clutching a dirty stuffed rabbit as if it were a shield. She wasn't crying. She was staring at her own hands, whispering something that the wind snatched away before it could reach Claire's ears. "I got her," Claire said, gently pushing the volunteers aside. She knelt in the snow, ignoring the seeping cold that soaked immediately through her trousers. "Hey there. I'm Claire. Can you tell me your name?" The girl didn't look up. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with dark circles bruising the skin beneath her eyes. She was shivering violently, but her grip on the toy was iron tight. "Katya," one of the volunteers whispered, leaning in close. "That's what the driver said. Her name is Katya. She was found wandering the road about 10 clicks south of the checkpoint. Her family. The driver said they were taken." "Taken?" Claire looked up, frowning. "Taken by who?" "By the angels," the girl said. The voice was soft, barely a breath, but it cut through the wind like a knife. Claire looked back at Katya. The girl had raised her head. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with a terrifying mixture of awe and horror. "The angels came down from the sky," Katya whispered, a small, dreamy smile touching her lips. "They sang to us. It was so beautiful. Papa tried to fight, but he didn't understand. They gave him the gift. They gave him the song." Claire felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She had heard that kind of talk before. It was the rhetoric of cults, the madness induced by psychoactive agents. But this girl, she was so small. "Katya, I need you to look at me," Claire said, keeping her voice low and soothing. She reached out, taking the girl's free hand. The skin was ice cold, the pulse rapid and thready. "Did they hurt you? Did anyone touch you?" Katya giggled, a high, brittle sound. They marked me. I'm chosen. I'm going to be pure. She pulled her hand away from Claire's grip and rolled up the sleeve of her tattered coat. Claire froze. On the inside of the girl's left forearm, the skin wasn't broken. It was changing. A jagged, lightning bolt fissure ran from her wrist to her elbow, but it wasn't a cut. It was a crystalline structure, pushing up through the dermis, glowing with a faint, pulsating luminescence. The light was soft, almost holy, a pale blue that seemed to breathe in time with the girl's racing heart. Weeping from the fissure was a thin, viscous ichor that shimmered like oil on water. Claire had seen viruses. She had seen the T-virus turn people into shambling husks, seen the Las Plagas parasite erupt from throats. But this was different. This was beautiful. And that made it infinitely more terrifying. "Eleanor," Claire said, her voice dropping to a command sharp enough to make the volunteer jump. "Seal the triage tent. Now, get everyone back. I need a biohazard container. Level 4 protocols." "Miss Redfield." Eleanor's eyes widened as she looked at Katya's arm. "What is that?" "That," Claire said, her mind racing through the catalogue of horrors she had committed to memory, "is something we weren't told about." She gently pulled Katya's sleeve back down, covering the light. The girl looked at her, her head cocking to the side like a bird. "You see it, don't you?" Katya whispered, "the holy mark." "I see it, Katya." Claire lied, forcing a smile she didn't feel. "You're going to be okay. We're going to take care of you." She scooped the girl up, ignoring the protest of her own stiff muscles, and carried her toward the isolation tent. The wind whipped her hair across her face, but she didn't brush it away. Her mind was already calculating the vectors. If this girl had it, and she came from a convoy, then the driver was exposed. The volunteers were exposed. Claire herself had touched the girl's skin. Inside the tent, the air was warmer and smelled of antiseptic and stale sweat. Claire placed Katya on a folding cot and activated the portable UV decontamination light, bathing the area in a sterile purple glow. She pulled on a pair of nitrile gloves and grabbed a field scanner. "Stay here, sweetie," Claire said. "I just need to check a few things." She stepped outside the tent, zipping the flap shut. She pulled her satellite phone from her pocket, her fingers trembling slightly. She needed to contact the BSAA. She needed to get word to Chris. But the signal bars were fluctuating wildly. The Russian military was jamming civilian comms near the border. She would have to use the local emergency channel, the one monitored by the FSB border guards. The line crackled, hissed, and then connected. "This is Terra Save Camp Delta, Emergency Channel 4, Claire said, switching to her most authoritative tone. "I am declaring a code red biohazard event. We have a suspected vector of an unknown pathogen, requesting immediate containment and medical evacuation." A voice answered, thick with a heavy Russian accent and dripping with bureaucratic disdain. "Terra Save, this is Checkpoint Commander Voronov. You are violating protocol. There is no biohazard. You have a sick child. Treat her or transfer her to the civilian hospital in Irkutsk." "Commander, with all due respect, you don't understand," Claire said, fighting to keep her voice level. "The symptoms are anomalous. There is crystalline tissue growth. This is not standard radiation sickness or frostbite. It is a bioweapon." "Silence," Voronov barked. "You spread panic with your lies. We have enough trouble with separatists without you American spies inventing plagues. You will quarantine the girl, and you will say nothing. If you transmit another report like this, I will have your camp bulldozed and your personnel arrested for inciting social unrest." "Commander, you can't." "I can, and I will. This is a Russian matter. Stay in your lane, Miss Redfield. The next transmission I hear from you that is not a supply request will be your last." The line went dead. Claire stared at the phone, the black screen reflecting her own angry, terrified expression. They knew. They had to know. Or they were so terrified of the truth that they were willing to bury it alive. Denial was a potent drug, especially for a government obsessed with image. She shoved the phone into her pocket and took a deep breath, the cold air burning her throat. She looked back at the tent where Katya lay. The stigmata, the girl had called it. A holy mark. If this was a bioweapon, it was designed to do more than just kill. It was designed to convert. She couldn't wait for permission. She couldn't wait for the BSAA to cut through the red tape. By the time they got here, Katya would be gone, or worse, she would be changed. Claire walked back to the command vehicle, her stride purposeful. She ignored the refugees reaching out to her, ignored the wind that tried to push her back. She booted up the tactical terminal inside the vehicle, a ruggedized piece of hardware TerraSave used for logistics mapping. She wasn't supposed to have access to the encrypted military channels, but years of surviving outbreaks and a brother who taught her a few tricks about bypassing firewalls had their perks. "Come on," she muttered, her fingers flying across the keyboard. "Talk to me." She pulled up the GPS logs from the refugee trucks. The driver of the truck that brought Katya had been a local contractor, a man named Yuri. She accessed his manifest. It was a standard route, bringing supplies to the outlying villages before the lockdown. But the last entry was dated 3 days ago, at a location that made Claire's blood run cold. The Monastery of the Holy Transfiguration. It was a black dot on the map, deep in the exclusion zone, miles from any major road. But there was a secondary marker, a way station about 20 kilometers south of the monastery. That was where the log ended. That was where Yuri must have picked up Katya, or where the convoy had been intercepted. Claire stared at the map. The monastery was a legend in these parts, an ancient place of worship that had been abandoned during the Soviet era. It was the last place anyone would go, which made it the perfect place for a general playing God to hide his army. She looked at the picture of Chris tucked into the corner of the dashboard. He was somewhere in the region, she knew. The BSAA had deployed teams to the border weeks ago, but she couldn't reach him. She was alone. "Okay," she whispered to the empty cab. "If you won't send help, I'll bring it to you." She grabbed her go-bag from the floorboard. Inside was her standard survival gear, flashlight, medkit, rations, and a custom-built 9mm handgun she prayed she wouldn't have to use. She checked the magazine. Full. She holstered it and zipped her jacket up to her chin. She stepped out of the vehicle and found Elena, who was busy distributing blankets to a shivering group of women. "Eleanor," Claire said, touching the girl's shoulder, "you're in charge until morning. Keep the isolation tent sealed. No one goes in or out without full protective gear. If Voronov comes, give him the supply manifests only. Don't mention Katya. Don't mention the mark." Eleanor's eyes went wide. "Where are you going?" "To find out where this came from," Claire said. She looked toward the north, where the storm clouds were gathering, dark and heavy over the mountains. "There's a way station near the old monastery. If that girl came from there might be more survivors. Or at least, answers." "You can't go out there," Eleanor pleaded. "The storm is getting worse. And the soldiers—" "I have to," Claire said firmly. "If this is what I think it is, the storm is the least of our worries." She didn't wait for a reply. She turned and walked toward the perimeter of the camp, where a line of snowmobiles was parked for emergency runs. She hotwired the nearest one, the engine roaring to life with a throaty growl that shattered the mournful quiet of the camp. She revved the throttle once, feeling the vibration of the machine beneath her. a stark contrast to the stillness of the dying world around her. She looked back one last time at the tents, at the people who had placed their trust in her. She couldn't save them by staying here. She could only save them by cutting the head off the snake. Claire Redfield, the sister of the legendary soldier, the survivor of Raccoon City, the humanitarian who swore she would never pick up a gun again unless she had to, gunned the engine. The snowmobile lurched forward, carving a track through the snow, speeding away from the safety of the lights and into the suffocating darkness of the Siberian wasteland. The wind screamed against her goggles, obscuring her vision, but she didn't need to see the road. She had the coordinates. She had the anger, and she had the feeling, deep in her gut, that she was racing toward a hell that would make everything she had faced before look like a playground. As the miles blurred beneath her skis, the image of Katya's glowing arm burned in her mind. Theophany, the word popped into her head, unbidden, a theological term for the manifestation of God. If this virus was someone's idea of God, then the devil was surely laughing. She pushed the machine faster, leaning into the turn, disappearing into the white void, a solitary red taillight fading into the heart of the storm. Chapter 7. The Monastery of Silence. The world had narrowed to the rhythm of their own footsteps and the searing pain of cold. For days, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine had moved through a blinding white hell, a landscape so vast and indifferent it felt like a physical weight on their shoulders. Their transport, AEBSAAV 280, was a twisted wreck of metal and composite a dozen miles behind them, a casualty of a surface-to-air missile that had screamed out of the snowstorm without warning. Now the signal flare that had been their only beacon had led them here. It rose from the tundra like a fossilized leviathan, the monastery of the Holy Transfiguration. Its stone walls, blackened by centuries of weather, were buttressed against the endless Siberian plain, half swallowed by drifts that piled up to the second-story windows. The air, once clean and sharp, grew heavy, thick with the cloying sweetness of incense and a deeper, unsettling scent like overripe fruit left to rot in the sun. A low, harmonious chanting drifted from within, a chorus of male voices that was at once beautiful and deeply unnerving in its perfect, unwavering synchronicity. "Stay sharp," Chris murmured, his voice a raw rasp. He checked the magazine of his assault rifle, the action a familiar comfort against the encroaching dread. Frostbite had turned the tips of his fingers a waxy white, and every movement was an exercise in agony. Jill nodded, her own face pale and drawn, her eyes scanning the high, narrow windows for any sign of movement. The silence between them was a testament to their shared history. No words were needed to communicate the profound danger they were about to walk into. They moved toward the main gate, a colossal archway of weathered oak reinforced with iron. It stood slightly ajar, a silent invitation. The chanting grew louder as they approached, the words indecipherable, but the tone fervent, ecstatic. Chris pushed the door open, and the scent hit them like a physical blow. Inside, the air was warm and humid, a stark contrast to the killing cold outside. The nave of the monastery was a cavernous space, its stone columns disappearing into the gloom of the vaulted ceiling high above. Hundreds of candles flickered in alcoves, their light dancing across the walls, and it was here that the true horror began. Jill aimed her tactical light at a nearby fresco. It depicted a familiar scene, St. George slaying the dragon. But the artist had perverted the iconography. The saint's body was a mass of writhing, chitinous growths, his face a mask of beatific agony. The dragon he impaled was not a beast, but a man in a modern military uniform, his face contorted in a silent scream. Every fresco they passed was the same, a blasphemous gallery of mutation and martyrdom. Angels with feathered wings of bone and sinew, saints weeping luminescent blue tears, the Virgin Mary cradling a child made of shifting, crystalline forms. The Theophany virus wasn't just a disease, It was a theology. "Chris," Jill whispered, her light falling on a row of wooden benches. "Look." Huddled on the benches were figures in the dark robes of Orthodox monks. They were the source of the chanting, their heads bowed in prayer. But as Chris's light swept over them, he saw the truth. Their hands, clasped before them, were not human. The fingers had fused, elongated into sharp, chitinous claws. The skin on their necks was cracked and weeping a faint, blue-tinged ichor that caught the candlelight. They were infected, deep into the Theophany's progression, yet they retained a semblance of order, their voices woven into a single, hypnotic tapestry of sound. These were not the shambling, mindless bioweapons they were used to fighting. These were zealots. A side chamber offered a temporary reprieve. It was a scriptorium, long tables littered with parchment and inkwells. Jill carefully picked up a sheaf of papers, her gloved hands moving with practiced care. The text was in Russian, but interspersed were diagrams and notes in a precise military hand. "It's Kuznetsov's manifesto," she translated, her voice low and tense. "He calls the virus a divine catalyst. He believes humanity is a flawed creation, and Theophany is God's instrument to force an evolution, to purify the flesh and unite the spirit." She pointed to a passage. "He calls his followers the Brotherhood of Theophany. He's not just creating monsters, he's building an army of believers." Chris felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. This was worse than a simple bioterror attack. This was a crusade. He moved to a window, peering through the thick, warped glass. The snow outside was falling harder, but he could just make out shapes moving in the courtyard, more robed figures, their movements unnaturally fluid and swift. They were not just hiding in the monastery. They were garrisoning it. "We need to find the abbot's chamber," Chris said, his voice grim. "The leader of this place will have the operational intel. Command structure, communications, something we can use." They slipped back into the nave, sticking to the deep shadows cast by the columns. The chanting had stopped, replaced by a profound, resonant silence that was somehow more terrifying. The acolytes were rising from their benches, turning in unison to face the altar at the far end of the hall. Their movements were eerily coordinated, a single will animating multiple bodies. As one, they knelt, their clawed hands flat on the stone floor. Chris and Jill used the distraction to sprint up a winding stone staircase to the second floor. The corridor here was narrower, the air thicker with the sweet, sickly smell. They passed cells that had been converted into dormitories, the simple cots replaced with nests of straw and shredded fabric. In one corner, Chris saw a discarded BSAA issue medkit. His blood ran cold. It meant they weren't the first ones here. Another team, maybe a lone agent, had been captured. The abbot's chamber was at the end of the hall, a heavy oak door carved with the same perverted iconography as the frescoes below. Chris tested the handle. It was unlocked. He pushed the door open and swept the room with his rifle, Jill covering his back. The room was a study in madness. Maps of Russia and Europe were pinned to the walls, not with military pins, but with shards of stained glass. A large desk dominated the space, its surface a chaotic mess of vials, electronic components, and religious texts. The air hummed with the low thrum of active electronics. In the center of the room was a sophisticated communications array, its screens glowing with a soft blue light. But it was the schematics spread across the main desk that held their attention. Jill leaned in, her breath catching in her throat. "Chris, look at the schematic." It was a technical drawing of a device, sleek and aerodynamic, a bomb. The annotations detailed its payload capacity, dispersal radius, and trigger mechanisms. It was designed for high-altitude aerosol dispersal, a weapon to blanket an entire city in a cloud of theophany. This wasn't just about a monastery in Siberia. This was global. Chris's gaze fell from the schematic to the map beneath it. A thick red line had been drawn with a marker from the monastery, snaking through the Ural Mountains and terminating in a large, pulsing circle around Moscow. The plan was laid bare, a declaration of war on a scale he hadn't seen since the fall of Umbrella. His stomach tightened into a knot of cold fury. They had to stop this. They had to warn someone. Get this intel out. His eyes scanned the map, looking for other marked locations, staging points, potential targets. And then he saw it. Tucked under a corner of the map, pinned to a smaller, regional chart of the area around the monastery, was a plastic card. It was a standard-issue TerraSave identification. He reached out, his fingers numb, and plucked it from the map. The face staring back at him was one he knew better than his own. It was his sister, Claire. The world tilted. The roar of the blood in his ears drowned out the hum of the electronics. The exhaustion, the cold, the pain, it all vanished, replaced by a singular, white-hot terror. What was she doing here? How could her ID be in the heart of this nightmare? He remembered the last transmission he'd received from her weeks ago. She was heading to a refugee camp near the border, a routine humanitarian mission. She was supposed to be safe. Chris? Jill's voice was a distant echo. What is it? What's wrong? He couldn't answer. He could only stare at the photo, at the familiar, determined set of her jaw, the hint of a smile in her eyes. This wasn't just a mission anymore. It wasn't about stopping a bioterrorist or saving a city. It was personal. The red line on the map wasn't just a path to Moscow. It was a trail, and it led directly to his sister. The monastery was no longer just a target. It was a hunting ground. And they were the ones being hunted. Chapter 8. The Lone Wolf's Trail. The cold was a physical entity, a predator that stalked him with every step. Leon S. Kennedy landed in a drift of snow that came up to his thighs, the parachute collapsing around him in a tangle of nylon and static. He cut himself free with a practiced flick of his combat knife, the sound swallowed by the immense, roaring silence of the Siberian wilderness. Miles away, a dark smudge on the horizon was the monastery of the Holy Transfiguration. The data drive he'd analyzed on the flight in had been a treasure trove of madness. Kuznetsov's manifesto, chemical breakdowns of the Theophany retrovirus, and most importantly, a satellite image of the monastery annotated with the words, Holy Cathedral, the prophet's final sermon awaits. It was all the confirmation he needed. He moved with a fluid economy of motion, a ghost in a white world. His DSO issue winterized gear was the best money could buy, but the cold still found ways in, a persistent, biting ache at the tips of his fingers and the edge of his nose. The air was so thin and sharp, it felt like breathing glass. Every gust of wind sculpted the snow into new alien shapes, erasing his tracks within minutes. This was a land that did not tolerate life, a perfect crucible for a virus that promised rebirth through death. Leon's cynicism was a thermal blanket against the dread. He'd seen this song and dance before, just with a different setting and a different monster. The names changed, the faces of the fanatics changed, but the core remained the same. One man's God complex, a world of victims. He navigated by a heads-up display projected onto the inside of his tactical goggles, a topographical map overlaid with the satellite image. The terrain was brutal, a treacherous mix of ice-covered rock and deep, powdery snow that threatened to swallow him whole. The only sounds were the crunch of his own boots and the mournful whistle of the wind through skeletal birch trees. After 2 hours of silent, grueling progress, his motion sensor flickered. A contact. Then another. A patrol. Leon dropped to one knee, melting into the shadow of a snow-capped boulder. He raised his binoculars, the digital zoom stabilizing the image. 4 figures, trudging through the snow in a loose diamond formation. They weren't the shambling horrors from the briefings. They were human, clad in mismatched military gear and heavy winter coats, the crude hand-stitched symbol of the Theophany cult, a cross with a double helix spiraling up its center, sewn onto their sleeves. They moved with a disciplined, weary purpose, their rifles held at a low ready. These were Kuznetsov's true believers, the human shepherds for his monstrous flock. Leon watched them, a predator studying its prey. He noted their spacing, their hand signals, the way the point man constantly scanned the ridgeline. They were competent, not just rabble. He let them pass his position, their muffled voices carrying on the wind. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was one of fervent discussion. He needed to get closer. He broke from his cover, moving parallel to their path, his steps silent in the deep snow. He was a phantom, a whisper of movement against the endless white. He closed the distance to 100 yards, then 50. He could hear them now, their conversation punctuated by plumes of frozen breath. "The convoy will be late. The storm is slowing them down," one said, his voice a low grumble. "It does not matter. The prophet's sermon is the main event, the final blessing before the great ascension." Another replied, a younger, more zealous voice. "The saints are already in position. They say the air in the cathedral hums with power." "Power is one thing. Getting this delivery to the cathedral is another," the first voice groused. "The western tunnel is still unstable. If we have to use the old mines, the prophet has willed it. The path will be clear." The holy cathedral. The prophet's final sermon. The pieces clicked into place. The convoy they were talking about wasn't just supplies. It was something important, something for the final sermon. And the mines. That was a potential weakness. Leon had heard enough. He didn't need them talking anymore. He slipped from his rifle, the suppressed H and KSL9 settling into his shoulder. The world narrowed to the glowing green reticle in his scope. He exhaled, a slow, steady stream of white mist, and squeezed the trigger. The cough of the weapon was barely audible over the wind. The rearguard crumpled without a sound, a neat hole in his back. The other three didn't notice, their attention focused forward. Leon shifted his aim. The man on the left flank. Another suppressed shot. He dropped. 2 left. They were closer now, less than 30 yards. The younger zealot must have sensed something because he started to turn, his eyes widening. Leon's third shot took him in the throat, cutting off his shout in a wet gurgle. Only the leader remained. He heard the faint thud of his comrades hitting the snow and spun around, his rifle snapping up. But Leon was already moving, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The cult leader fired, a wild spray of bullets that kicked up plumes of snow yards to Leon's left. Leon was on him, a blur of black and white. He drove the butt of his rifle into the man's face, shattering his nose and sending him staggering back. A follow-up strike to the temple dropped him like a sack of stones. Silence returned, absolute and profound. Leon stood over the bodies, his breath fogging in the frigid air. He knelt, quickly searching the leader's pockets. A map, a crumpled pack of cigarettes, and a small leather-bound Bible. The pages were filled with manic, handwritten notes, the text of the Psalms overwritten with Kuznetsov's twisted prophecies. He pocketed the Bible. It was always useful to know what the enemy was thinking. A high-pitched whine cut through the air. Leon's head snapped up. A drone, a small commercial quadcopter with a camera mounted to its belly, was hovering 50 feet above him, its red light blinking like a malevolent eye. It had seen everything. "Damn it," he muttered, raising his rifle. He fired twice, the shots impacting the drone and sending it spiraling down in a shower of sparks and plastic. But the damage was done. It had already transmitted his position. His lone wolf approach had just been compromised. The element of surprise was gone. He didn't hesitate. He broke into a dead sprint, moving away from the monastery and toward a low ridge a half-mile to the east. Caution was a luxury he no longer had. Speed was his only ally. He crested the ridge and dropped to his stomach, peering through his scope at the valley below. His blood ran cold. A massive convoy was snaking its way along a frozen riverbed, a black scar on the white landscape. It was a procession of armored personnel carriers, heavy trucks, and, at its center, a vehicle that made his stomach clench, a mobile missile launcher, its canvas-covered payload suggesting something far more sinister than a conventional warhead. This was it. This had to be the aerosol bomb. They were moving it into the monastery, preparing for the final sermon. His path was blocked. To get to the monastery now meant running straight into the teeth of that convoy. He'd be cut to pieces. He scanned the terrain, his mind racing for an alternative. The map from the cultist showed the old mines, the western tunnel. The convoy was taking the main road. The mines were his only option. He looked to the west, where a series of jagged hills rose from the snow. A dark, gaping maw was visible at the base of the nearest one, the entrance to the mining complex. It looked like the mouth of a grave. Leon didn't waste another second. He moved, staying low, using the rolling terrain for cover. The wind howled around him, a mournful cry for the dead he'd left behind. He reached the entrance to the mines in under 10 minutes. The air that billowed out was stale, heavy with the scent of damp earth, rust, and something else. A faint, cloying sweetness he recognized from the data drive. Theophany. The virus was here. He switched on his tactical light, the powerful beam cutting a stark white path into the oppressive darkness. The entrance tunnel was supported by rotting timber beams, thick with ice. The floor was a treacherous mix of frozen mud and discarded mining equipment. He could hear the drip, drip, drip of melting ice, the only sound in the suffocating silence. Chapter 9. The Humanitarian's Gambit. The snow didn't fall so much as it materialized, a suffocating white curtain that reduced the world to a radius of 10 feet. Claire Redfield pushed through the gale, her breath hitching in her chest, the cold air stinging her lungs like needles. She adjusted her goggles, wiping a layer of frost from the lens, but the visibility remained abysmal. Her GPS unit, clamped to her wrist, flickered erratically before dying completely, leaving her with nothing but a compass and a dead reckoning of the coordinates TerraSave had received from the distress beacon. Ahead, the shape of the way station loomed out of the blizzard, a squat, prefabricated structure meant to house researchers and aid workers monitoring the remote Siberian timber routes. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, a warm hub of logistics and medical supplies. Now, it looked like a tomb. Claire unslung her custom-built high-power, the grip familiar and reassuring in her gloved hand. She approached the door, her boots crunching loudly on the packed snow. The silence was wrong. There was no hum of generators, no radio chatter, not even the barking of the sled dogs the team kept for transport. Just the wind howling through the eaves, a mournful, discordant note that set her teeth on edge. The main door was hanging off its hinges, sheared clean from the frame. "Hello. TerraSave. This is Claire Redfield," she shouted, her voice snatched away by the wind. "Anyone inside?" No answer. She stepped across the threshold, weapon raised, sweeping the room. The interior was a disaster zone. The reception area had been gutted. Shelves were overturned, spilling canned goods and medical kits onto the floor where they had frozen into solid lumps. The fluorescent lights were dead, the only illumination coming from the grey light filtering through the broken windows. The air smelled of ozone, burnt plastic, and the coppery tang of old blood. Claire moved deeper, stepping over a shattered tablet computer. She checked the corners, the adrenaline pumping through her veins, keeping the biting cold at bay for the moment. In the mess hall, tables were flipped, creating barricades that had been clearly breached from the outside. Claw marks, deep and jagged, gouged the metal surfaces like they were made of wet clay. She found the first body near the communications console. It was a man she recognized from the personnel files. Dr. Aris Thorne. He was slumped in his chair, but he hadn't died from the cold. His chest cavity had been exploded outward, ribs splayed in a grotesque, visceral display. But it wasn't the violence that made Claire's stomach turn. It was the look on his face. He wasn't screaming in terror. His lips were pulled back in a rictus of ecstasy, his eyes wide and glazed with a fanatical, tears of joy sheen. She forced herself to look away, scanning the room for intel. The servers were smoking ruins, melted down by a localized EMP or a deliberate sabotage. Whoever, or whatever, had done this hadn't just wanted to kill the team. They had wanted to erase the data. A sound from the back room snapped her attention back to the present. A metallic scrape, followed by a low, wet moan. Claire raised her pistol, moving silently toward the storage corridor. "Identify yourself!" The moan came again, louder this time, laced with a guttural clicking sound that didn't belong in a human throat. She reached the doorway and pivoted in. Two figures were huddled over a supply crate, tearing into foil packets with their bare hands. They wore tattered remnants of TerraSave parkas, but their skin was the wrong color, a sickly, bruised purple-gray. As the light from the doorway hit them, they turned. Claire felt her breath catch. They were human, or they had been. Now their faces were distorted, the jawbones unhinged and elongated, stretching their mouths into impossible, shark-like grins. Their eyes were entirely black, no sclera, no iris, just pools of void reflecting the snow outside. They were infected. "Easy," Claire whispered, backing up slowly. She didn't want to shoot. These were her colleagues, people she had exchanged emails with, people who had signed up to help. But as the first one scrambled over the crate, moving with a jerky, spider-like speed, the humanitarian in her warred with the survivor won. The creature lunged, its claws swiping through the air where her head had been a second before. Claire fired 2 shots, controlled bursts aimed at the center of mass. The 9mm rounds slammed into its chest, knocking it back, but it barely flinched. It shrieked, a sound of digital static and wet tearing, and came again. "Headshots," she muttered to herself, recalling the BSAA briefings she'd read over Chris's shoulder. Always the head. She sidestepped a lunge from the second infected, using her momentum to slam her boot into its knee, shattering the joint. It dropped, and she put a round through its temple. It collapsed instantly. The first one was on her. She didn't have time to aim. She fired wildly, the shots going wide as it tackled her. They hit the ground hard, the impact driving the air from her lungs. The creature's hot, foul breath washed over her face, its snapping jaws inches from her nose. Its strength was immense, a feverish, unnatural power that pinned her arms to the frozen floor. Claire struggled, her left hand scrabbling for anything she could use. Her fingers brushed against the handle of a flare gun tucked into her belt, a last resort signaling tool she'd grabbed at the outpost. She wrenched it free, jamming the barrel into the creature's gaping maw. "Smile for the camera," she gritted out. She pulled the trigger. A blinding, crimson light erupted inside the creature's head. The flare ignited with a deafening thump, searing through the soft palate and brain. The creature went rigid, a high-pitched whistling sound escaping its throat as the magnesium burned. It convulsed violently once, then went limp, the smell of searing flesh and chemicals filling the small space. Claire shoved the heavy corpse off her, gasping for air, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She scrambled to her feet, checking her corners. The storage area was clear. She holstered her pistol, her hands shaking slightly. The adrenaline crash was coming, the cold rushing back in to fill the void left by the heat of combat. She needed to move. The way station was compromised, and staying here was a death sentence. She knelt by the crate the infected had been tearing into. Most of the rations were ruined, slashed open by claws, but she managed to salvage a single protein bar and a bottle of water. She shoved them into her pockets. Then she saw it. A trail. It wasn't footprints in the snow. The wind had already erased those outside. It was a trail of discarded items inside the station. A medical kit dropped in the hallway. A bloodied glove near the exit. Someone had fled in a hurry, injured, leaving a breadcrumb trail of survival gear. Claire followed the trail to the rear emergency exit. The door was open, snow drifting in across the threshold. The tracks outside were faint, already filling in, but they led north, away from the main road and into the dense wall of the taiga. She checked her compass. North led deeper into the wilderness, toward the old logging roads that eventually wound up into the mountains. It was a suicide run without proper gear, but staying here was certain death. Whoever had left this trail might have answers. They might be the only survivor left. She tightened the straps of her pack, braced herself against the biting wind, and stepped out into the white void. The forest was a cathedral of ice. Towering pine trees, heavy with snow, loomed over her like silent sentinels. The going was brutal. The snow was waist-deep in the drifts, forcing her to expend precious energy just to lift her legs. Every step was a battle against the elements, the cold seeping through her layers, numbing her fingers and toes. Claire had been walking for 2 hours, or maybe 3. Time had lost its meaning in the monochrome landscape. The trail had become harder to follow, forcing her to rely on her tracking skills. Snapped branches, scuff marks on the bark of trees, the occasional smear of red blood on the snow. She paused to catch her breath, leaning against a rough pine trunk. She took a sip of water, the liquid freezing against her lips the moment it left the bottle. She needed to find shelter, and soon. Hypothermia was a creeping predator, slower than the infected but just as lethal. A glint of color ahead caught her eye. She pushed forward, breaking through a thicket of dense fir branches. In a small clearing, half buried in a snowdrift, sat an old forestry lookout tower. It was rusted and looked like it hadn't been used in decades, but the cabin at the top was intact. And there, at the base of the ladder, was a figure crumpled in the snow. Claire rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside the body. It was a woman, dressed in TerraSave cold weather gear. Her face was pale, her lips blue. She wasn't moving. No. Claire pressed 2 fingers to the woman's neck. A pulse. Faint. Thready. But there. She grabbed the woman by the straps of her vest and heaved, dragging her toward the small lean-to shed attached to the base of the tower. It wasn't much, but it offered a reprieve from the wind. Once they were inside, Claire slammed the rusted door shut and immediately set to work. She stripped off her own gloves and pressed her bare hands to the woman's cheeks, checking for responsiveness. "Can you hear me? I'm with TerraSave. You're safe now." The woman's eyes fluttered open. They were bloodshot, darting wildly around the dark interior before locking onto Claire's face. She opened her mouth, but only a wet rattle came out. "Save your strength," Claire said, pulling a thermal blanket from her pack. She wrapped it around the woman, then grabbed a chemical heat pack, cracking it and shoving it inside the blanket near the woman's chest. "I need to check your wounds." She unzipped the woman's jacket. The sight made her recoil. There was a massive gash across the woman's abdomen, crudely bandaged with a torn shirt. The bandage was soaked through with black ichorous blood. But it was the woman's arm that terrified Claire. On the inside of the left forearm, the skin was cracking, not from frostbite, but from something beneath. Veins of dark, luminescent violet were spreading out from a central point, pulsing in time with the woman's heartbeat. It was the early stage of Theophany, the stigmata. The woman grabbed Claire's wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was iron-tight, her fingers digging into Claire's skin. "Listen," the woman wheezed, her voice a dry rasp. "You have to take it." She fumbled at her belt with her free hand, her movements frantic and clumsy. She detached a small, ruggedized hard drive and pressed it into Claire's palm. They wanted to destroy it," the woman whispered, tears freezing on her cheeks. "The research, the truth. It's not just a virus. It changes how you think, makes you believe." "I know," Claire said softly, gripping the woman's hand. "I saw them at the station. I'm sorry." "Don't be," the woman coughed, a spray of dark fluid hitting the snow. "I'm not cold anymore. I can see the prophet. He's waiting." The violet veins in her arms surged, glowing brighter. The woman's eyes lost focus, the panic replaced by a sudden, terrifying serenity. She smiled, the same ecstatic rictus Claire had seen on Dr. Thorne. "You should join us," the woman whispered, her grip tightening like a vice. "The mutation is a gift." Claire yanked her hand back, scrambling backward in the small shed. She raised her pistol, aiming it at her colleague. "I can't let that happen." The woman laughed, a low, wet sound. She began to claw at her own face, her fingers tearing at the skin as if trying to shed a mask. "It's too late for me. But the data, get it to the BSAA. Get it to Chris." The mention of her brother's name hit Claire like a physical blow. "Chris, you know where he is?" The woman's body arched, her spine snapping into an unnatural curve. The transformation was accelerating, the virus overwriting her biology in real time. She pointed a trembling finger at the hard drive in Claire's hand. "He's at the monastery, the cathedral. Kuznetsov. He's the prophet." With a final, shuddering gasp, the woman went still. The light faded from her eyes, but the violet glow in her veins remained, pulsing slowly in the gloom. Claire lowered her weapon, her chest heaving. She sat in the silence for a long moment, the cold air pressing in on her. She looked at the hard drive in her hand. It was heavy, a burden of knowledge and responsibility. She pulled a small cable from her tactical pouch and connected the drive to her wrist computer. The screen flickered to life, bypassing the encryption with a backdoor key TerraSave issued for field ops. Files scrolled rapidly. Research notes, video logs, genomic sequences. She stopped on a video file labeled "Final Transmission. C. Redfield." Her heart skipped a beat. She hit play. Chris's face filled the small screen. He looked haggard, unshaven, a deep cut above his eyebrow. The background was dark stone, lit by the flicker of a candle. "If anyone gets this, this is Chris Redfield, BSAA." The recording began, his voice grim and urgent. "We are pinned down at the Monastery of the Holy Transfiguration. Coordinates are attached. The enemy isn't just a militia. They're led by General Viktor Kuznetsov. He's got a weaponized strain of the virus, and he's planning to aerosolize it." The video glitched, the audio cutting out for a second before returning. "Jill and I are alive, but we're running low on ammo. The infected here, they're different. They're organized. They worship him. If you're receiving this, do not come here. It's a trap. Repeat, do not come here. We're going to try to stop the launch, but if we fail..." Chris looked away from the camera, a heavy explosion shaking the frame. When he looked back, his eyes were filled with a determination that Claire knew all too well. Just make sure the world knows what happened here. Kuznetsov has to be stopped. End of log. The screen went black. Claire stared at the static, her mind racing. Chris was alive. He was at the monastery, the same place the dying woman had pointed to, and he was walking into a death trap. She disconnected the drive and shoved it deep into her inner pocket, zipping it shut. She looked at the body of the TerraSave worker one last time, a pang of sorrow piercing her resolve. She couldn't save her. She couldn't save the people back at the way station. But she could save her brother. She stood up, checking her weapon. The flare gun was empty, save for one round she kept in a separate pouch. Her pistol had 12 rounds left in the magazine, and she had 2 spares. It wasn't enough for a war, but it would have to do. She opened the door of the shed, the wind screaming to be let in. She looked north, toward the mountains where the monastery waited. The blizzard was worsening, the sky turning a bruised purple as night began to fall. "Hold on, Chris," she whispered, pulling her hood tight. "I'm coming." She stepped out into the storm, her silhouette small and determined against the vast, uncaring white of the Siberian wasteland. The cold bit into her face, but she didn't feel it anymore. The fire in her chest was hotter than any freeze, a drive that had carried her through Raccoon City, through Harvardville, and through every other hell the world threw at her. She was a Redfield, and Redfields didn't stop until the fight was over. Chapter 10. Convergence at the crypts. The air in the crypts was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient decay, a cloying mixture that clung to the back of the throat. The stone walls, slick with permafrost, melt and something darker, glistened under the erratic flicker of dying emergency lights. Chris Redfield slammed his back against a heavy oak pillar, the wood groaning under the impact as a hail of gunfire chipped the stone inches from his face. "Jill! Status!" he barked, his voice raw from shouting over the roar of combat. "Reloading. I'm down to my last mag." Jill Valentine's response was sharp, clipped with the efficiency of a veteran, but the underlying tension was undeniable. She was crouched behind a sarcophagus carved with the agonized faces of saints, her hands moving with practiced speed to swap the magazine in her assault rifle. Across the chamber, the source of their torment emerged from the shadows like a nightmare made flesh. The deacon. It was once a man, perhaps a Spetsnaz operative or a monk of immense physical stature, but the Theophany virus had turned it into a grotesque parody of religious authority. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, its musculature swollen to the point of bursting, splitting the cassock that draped its hulking frame. Its skin was a tapestry of cracked grey stone and weeping, luminescent sores, the stigmata stage run wild. Around the deacon, a pack of zealots chattered in guttural, tongues-like praises, their eyes wide and vacant, pupils blown into black voids of fanaticism. They wielded rusted scythes and axes, tools of labor turned into instruments of sacrifice. Chris checked his own weapon. Empty. He reached for his sidearm, but a heavy boot slammed into the sarcophagus, inches from Jill's head. The shockwave dislodged dust from the ceiling. "Chris! Left flank!" Jill screamed, bringing her rifle up to stitch a line of bullets across the chest of a lunging zealot. The infected man didn't flinch as the rounds tore into him, his body jerking like a marionette, until a shot to the head finally dropped him. "I see him!" Chris roared, stepping out to fire his pistol, but the deacon was faster. It moved with a terrifying, fluid grace that belied its size. A massive, clawed hand backhanded Chris, sending him flying across the chamber. He crashed into a stack of wooden pews, the wood splintering under his weight. Pain exploded in his ribs, a sharp, blinding heat that stole the breath from his lungs. The deacon loomed over him, raising a fist the size of a sledgehammer. The creature's face was a ruin of fused flesh and exposed bone, a twisted halo of bone spikes protruding from its skull. It opened its mouth, emitting a low, resonant chant that vibrated in Chris's chest cavity, rattling his very bones. Chris gritted his teeth, pushing himself up, his vision swimming. He was out of options, out of ammo, and out of time. He braced for the impact, his only thought a fierce, desperate regret that he wouldn't be there to stop Kuznetsov. Suddenly, the air pressure in the room shifted. A high-pitched whistle cut through the chanting, followed by the metallic screech of a ventilation grate being torn from its hinges. Above the deacon, a shadow dropped from the darkness of the ceiling. There was a flash of silver, a spinning, acrobatic blur, and the deafening crack of a high-caliber handgun firing in rapid succession. 3 shots, perfectly placed, slammed into the deacon's exposed shoulder joint. The brute roared, its arm jerking sideways, its killing blow diverted into the stone floor where Chris had been a fraction of a second before. The impact shattered the flagstones, sending shrapnel flying. Leon S. Kennedy landed in a crouch between Chris and the monster, his signature bomber jacket flaring out around him. He didn't look back. His Matilda was already leveled at the nearest zealot, firing with the rhythmic precision of a metronome. "Up and at 'em, big guy!" Leon shouted, kicking a zealot back and firing a round into its knee before finishing it with a headshot. "I hate gate crashers." Chris didn't waste time questioning the miracle. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing a fallen axe from a dead cultist. "Jill, the package is here!" "About time!" Jill yelled, emerging from cover to provide covering fire. "Leon, watch the right! They're flanking!" The 3 veterans, bound by years of shared history and battles against bioterrorism, moved as if they had been fighting together for months. The dynamic shifted instantly from a desperate last stand to a coordinated offensive. Leon was the blur, the striker. He weaved through the slower attacks of the zealots, using the environment, vaulting off pillars, sliding under pews, to create angles of attack that the infected couldn't track. His fire was economical, every bullet a kill shot aimed at the brainstem. Chris was the anvil. He waded into the thick of the fight, using his brute strength and the scavenged axe to hack through the press of bodies. He absorbed hits that would have killed a lesser man, his focus entirely on neutralizing the threats to his team. He slammed a zealot into a wall, shattering its skull, before turning to intercept the deacon. Jill was the scalpel. She hung back, picking off targets that threatened to overwhelm Chris or Leon, her eyes constantly scanning the perimeter. She spotted a rusted candelabra hanging precariously above the deacon. "Chris! The support beam!" Jill shouted, firing a burst at the chain holding the heavy iron fixture. Chris understood instantly. He roared, charging the deacon, baiting the creature into a swing. The deacon lashed out, its claws raking across Chris's chest armor, gouging the metal but stopping the momentum. Chris grabbed the creature's arm, using its own weight to heave it backward. "Leon, now!" Leon spun, firing 2 shots into the weakened link of the chain Jill had damaged. The metal snapped with a sickening twang. The massive iron candelabra, laden with candles and decades of wax, plummeted down. It crashed onto the deacon's head and shoulders with the force of a falling piano, driving the monster to its knees. The deacon thrashed, howling in a frequency that made their teeth ache, pinning it momentarily to the floor. "Kill it!" Chris ordered. Leon and Jill emptied their remaining rounds into the creature's exposed skull, while Chris brought the axe down one final time, burying the blade deep into the monster's brainstem. The deacon shuddered, its luminescent blood pooling on the stone floor, and went still. Silence rushed back into the crypt, heavy and ringing. The only sounds were the ragged gasps of breathing and the dripping of ichor. Chris slumped against a pillar, clutching his bruised ribs. He looked at Leon, who was reloading his pistol with a calmness that bordered on supernatural. "Kennedy," Chris wheezed, a tired grin touching his lips. "You're late." Leon holstered his weapon, wiping a smudge of blood from his cheek. "Traffic was a nightmare. You look like hell, Redfield. Feel like it, Chris admitted. He looked over at Jill, who was checking her vitals on her wrist computer. She gave him a thumbs up, though her face was pale and drawn. Thanks for the assist, Jill said, walking over to Leon. What are you doing here? DSO business, Leon replied vaguely, though his eyes were scanning the shadows of the crypt. Kuznetsov is planning something big. I tracked a shipment of the virus to the mines above. I didn't expect to find the BSAA's finest playing hide-and-seek in a basement. We're trying to cut his comms, Chris explained, pushing off the pillar. If we can stop him from coordinating with the outside cells, we might be able to contain this. Good luck with that, Leon said, gesturing to the far end of the hall. This place is a labyrinth. I came down through a ventilation shaft that smelled like a slaughterhouse. The dust settled in the crypt, the bodies of the zealots and the hulking deacon lying still in the flickering torchlight. Chris caught his breath, nodding thanks to the newcomer, Leon, who offered a weary smirk in return. Jill moved to secure the exit, her rifle sweeping the darkness. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the tension in the air remained taut, a wire ready to snap. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows at the far end of the hall, weapon raised. Freeze! A voice commanded, sharp and trembling slightly. The three agents snapped their weapons up, training them on the newcomer. It was a woman in tattered winter gear, her face smeared with soot and snow, a red scarf pulled down around her neck. She held a modified assault rifle with a steady, practiced grip, her eyes darting between the three of them. Drop it! Leon barked, his finger tightening on the trigger. The woman hesitated, her gaze locking onto Chris. She lowered her weapon slowly, her eyes widening in disbelief. The harsh, tactical lighting caught the familiar curve of her jaw, the determined set of her mouth that Chris had seen in the mirror every day of his life. Chris, she whispered, the sound barely audible over the distant hum of the monastery's generators. Chris froze. The rifle in his hands felt suddenly like dead weight. He knew that voice. He knew that walk. It was a ghost from a past he had tried to protect, a piece of his soul he had sent away to keep safe from this exact nightmare. Claire. The name escaped his lips, a cracked prayer. It was Claire Redfield. She had found her way into the crypts through a lower drainage tunnel, following the sounds of combat and the trail of destruction left by the Theophany outbreak. Her arrival was a statistical impossibility, a miracle in the heart of hell. She took a hesitant step forward, her boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. She looked from Chris to Jill, then to Leon, her expression shifting from shock to overwhelming relief, and finally to a hardened resolve. I told you, she said, a weak, tearful smile breaking through the grime on her face. I can handle myself. Chapter 11. An uneasy alliance. The silence in the sealed chamber was a physical presence, a heavy blanket woven from exhaustion and the faint, metallic tang of blood. It was a small, defiled sacristy, its stone walls lined with empty reliquaries and overturned candlesticks. A single bare bulb hummed overhead, casting a jaundiced light that made the shadows in the corners writhe. Chris Redfield finally lowered his rifle, the weapon clattering against the stone floor as he closed the distance to his sister in 3 long strides. He pulled her into a hug that was less a gesture of affection and more a desperate act of confirmation, his arms wrapping around her with enough force to steal her breath. Claire, he breathed, his face buried in the matted fur of her hood. The smell of her, cold air, stale sweat, and the faint, clean scent of her own skin, was a lifeline in the suffocating darkness. What are you doing here? How? Claire stiffened for a second, her own arms coming up to pat his back awkwardly before returning the embrace. She pushed back gently but firmly, creating a sliver of space between them. Her eyes, red-rimmed but burning with a familiar, stubborn fire, met his. I could ask you the same thing. Terrace Save got a tip about a medical relief convoy that went dark. I came to find survivors. Her gaze flickered to the grotesque corpse of the deacon, which lay in a heap of twisted limbs and ruptured flesh just outside the chamber's heavy iron door. Found something else instead. Chris's relief curdled into a familiar, protective anger. His hands moved to her shoulders, his grip tightening. A tip? Claire, this isn't a relief mission. This is a war zone. You should have called for backup. For us. And have you tell me to stay home? She shot back, shrugging off his hands. I'm not a kid anymore, Chris. I've seen my share of monsters. I can handle myself. The words were a shield, a testament to years spent forging her own identity in his colossal shadow. The tension between them was a taut wire, vibrating with unspoken history and the raw terror of what had almost happened. Across the room, Leon S. Kennedy watched the reunion with a detached curiosity, his pistol still held in a low-ready position. He leaned against a stone altar, his posture deceptively relaxed. His gaze shifted from the siblings to the woman who was now methodically checking the seals on the chamber door. Jill Valentine. He knew the name, of course. Everyone in their line of work did. Survivor of Raccoon City, of the Nemesis Project. A legend. Just like Redfield. She moved with a quiet, lethal grace that spoke of countless hours of training and a body that remembered trauma even when the mind tried to forget. Jill felt his eyes on her. She finished her inspection and turned, her own analytical gaze sweeping over him. He was younger than she expected, but the weariness in his eyes was ancient, a mirror to her own. He wasn't BSAA. The way he held his weapon, the lack of standard issue gear, spoke of a different kind of operator. Government, darker corners of the world. You Leon? She asked, her voice low and neutral. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Jill Valentine. Heard a lot about you. He didn't offer his hand, and neither did she. There was no need for pleasantries here. They were two old soldiers who had survived the same kinds of hells, a shared history that required no words, only a silent, wary respect. They were assets, resources to be evaluated in a mission gone spectacularly wrong. All right, that's enough, Jill said, her tone cutting through the Redfield sibling standoff. She gestured to the center of the room, where a dusty, tattered map of the region was spread across a stone plinth. We're all here. We're all alive. For now. Let's make it count. The four of them gathered around the map, the single bulb casting their faces in stark relief. The air was still thick with the emotional fallout of the reunion, but the grim reality of their situation began to reassert its dominance. Kuznetsov's main base of operations isn't this monastery, Leon began, tapping a finger on a location circled in red ink about 50 kilometers to the southwest. It's the Cathedral of St. Isaac the Divergent. It's a massive, decommissioned Orthodox complex. My intel suggests he's converted it into his fortress and his laboratory. He pulled a small, ruggedized tablet from his pack, its screen displaying a satellite image of a sprawling, snow-buried structure. He's got fanatics guarding the perimeter, but the real threat is inside. My mission was to get in, confirm the production of a bioaerosol weapon, and get out. Claire unslung her own pack, producing a small, silver hard drive. I think I can confirm that. She plugged it into a port on Leon's tablet. This was on a terminal in the monastery's infirmary. It's Kuznetsov's research log. Files began to populate the screen, their titles a litany of horrors. Project Theophany, somatic transfiguration, faith as a vector. Chris leaned in, his brow furrowed. Theophany? That's what he calls this plague? It's more than a plague, Claire said, her voice grim. She scrolled through a file filled with disturbing psychological profiles. The virus doesn't just rewrite the body, it hijacks the mind. It targets the parts of the brain associated with belief and devotion. It turns faith into a weapon, creating fanatics who are utterly immune to reason or fear. They don't just follow Kuznetsov, they worship him as a prophet. Jill's expression hardened, a flicker of old pain crossing her features. She knew all too well what it was like to have her mind violated, to be a passenger in her own body. So the cult isn't just a mob, it's an army, and every new victim is a new soldier. And they're building more than just soldiers, Chris added, his voice low and dangerous. We fought one of his deacons downstairs. It was a BOW, a heavily mutated enforcer. He's creating a command structure. The pieces clicked together with horrifying clarity. The monastery wasn't just a church. It was a recruitment center. The town wasn't just a casualty. It was a proving ground. Kuznetsov wasn't just a terrorist. He was a messianic general marshalling a holy army of the damned. He's not just building a cult, Leon stated, echoing their collective thoughts. He's building an army. And that aerosol bomb isn't for a threat. It's for a sermon. The target was obvious. Moscow, a city of millions, ripe for a holy conversion that would create an army of mutants overnight, a nation-sized BOW that would bring the world to its knees. The countdown wasn't just the spread of the infection, it was the timer on Kuznetsov's bomb. Claire scrolled further down the research log, her finger tracing a line of text. There's something else here, a section on latency. She looked up, her eyes wide with a new, more personal kind of dread. It says the virus can lie dormant for up to 12 hours after initial exposure. Asymptomatic. Jill's gaze sharpened. She took the tablet from Claire, her eyes scanning the clinical detached text with the speed of a trained analyst. Latency phase. Subject may remain asymptomatic for up to 12 hours. Early indicators include photosensitivity and auditory hallucinations. Psychological resequencing begins at a microscopic level, preparing the host for the stigmata stage. The stigmata, the word hung in the air, heavy with blasphemy and biological horror. The first visible sign, the weeping cracks in the skin that heralded the end of self. A sudden, profound silence fell over the chamber. The faint hum of the bulb seemed to grow louder, a buzzing in their ears. They had all been exposed. They had all breathed the dust of this place, been splashed with the fluids of the infected, fought in close quarters where the air was thick with viral particles. The battle in the crypts, the desperate flight through the monastery halls. Any of it could have been the moment of infection. Jill looked up slowly, her gaze drifting over her companions. Chris was staring at the tablet, his jaw clenched so tight a muscle twitched in his cheek. Leon was looking at his own hands, turning them over as if expecting to see something crawling beneath his skin. Claire was hugging herself, a gesture of self-preservation that was suddenly terrifyingly inadequate. We need to check, Jill said, her voice quiet but carrying the weight of a death sentence. Right now. The unspoken question was how? What did they even look for? A faint rash? A change in temperature? The paranoia was a virus in itself, a psychological contagion spreading faster than Theophany ever could. Trust, the most precious and fragile currency they possessed, was suddenly devalued to zero. Each of them became a potential threat, a ticking time bomb wearing a familiar face. The uneasy alliance that had just been forged was now balanced on the edge of a knife, threatened not by an army outside, but by the enemy that might already be lurking within. Chapter 12. The whisper of doubt. The rhythmic tramp of boots against stone faded into the monastery's deepening gloom, leaving the four survivors in a silence that felt heavy, suffocating. The zealots had passed, their guttural psalms echoing down the corridor like the death throes of the building itself. In the sacristy, the tension that had spiked to a breaking point didn't dissipate. It merely calcified, turning the air between them into something brittle and sharp. Chris lowered his rifle, the barrel dipping toward the floor, but his finger remained curled against the trigger guard. He looked at Claire, then at Leon and Jill, the soldier's instinct to assess the battlefield warring with the brother's desperation to protect his own. The scrutiny in his eyes wasn't lost on anyone. "We can't stay here," Chris said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the soles of their boots. "Kuznetsov knows we're in the building. He's flushing us out." "We need to warn them," Claire said, stepping forward, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. She clutched the hard drive she had recovered like a shield. "The BSAA, the DSO, everyone. If that bomb goes airborne over Moscow, containment isn't an option anymore. It's an extinction event." "Com array is our best bet," Leon added, holstering his pistol and checking the load on his shotgun. He leaned against a stone pillar, wiping a smear of black blood from his sleeve. "If this place was a monastery, it had a link to the outside world. We just need to find it and get it powered up." Jill nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows of the room. She rubbed her left wrist again, a subtle, repetitive motion, her thumb pressing hard into the vein just below the palm. It was a nervous tick, a way to ground herself. But Leon's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized that gesture. He had seen it in survivors of Raccoon City, in agents who had been exposed to mind-altering agents and were terrified that their own hands were no longer their own to command. He filed the observation away, a cold stone settling in his gut. "There's a bell tower," Jill said, dropping her hand and forcing her voice to sound professional. "Usually, the communications hub is centralized near the highest point for the signal range. It's a straight shot up the north transept." "Then we move," Chris ordered. He shouldered his rifle, his gaze lingering on Claire for a fraction of a second too long. "Stay tight. Watch your sectors. And if anyone hesitates or acts strange, you speak up. We can't afford doubts." The irony of his statement hung in the cold air as they moved out. The monastery was a labyrinth of ice and desecration. The hallways were lined with frescoes that had been vandalized, the faces of saints scratched away and replaced with crude biological diagrams in charcoal and blood. The temperature dropped as they climbed, the stone walls sweating with a layer of frost that crunched under their boots. The smell of the place had shifted from the copper tang of fresh blood to the sickly sweet odor of rotting meat and incense, a cloying perfume that coated the back of the throat. They reached the communications room without incident, a testament to the enemy's focus elsewhere, or perhaps a deliberate trap. The room was circular, lined with humming server racks that looked decades old, and dominated by a massive, shortwave radio console encased in a wooden housing carved with religious iconography. "Power's dead," Jill said, moving to a junction box on the wall. She pulled a multi-tool from her belt, her movements efficient and practiced. "Main grid is down, probably cut when Kuznetsov took over." "There's a backup generator," Leon said, spotting a heavy lead-lined door in the corner. He gestured to Chris, and together they shoved the heavy slab aside. Inside, a diesel engine sat silent, cold to the touch. "Fuel lines are intact, just needs a spark." While Chris and Leon worked on the generator, Claire moved to the console. She pulled the hard drive from her pocket and began to interface it with the archaic system, her fingers flying across the grease-sticky keys. Jill watched her, then turned back to the junction box. As Jill worked, the silence of the room was broken only by the click of tools and the heavy breathing of exhausted soldiers. Leon, wiping grease from his hands, glanced over at Jill. She was staring at the wires in front of her, but her left hand had drifted to her wrist again. Her thumb was rubbing the skin, hard, rhythmic. It wasn't just a rub. It was a scratch. She was digging her thumbnail into the skin, trying to feel something, trying to break through a numbness that might not even be there. "Jill," Leon said softly. She jumped, her hand snapping away from her wrist as if burned. She looked at him, her eyes wide for a split second before narrowing into a mask of professionalism. "What?" "You're rubbing your wrist," Leon said, keeping his voice low so the others wouldn't hear over the generator's mechanical coughing. "You've been doing it since the sacristy." "It's just a sprain," Jill lied smoothly, too smoothly. She flexed her fingers, demonstrating a range of motion that looked perfectly normal. "Took a bad fall getting into the compound. It's nothing." Leon stared at her. He had seen the T-virus up close. He knew how it started. The tingling, the loss of sensation, the feeling that your limbs were foreign objects attached to your body. And he knew Theophany's profile from Claire's briefing. It attacked the nervous system first, severing the connection between the will and the flesh before the physical mutations began. "If you're compromised," Leon started, his hand drifting toward his holster. "I'm not." Jill cut him off, her voice hard as flint. She turned back to the wires, her posture rigid. "Focus on the generator, Leon. We need this signal." Leon held her gaze for a moment longer, the distrust blooming between them like a dark flower. He nodded slowly, turning back to the machine. But the seed was planted. The team was fractured, and they hadn't even fired a shot yet. With a sputtering roar, the generator coughed to life, filling the room with the smell of diesel exhaust and the vibration of machinery. Overhead, lights flickered on, bathing the circular room in a harsh, sterile white glow. The console in front of Claire hummed, dials lighting up in a wash of amber and green. "I've got power!" Claire shouted over the noise. "I'm booting the uplink. It's an old military frequency, but I think I can boost the gain enough to reach a satellite." "Get it done," Chris said, moving to the door. He took up a guard position, his rifle scanning the hallway. "We don't have much time." The minutes stretched, agonizingly slow. The static on the radio speaker crackled like white noise, a hissing serpent that promised nothing but emptiness. Claire typed furiously, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Come on," she whispered. "Talk to me." Suddenly, the static broke. A voice, distorted and distant, cut through the interference. "Unidentified sector. Identify. This is Russian Federation Air Defense." "This is Claire Redfield, Terrasave," she yelled into the microphone, not waiting for protocol. "I am with BSAA agents Redfield and Valentine and DSO agent Kennedy. We have critical intel on a bioterrorist threat in Sector 4. Theophany virus, it's going airborne." The response was immediate, filled with hostility and panic. "Terrasave! This is a restricted military zone. You are in violation of Federation sovereignty. Stand down or be fired upon." "Listen to me!" Claire screamed, her knuckles white as she gripped the console. "General Kuznetsov has an aerosol bomb. He intends to deploy it over Moscow. You have to stop the airstrike. You have to listen." Before she could say more, the heavy steel door of the communications room buckled. It wasn't a knock. It was an impact. The metal groaned, the hinges shrieking as something massive slammed into it from the outside. Dust showered down from the ceiling as the reinforced plate bowed inward. "They're here!" Chris roared, swinging his rifle toward the door. "Jill! Leon! Flank!" The door exploded inward. It wasn't just a patrol this time. It was a wave of fanatics, a tide of ragged robes and mutated flesh pouring through the breach. They didn't shout. They moaned, a low, collective sound of religious ecstasy that chilled the blood. Leading them were two hulking creatures, their skin split open to reveal muscle that glistened with a bioluminescent, oily sheen. Theophany's stigmata stage made manifest. "Open fire!" Chris yelled. The room erupted into chaos. The sound of automatic weapons fire in the enclosed space was deafening, a physical blow that hammered against the eardrums. Shell casings clattered onto the stone floor, dancing like metallic hail. The smell of cordite mixed instantly with the sickly, sweet rot of the infected. Leon pumped his shotgun, the boom rhythmic and devastating, blowing the first fanatic back into the hallway. "Reloading!" he shouted, ducking behind a server rack. Jill was a blur of motion, her dual pistols barking with precision. She aimed for the knees, the heads, dropping targets with economy of movement. But she was slower than usual, her reaction time just a fraction off. A hesitation that Leon noticed with a sinking heart. Claire was trapped behind the console, unable to reach the exit without crossing the kill zone. She drew her high power, firing single shots at the encroaching horde. But the slide locked back. Empty. "I'm out." "Hold on!" Chris roared. He stepped into the center of the room, his assault rifle spitting death. He was a wall of muscle and rage, cutting down the fanatics as they tried to swarm. He saw one of the massive mutants raise a rusted axe to cleave Jill in two and pivoted, unloading a full magazine into the creature's chest. It fell with a wet thud. But the numbers were overwhelming. A fanatic, its face half melted away, revealing the skull beneath, scrambled over the pile of bodies. It wasn't attacking Chris or Leon. It was lunging for the console. For Claire. "Claire! Look out!" Chris screamed. Claire turned, grabbing a heavy metal chair and swinging it. It connected with the fanatic's head, crushing bone, but the creature didn't stop. It lashed out, its claws raking across the console. A pipe running along the wall behind it ruptured, spraying a high-pressure jet of steam and fluid. It wasn't steam. It was a cooling line for the mainframe, filled with a viscous, glowing fluid used in the monastery's biological experiments. The fluid sprayed across Claire's chest and face, coating her in a shimmering, luminescent slime. She gasped, wiping her eyes, stinging and blinded. "Chris, I can't see." Time seemed to warp and slow. Chris saw his sister covered in the glowing ichor. He saw the fanatic raising its claws for a killing blow. And in that split second, the tactical data in his mind, the years of training, the distinction between friendly and hostile, the rules of engagement, evaporated. All he saw was the threat. All he saw was the potential for her to turn, right there, right in front of him. He raised his rifle. His finger tightened on the trigger. He was going to shoot. Not the fanatic. Her. "No!" Leon shouted. Leon saw the shift in Chris's stance. He saw the barrel drift toward Claire. He didn't think. He moved. He tackled Chris, his shoulder driving into the big man's ribs with the force of a freight train. They crashed into a server rack, sparks showering down as the rifle discharged into the ceiling. The bullet chipped stone, sending shrapnel raining down, missing Claire by inches. "Get off me!" Chris bellowed, shoving Leon away. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wild, his chest heaving. "She's exposed! She's covered in it! She's not infected yet!" Leon yelled, stepping between Chris and Claire, his shotgun leveled at Chris's chest. "Look at her, Chris! She's scared, not turning!" Claire stood frozen, the glowing fluid dripping from her chin. She looked at her brother, the man who had always protected her, now looking at her with the eyes of a stranger. A hunter. "Chris," she whispered, her voice trembling. The silence that fell over the room was louder than the gunfire had been. The remaining fanatics lay dead or dying on the floor. The only sound was the hum of the generator and the ragged breathing of the 4 survivors. Chris lowered his rifle, the rage draining out of him, replaced by a cold, hollow horror. He looked at Claire, really looked at her, and saw the terror in her eyes. He realized what he had almost done. The guilt hit him like a physical blow, dropping him to one knee. "Claire!" he choked out. I thought—" "I know," she said, her voice hard, though tears were mixing with the glowing slime on her face. "We all thought it. That's the point, isn't it?" Jill stepped forward, keeping her distance from everyone, her hand hovering near her holster. "We need to finish the transmission," she said, her voice devoid of emotion, "before they cut the line." Claire turned back to the console, wiping her face on her sleeve, trying to scrub away the glowing evidence of her potential damnation. She keyed the mic. "This is Redfield! Do you copy?" she screamed into the static. "We are under attack. The bomb is real. You have to abort any airstrike on this coordinate. I repeat, abort." The speaker crackled. A new voice cut through, cold, mechanical, and devoid of hope. "This is FSB Central Command to all units in the Siberian quarantine zone. Operation Purge is authorized. Scorch Protocol is in effect. Impact in T-6 hours. God save Russia." "What?" Claire's breath hitched. "No, wait, you can't." Good luck, agents. You are on your own." The line went dead. The console sparked, the surge from the battle frying the circuits. The room plunged into a dim emergency twilight, the only light coming from the dying glow of the server racks and the faint luminescence of the fluid on Claire's jacket. 6 hours. Leon looked at Chris, then at Jill, who was rubbing her wrist again, harder than ever. He looked at Claire, standing in the center of the room, marked by the enemy. "They're not coming to get us," Leon said, his voice grim. "They're coming to bury us." Chris stood up, the soldier returning, but the brother was broken. He slung his rifle, his face a mask of stone. "Then we stop Kuznetsov. We stop the bomb. And we get out before the sky falls on us." He looked at Claire, his eyes pleading for forgiveness that he had no right to ask for. "Can you fight?" Claire wiped the last of the slime from her cheek, her expression hardening into something terrifyingly resolute. "I don't have a choice." "Then let's move," Chris said, turning toward the door. "The cathedral is 3 miles east. We run." Chapter 13. The Road to the Cathedral. The engine of the stolen Gaz 3901 transport truck roared to life, a guttural beast awakening in the monastery's silent motor pool. The sound was a physical blow in the frigid air, a promise of violence that shattered the sacred stillness. Chris was behind the wheel, his knuckles white on the cold rubber, his eyes fixed on the arched gateway leading out into the blizzard. He didn't look in the rearview mirror. He couldn't bear to see Claire's face, or Leon's judgment, or the shadow of his own failure. "Strap in," he grunted, the words barely audible over the engine's growl. "This is going to be rough." Jill was already in the gunner's cupola atop the armored cabin, her body a tense coil as she manned the heavy cord machine gun. The wind whipped at her short hair, and the smell of cordite and cold steel filled her senses. She scanned the monastery walls, her movements economical, precise. But Leon, watching from the passenger seat, saw the slight, almost imperceptible tremor in her hand as she adjusted her grip. He said nothing, but the observation settled in his gut like a stone. Claire sat behind Chris, her arms wrapped around herself. The parka, still damp with the Theophany fluid, felt like a shroud. Every shift of the fabric against her skin sent a jolt of phantom sensation, a memory of the splash, the burn, the look in her brother's eyes. She forced herself to breathe, the air frosting in front of her face. She had to be strong. She had to be a survivor. Leon sat beside her, his body angled toward the back, his handgun resting on his thigh. He was the rear guard, the eyes in the back of their heads. He met Chris's gaze in the mirror for a fraction of a second. A silent, grim acknowledgement. They were a unit. But they were broken. And they were about to be tested. "Hold on," Chris said again, and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The truck, a 10-ton behemoth designed for Siberian hellscapes, lurched forward, its massive tires chewing through the snow and ice. They burst through the monastery gates and into the full fury of the storm. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. The wind howled, a spectral chorus that seemed to call their names. Snow hammered the windshield, the wipers fighting a losing battle against the deluge. The only guide was the GPS map on Claire's wrist computer, a tiny, defiant island of light in the overwhelming darkness. They were a half-mile out when the first pursuit vehicle appeared. It was a modified snowmobile, its engines screaming, a single rider hunched over the handlebars. A spotlight mounted on the front cut through the blizzard, blinding them. "Jill!" Chris yelled, his voice tight with concentration. The cord machine gun opened up, a deafening, rhythmic thump, thump, thump that vibrated through the entire truck. The tracer rounds stitched a line of red across the snow, impacting the snowmobile in a shower of sparks and ice. The vehicle exploded, a silent, brilliant orange bloom in the whiteout. "Nice shot," Leon muttered, his eyes already scanning for the next threat. They didn't have to wait long. 2 more snowmobiles flanked them, weaving through the skeletal trees that lined the path. Their riders weren't just zealots, they were mutated, their forms elongated and distorted, their faces frozen in rictuses of fanatical glee. They fired antiquated rifles, the bullets pinging off the truck's armored plating with useless, angry sounds. "I can't get a clean shot," Jill shouted over the wind and the gunfire. "They're too close." "Chris! On your left!" Claire yelled, pointing. A third vehicle, a heavily armored dune buggy with spiked tires, burst from the tree line, trying to ram them. Chris wrenched the wheel, the truck groaning in protest as it swerved. The buggy missed, ploughing into a snowdrift. But the maneuver forced them toward a ravine, the edge of the road crumbling away into darkness. "More coming from behind," Leon reported, his voice calm despite the chaos. He rolled down his window, the icy air blasting into the cabin. He leaned out, his handgun barking twice. A pursuing snowmobile swerved wildly, its rider slumping over the handlebars before veering into a tree. The chase was a brutal, high-speed ballet of destruction. The truck was a tank, but it was a target. Chris drove with a ferocity that bordered on suicidal, using the vehicle's mass as a weapon, ramming one snowmobile off the road and crushing it against a rock formation. The sound of grinding metal and breaking bone was sickening, even over the storm. Jill continued to lay down suppressing fire, the heavy gun kicking against her shoulder. But her accuracy was off. A long burst went wide, chewing up a hillside instead of the target. Leon saw it. He saw her pause, her hand going to her wrist, rubbing it almost unconsciously before she gripped the gun again. It was a tick, a tell. In any other situation, it would be a sign of stress. Here, it was a potential death sentence for all of them. The terrain grew more treacherous. The path narrowed, forcing them into a canyon. The walls of rock rose on either side, funneling them, cutting off their escape routes. This was an ambush. "Up ahead!" Claire shouted, her voice sharp with alarm. The canyon was blocked. A massive steel gate, part of an old Soviet checkpoint, had been lowered across the road, and behind it, figures were moving. More of Kuznetsov's fanatics, setting up a heavy machine gun of their own. "We're trapped!" Jill yelled from the cupola. "No, we're not!" Chris grunted. "Leon, the grenade launcher!" Leon was already moving. He grabbed the underslung grenade launcher from his rifle, bracing himself against the doorframe. The truck was still moving, bouncing wildly. He aimed through the swirling snow, the gate a dark shape in the distance. He fired. The grenade arced through the air, a black speck against the white, and struck the gate's control mechanism. The explosion was muffled by the storm, but effective. The gate shuddered, sparks flying, and began to rise, slowly, agonizingly. "Go! Go! Go!" Leon yelled. Chris floored it. The truck shot forward just as the fanatics opened fire. Bullets ricocheted off the hood and the windshield, spiderwebbing the reinforced glass. Jill returned fire, her cord tearing through the cultists, their bodies disappearing in the red haze of tracer fire. They blasted through the gate just as it reached its apex, the top of the truck scraping the steel with a deafening shriek. They were through. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the engine and the wind. They drove on, the adrenaline slowly ebbing, leaving a hollow, aching void in its wake. The blizzard began to subside slightly, the snowfall lessening, the visibility improving to a few hundred yards. They were on a flat, open expanse now, a frozen plain leading toward a dark line on the horizon. The river. Claire took a deep, shuddering breath. The immediate danger had passed. Now came the waiting. She unzipped her parka, her fingers numb and clumsy. She pulled up the sleeve of her thermal shirt, exposing her forearm. The skin was pale, almost blue from the cold. She ran her other hand over it, feeling for the slightest abnormality, for the cracks, for the weeping, luminescent ichor of the stigmata. Nothing. Her skin was smooth, unbroken. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It was relief, but it was a thin, fragile thing. The virus had an incubation period. It could be hours or days, or it could already be inside her, rewriting her, turning her into one of them, and she wouldn't even know it until it was too late. She pulled her sleeve back down, the paranoia a cold knot in her stomach. She looked at her brother's rigid back, the tension in his shoulders. He was trying to protect her, but in doing so, he had broken something between them that might never be fixed. An hour passed in tense silence. The landscape grew more desolate, the snow unbroken except for their tire tracks. The cathedral was closer now, a dark, spired silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. But so was something else. "Leon," Chris said, his voice low. "How close?" Leon was watching the rearview mirror, his expression grim. "Close. 2 vehicles, maybe more. They're not gaining, but they're not falling back either. They're herding us." He was right. They were being driven, pushed toward a specific location. Kuznetsov wasn't just trying to kill them, he was orchestrating their final approach. The frozen river appeared without warning, a vast, shimmering expanse of white ice that stretched for miles, a scar cutting through the black, rock-strewn mountains. It was beautiful and terrifying, and it was a dead end. "There's no other way across," Claire said, her voice tight as she studied the map on her computer. "The ice is unstable. The satellite scans show major fractures. We can't drive on it." Chris slowed the truck, the engine rumbling as they reached the riverbank. He scanned the horizon, his eyes searching. And then he saw it. To the east, perhaps a mile away, a skeletal line of steel and concrete spanned the river. A bridge. An old Soviet-era supply bridge, rusted and crumbling. A relic of a forgotten age. "That's our way," Chris said, pointing. "It's not going to hold," Jill shouted down from the cupola, her voice thin in the cold air. She had seen it too. "It's a death trap." "It's the only way," Chris said, his voice flat, final. He looked in the rearview mirror, not at Claire, but at the 2 specks growing larger behind them. "Hold on." He turned the truck, aiming it toward the bridge. The engine roared as he accelerated, the massive tires biting into the snow. The pursuit vehicles, seeing their move, put on a burst of speed. The race was on. The bridge grew larger, more menacing with every passing second. The steel girders were coated in rust and ice. The concrete piers cracked and spalled. Huge sections of the roadway had fallen away, leaving only a narrow, treacherous path. It looked like the skeleton of some long-dead leviathan. "They're closing fast!" Leon yelled, loading a fresh magazine into his handgun. "They'll be on us before we're halfway across." Chris didn't answer. He was focused, his entire being concentrated on the narrowing ribbon of death ahead. The truck hit the approach ramp, the suspension groaning in protest. The sound of the tires on the steel grating was a deafening roar, a high-pitched scream that vibrated through their bones. The first of the pursuing vehicles, a dune buggy, reached the bridge behind them. A figure stood up in the passenger seat, aiming a rocket launcher. "Jill!" Chris bellowed. Jill swung the cord around, the heavy gun traversing the cupola. She opened fire, the stream of bullets impacting the buggy and the rocket launcher-wielding fanatic in a storm of lead and fire. The rocket launched anyway, a streak of fire that screamed past their cab and exploded against a girder ahead of them. The bridge shuddered violently, a rain of rust and ice pelting the windshield. The structure groaned, a deep, agonized sound of metal giving way. A section of the roadway behind them collapsed, plunging into the icy river below. The buggy, caught in the collapse, vanished with a final metallic shriek. But the second vehicle, a larger, armored truck, was still coming. And it was gaining. Chris pushed the engine harder, the truck screaming as it hurtled across the collapsing bridge. They could see the other side now, so close, yet so far away. The bridge ahead looked even worse, the steel supports twisted and warped. "We're not going to make it," Claire shouted, her hands braced against the seat in front of her. "We have to," Chris said, through gritted teeth. The truck skidded to a halt at the edge of the precipice, the snow swirling around them like a shroud. Ahead, the frozen river stretched out, a scar of white ice cutting through the black mountains. The only way across was a skeletal ruin of steel and concrete, the old Soviet supply bridge. It looked ready to collapse under its own weight, let alone the weight of their armored transport. Behind them, the roar of engines grew louder. Kuznetsov's hunters weren't letting them go. "It's not going to hold," Jill shouted over the wind, looking at the rusted strut. "It's a death trap." "It's the only way," Chris said, gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. "Hold on!" Chapter 14. The Saint of the Bridge. The roar of the pursuing truck's engine cut out, replaced by a high-pitched, inhuman shriek that tore through the storm. A shadow fell over them, vast and leathery. Something was descending from the bruised twilight sky, not with the grace of a bird, but with the horrifying bulk of a fallen angel made of bone and sinew. It landed on the center of the bridge, its clawed feet punching through the steel grating. The entire structure groaned, tilting precariously. It was a mockery of a saint, its body a canvas of pulsating mutation, its wings tattered and leathery, and its face a twisted mask of religious ecstasy. A saint. Kuznetsov's ultimate weapon. It opened its mouth, and a sound like 1,000 screaming souls echoed across the frozen river. The fight for the bridge had just become a prayer for survival. "Get out, now!" Leon yelled, kicking his door open before the truck had fully settled. He rolled onto the grating, the impact jarring his teeth, his Sentinel-9 already in his hand. The cold bit at his exposed face, a sharp contrast to the hot adrenaline flooding his veins. Claire was right behind him, her high power drawn, her eyes wide but focused. She scrambled for cover behind a thick, rusted support pylon, the wind whipping her red hair across her face. Chris vaulted over the hood, his assault rifle a comforting weight in his hands. He took up a position behind the disabled truck's engine block, the metal groaning as the Saint shifted its weight. "Jill, on that thing! Now!" Chris roared, his voice raw. From the cupola, Jill didn't need the command. She was already swiveling the heavy cord machine gun, the cold steel numbing her fingers through her thin gloves. She braced herself, the world narrowing to the iron sight and the monstrous figure at the center of her rage. The Saint was a nightmare of fused flesh and twisted scripture. Its skin was a mottled grey, stretched tight over a frame that was too large, too wrong. Golden ichor, like liquid stigmata, wept from cracks in its chest, tracing patterns that resembled orthodox iconography. Its wings, vast and bat-like, were tattered and frayed, Yet they beat the air with enough force to send gusts of snow and ice skittering across the bridge. The saint tilted its head, its multifaceted eyes glowing with a fanatical, internal light. It ignored the cultists now spilling from the stopped transport at the far end of the bridge. Its gaze was fixed on them. On Jill. A low, guttural chant rumbled in its chest, a perversion of a holy hymn. "Light it up!" Leon shouted, his pistol barking twice. The 9mm rounds sparked harmlessly against the creature's hide, doing little more than drawing its attention. The saint's head snapped toward Leon. It took a thunderous step, the bridge shuddering violently under the impact. A section of grating 10 feet to Leon's left gave way, plunging into the dark, icy water below with a crash of twisting metal. "It's too heavy!" Claire yelled over the wind, firing a controlled burst from her pistol. "The bridge won't take it!" "We don't have to take it," Chris countered, raising his rifle. "We just have to kill it." He opened fire, a controlled 3-round burst aimed at the creature's chest. The rounds punched through the weeping Ecor, but the saint barely flinched, its flesh seeming to knit itself closed, even as the wounds formed. It was like shooting at living concrete. Then Jill opened up. The cord machine gun erupted in a deafening roar, a torrent of 12.7mm fire that tore through the blizzard. The heavy rounds stitched a line across the saint's torso, and this time the beast reacted. It shrieked, a sound of agony and fury, stumbling back a step. Golden ichor sprayed across the snow, sizzling like acid. The bridge groaned, the steel cables overhead singing with tension. For a moment it seemed they might actually bring it down with brute force. But the saint was more than just a brute. It unfurled one of its tattered wings, not to fly, but like a shield. The heavy rounds impacted the leathery membrane with a series of wet, percussive thuds, failing to penetrate. The creature took another step forward, its chant growing louder, more insistent. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of dread. Leon felt a pressure building behind his eyes, a whisper at the edge of his mind, a siren song of faith and purpose. Join us. Become pure. "Shake it off!" He grunted, shaking his head to clear it. He saw Claire wince, pressing a hand to her temple. The psychic attack was real. The cultists were advancing now, a dozen of them scrambling over the ice and onto the bridge, their own weapons raised. They were human, for now, but their eyes held the same fanatical glow as the saint. They were a distraction, a tide of flesh meant to overwhelm them while the main predator closed in. "Chris!" "The cultists!" Claire warned, her voice tight. She took careful aim, dropping one of the fanatics with a shot to the head. Another took its place. "I see them!" Chris snarled, switching his fire. He laid down a suppressing burst, forcing the cultists to take cover behind the bridge's railings. It was a temporary solution. They were being flanked, pinned down by a mob on one side and a monster on the other. The bridge itself was a third enemy, its structure failing with every passing second. Leon's mind raced, his tactical training cutting through the fear and the psychic pressure. The saint was tough, but it wasn't invincible. Jill's heavy fire had hurt it. The wings were a defense, but they were also a target. And the bridge was their only advantage. "Jill, aim for the joints, the knees, the elbows," Leon commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Chris, keep the cultists off her back. Claire, you're on overwatch. Watch the cables." His orders were sharp, precise, a lifeline in the storm. Chris, for once, didn't argue. He simply complied, his rifle fire becoming more methodical, more precise. Jill adjusted her aim, the cord's barrel tracking down to the saint's tree trunk legs. The machine gun roared again, and this time, the heavy rounds found their mark. The saint's left knee exploded in a shower of bone and ichor. The beast bellowed, its leg buckling. It crashed to one knee, the impact sending a shockwave through the entire bridge. A massive crack shot through the ice beneath them, a jagged line of doom. The psychic pressure intensified. Leon felt a wave of nausea, his vision blurring at the edges. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the creature's weak points. The wings. They were anchored to its back. If they could sever one... "The wings! Go for the anchor points!" he yelled. Jill was already on it. She traversed the gun upward, aiming for the thick, muscular base of the creature's right wing. The cord chattered, spewing death. The saint twisted, trying to shield itself, but it was too slow, too clumsy on its ruined leg. The heavy rounds tore into the wing's joint, and with a final, deafening roar, the entire appendage ripped free. The leathery membrane, still twitching, flopped onto the steel grating with a wet slap. The saint screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. It thrashed wildly, its one good wing beating the air in a frenzy. The bridge shuddered violently, a high-pitched screech of protesting metal filling the air. Huge bolts popped from their moorings, flying through the air like shrapnel. They were running out of time. "It's working! Keep it up!" Chris shouted, emptying his magazine into the advancing cultists, clearing a temporary gap. But the wounded saint was now more dangerous than ever. It was cornered, and it knew it. It abandoned its chant, its multifaceted eyes burning with pure hatred. It pushed itself up on its one good leg, its massive claws digging into the steel grating for support. It looked from Jill in the turret to Chris behind the truck, and then its gaze fell upon Leon, standing relatively exposed near the center of the span. It made its choice. With a surge of terrifying speed, the saint lunged. It didn't run. It propelled itself forward with a powerful thrust of its remaining wing, covering 20 feet in a single, horrifying bound. It ignored Chris, ignored the heavy machine gun, its target clear. "Leon, look out!" Claire screamed. Leon looked up to see a wall of teeth and claws descending upon him. He threw himself sideways, his body hitting the steel grating hard. The saint's claws where he had been standing a second before, punching through the metal as if it were paper. The creature was on him, its maw open, the stench of rot and incense washing over him. He rolled, bringing his pistol up, but a clawed hand swatted it away, sending the Sentinel-9 skittering across the ice into the darkness below. He was unarmed, exposed. He drew his combat knife, a pathetic, desperate gesture. The saint loomed over him, its shadow engulfing him. It raised its other claw, ready to crush him. Then Chris was there. He didn't shout, he didn't hesitate, he just acted. With a roar that matched the creature's own, he charged, ramming his rifle's bayonet into the saint's side. The blade sank deep, and the beast howled, twisting away from Leon. It swiped at Chris, who barely managed to duck under the blow, the claws scraping sparks off the truck's armored hull. Jill saw her opening. The saint was turned, its back exposed. She centered the crosshairs on the base of its remaining wing. "Eat this," she whispered, and squeezed the trigger. The cord roared one last time. The volley of heavy rounds tore into the creature's back, severing the final wing and punching clean through its torso. The saint froze, its body convulsing. A torrent of golden ichor poured from the catastrophic wound, flooding the bridge's grating. It let out a final, gurgling gasp, its fanatical light flickering and dying in its eyes. It was over. For a second, there was only the sound of the wind and the groaning of the bridge. The cultists, seeing their saint fall, hesitated, their fanatical fervor turning to confusion and fear. "We did it," Claire breathed, a wave of relief washing over her. "No," Leon said, pushing himself to his feet. "Not yet." He pointed. The saint, in its death throes, had fallen against the main suspension cable on the far side of the bridge. The cable, already under immense strain, was now frayed, snapping strand by strand. The entire structure was about to collapse. "We have to go! Now!" Chris yelled, grabbing Claire by the arm and pulling her toward the far side of the ravine. Jill was already scrambling out of the cupola, her movements stiff with cold and exhaustion. Leon was right behind her, his eyes scanning their path. They were less than 50 feet from the other side. They could make it. They ran. The steel grating buckled and warped beneath their feet. The cultists, realizing their doom, turned and fled back the way they came, a panicked, screaming mob. Leon was the last one to cross the most damaged section. He was 10 feet from solid ground when the final cable snapped with a sound like a thunderclap. The bridge didn't just fall, it folded. The center section plummeted, taking the truck, the dead saint, and the remaining cultists with it. Leon felt the ground drop out from under him. He leaped, his body stretching through the air, his fingers reaching for the icy concrete of the far abutment. He made it. His fingers caught the edge, his legs dangling over the chasm. He had a moment to feel a surge of triumph. Then a shadow fell over him. The dead saint's hand, still twitching with residual nerve impulses, had shot out and snagged his ankle. Its grip was like iron. He looked down into the creature's dead, multifaceted eyes and saw nothing but cold, mindless finality. "Leon!" Claire screamed, scrambling back to the edge. Chris was there in an instant, his rifle up. "Let go of him!" he roared, firing into the creature's arm. But it was no use. The saint's corpse was a dead weight, an anchor pulling him down. Leon felt his fingers slipping, the cold concrete scraping his skin raw. He looked up at Claire, at Chris, at Jill standing behind them, her face a pale mask. He saw the horror in their eyes. "Go!" he mouthed, the word stolen by the wind. "Get out of here!" His fingers lost their purchase. For a heart-stopping second he hung suspended by the creature's grip on his ankle. Then, with a final, sickening lurch, the saint's corpse slid from the collapsing bridge, dragging him down into the dark, icy water of the river below. The last thing Leon S. Kennedy saw was the shocked, devastated face of Claire Redfield, her scream swallowed by the blizzard as the icy blackness closed over his head. Chapter 15. A chill in the blood. The silence that followed the bridge's collapse was a physical weight pressing down on them in the blizzard's howling maw. It was a profound, hollow sound, the absence of a friend. Chris Redfield stood frozen at the edge of the precipice, his gloved hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles felt like they would shatter the skin. He stared down into the churning, dark water where the steel and ice had swallowed Leon whole. The image was burned into his retinas. Leon's last look, not of fear, but of grim acceptance. Another sacrifice on the altar of his failures. The guilt was a cold, heavy stone in his gut, colder than the Siberian air biting at his exposed face. He had led them here. He had pushed for this assault. And now Leon was gone. "Chris." Claire's voice was a raw whisper, brittle with grief. She stood beside him, her face pale, her eyes wide and fixed on the same spot of black water. Tears had frozen on her lashes, tiny crystals of sorrow. He's really gone. Chris couldn't answer. His throat was a knot of ice and regret. Every instinct screamed at him to do something, to dive into that frozen hell, to pull Leon back, to undo it. But he knew it was impossible. The current, the cold, the weight of that monstrous corpse. It was a fool's hope. He was a soldier, and he knew the brutal mathematics of survival. Leon was a negative number now, a casualty subtracted from their already slim chances. The weight of command, a burden he had carried for years, suddenly felt like a tombstone. "He's not gone," Claire said, her voice strengthening, forcing the words out through the tremor. "Not yet. Leon's a survivor. He's the toughest son of a bitch I know. If anyone could get out of that, it's him." She turned to face him, her eyes blazing with a desperate, defiant fire that cut through his despair. "He bought us time. We can't waste it standing here. We have to keep moving. We have to make this mean something." Her words were a lifeline thrown into his abyss of guilt. She was right. Leon wouldn't want them to die here, frozen in grief. He would want them to finish the mission, to stop Kuznetsov. Chris took a deep, shuddering breath, the air frigid in his lungs. He gave a short, sharp nod, the motion stiff and painful. "You're right." His voice was a low growl, stripped of all but its core purpose. "Let's go." He turned away from the chasm, forcing himself to look toward their objective. The cathedral loomed in the distance, a dark, jagged silhouette against the bruised sky. It looked less like a house of God and more like a fang jutting from the jaw of the earth. As he turned, his gaze fell on Jill. She stood a few feet away, her back to them, already scanning the path ahead. There were no tears on her face, no visible sign of grief. Her posture was rigid, her rifle held in a low-ready position that was pure, professional efficiency. She seemed detached, cold. "Jill?" Chris asked, his voice laced with an unspoken question. She turned her head, her expression unreadable in the gloom. "The main approach is compromised," she stated, her tone flat and clinical. "Kuznetsov will have patrols converging on the bridge collapse. We can't go that way." She pointed not toward the main road, but toward a steep, snow-covered embankment to their left, where a series of jagged rocks and skeletal trees created a treacherous, almost invisible path. "There's a service access here. Old maintenance tunnel for the city's aqueduct system. It runs beneath the western wall. It will be unguarded." Chris and Claire exchanged a look. How could she possibly know that? They had been working off old satellite imagery and intel that was hours old. Jill was speaking with a certainty that bordered on prescience. "How do you know that, Jill?" Claire asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Jill's gaze flickered to Claire, then back to the path. "I saw it on the schematics back at the outpost. It's a logical infiltration point. They'll be watching the obvious routes. We have to be smarter." Her explanation was plausible, but it didn't quite ring true. There was a coldness in her eyes, a focus that was too intense, too absolute. It was the look of a predator, not a grieving comrade. But they were out of options and out of time. The FSB's deadline was a ticking time bomb, and standing here debating Jill's tactical acumen was a luxury they couldn't afford. "Lead the way," Chris said, his voice firm. He fell in behind Jill, with Claire bringing up the rear, the three of them a grim, silent procession. The journey was a grueling trudge through a frozen hellscape. The wind howled around them, whipping snow into blinding, stinging clouds. The cold was a relentless enemy, seeping through their tactical gear, chilling them to the bone. Every step was a battle against the deep, powdery snow that threatened to swallow their boots. The silence between them was heavier than the blizzard, a void where Leon's cynical wit and Claire's determined optimism used to be. Now there was only the crunch of their boots, the whistle of the wind, and the thumping of their own hearts. Jill moved with an unnerving grace, her body flowing over the treacherous terrain as if she had walked this path 100 times. She never hesitated, never faltered. She guided them around hidden crevasses, under precariously hanging icicles the size of spears, and through dense thickets of frozen trees that scraped against their armor like skeletal claws. Her knowledge of the enemy patrol patterns was just as uncanny. She would hold up a hand, and they would freeze, melting into the shadows just moments before a squad of Kuznetsov's fanatical followers, their bodies twitching with early-stage mutations, would march past, chanting their guttural psalms. It was during one of these moments, pressed flat against a frozen rock outcropping, that Chris felt it. A strange, faint chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was an internal cold, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in his bones. He glanced at Claire, who was shivering, her breath misting in front of her face. He looked at Jill, standing perfectly still a few feet away. She wasn't shivering at all. She seemed almost comfortable in the cold, her body still as a statue, her eyes fixed on the passing patrol with an unnerving, predatory calm. The patrol moved on, their chants fading into the storm. "Let's go," Jill whispered, her voice barely carrying on the wind. They reached the base of the western wall an hour later. The service access was exactly where Jill had said it would be, a massive, circular iron door, nearly hidden by a cascade of ice and snow. It was covered in strange, blasphemous carvings, twisted saints weeping luminescent tears, their bodies contorted in agonizing prayer. The air around the door hummed with a low, sickening energy. "This is it," Jill said, placing a hand on the wheel lock. It was frozen solid. She didn't bother trying to force it. Instead, she pulled a small shaped charge from her pack. "Stand back." The explosion was muffled by the snow, a dull thump that shook the ground. The door blew inward, revealing a dark, gaping maw. The air that billowed out was thick with the smell of ozone, decay, and something else. Something cloyingly sweet, like incense burned over a corpse. "Stay sharp," Chris warned, switching on his tactical light. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a narrow, stone-lined tunnel. Water dripped from the ceiling, each drop echoing like a drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The walls were slick with a thin, iridescent film that shimmered in their lights. They moved in a tight formation, Chris on point, Jill in the middle, and Claire covering their rear. The tunnel was a claustrophobic nightmare, the air growing thicker and more foul the deeper they went. The humming grew stronger, a vibration they could feel in their teeth. Chris felt a prickle on the back of his neck, a sense of being watched that was more than just paranoia. He kept catching glimpses of movement in the corners of his vision, but when he turned, there was nothing but slick, dripping stone. Claire coughed behind him. "This air, it's hard to breathe." "It's the virus," Jill said, her voice eerily calm. "It's aerosolized. Low concentration. Not enough for full infection, but it affects the mind." She said it with the detached air of a scientist reading a data sheet, not a soldier breathing in a bioweapon. Chris's blood ran cold. He looked at Jill. Really looked at her. Her face was pale, but her eyes were clear. Too clear. They seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible glow in the dim light of his tactical lamp. He remembered her strange behavior on the path, her uncanny knowledge, her lack of shivering in the cold. A horrifying possibility began to dawn on him, a chill in the blood that had nothing to do with the Siberian winter. The stigmata stage, the first sign of infection. He had seen it in files, read the descriptions, the skin cracks, weeping a luminescent ichor. He hadn't seen it on her, but maybe she was hiding it. The fatal secret. The tunnel opened up into a vast cavernous space. They had emerged into the cathedral's nave. The sight stole the air from their lungs. It was a scene of utter desecration. The vaulted ceilings, once a testament to divine glory, were now covered in pulsating, fleshy growths that pulsed with a faint, sickly yellow light. The pews had been torn up and arranged in a series of concentric circles around the altar, like the rings of a diseased tree. And on the altar itself, it was the bomb, or rather its core, a massive, pulsating organ-like structure fused to the ancient stone of the altar. It was a grotesque fusion of technology and biology, a heart of writhing flesh and tangled wires, all encased in a shimmering energy field. Thick, translucent tubes ran from the organ into a series of canisters arranged around it, each one glowing with the same malevolent light. This was the heart of Theophany, the instrument of Moscow's damnation. The low hum they had been feeling was the thrum of this monstrous thing, counting down to its final, terrible purpose. "My God," Claire breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. "We have to destroy it," Chris said, his voice a low growl. He started forward, his rifle raised, his mind already calculating the best way to place the charges. "Stop," Jill said. Her voice was no longer calm. It was sharp, cold, and laced with an authority that brooked no argument. Chris froze, turning to her. "Jill, what are you doing?" "That's the target." She stood between him and the altar, her body blocking his path. Her rifle was no longer pointed at the floor. It was raised, aimed directly at his chest. "You don't understand," she said, her voice dropping to a reverent whisper. "This isn't a weapon. It's a miracle." And then Chris saw it. In the dim, pulsating light of the bomb core, her eyes were no longer just clear. They were glowing. A faint, fanatical light, the same sickly yellow as the organ on the altar. The chill in his blood turned to ice. The secret was out. The fatal secret had been exposed, and it was about to shatter them all. Chapter 16. The Prophet's Voice. The voice that boomed from the high pulpit was not the sound of a man, but the sound of a belief given form. It was amplified, rich with a charismatic resonance that seemed to vibrate in the very bones of the cathedral, yet it was laced with the cold steel of military command. It belonged to General Viktor Kuznetsov, and it dripped with a pride that was both paternal and predatory. "Well done, my first disciple," the voice crooned, echoing through the cavernous nave. "You have brought the unworthy to their place of judgment. Now, cleanse them in the holy fire." The words landed on Chris Redfield with the force of a physical blow. He stared at Jill, his mind struggling to reconcile the woman before him with the partner he had fought beside for years. The glowing yellow in her eyes wasn't just a reflection of the foul light from the bomb core. It was an internal fire, a fevered devotion that burned away the woman he knew. "You cannot defile this sacred place," she said, her voice a chilling blend of her own and something older, more resonant. "The Prophet has shown me the truth. This is not an end. It is a glorious beginning." Her finger tightened on the trigger. Chris's mind raced, searching for a way past the weapon, past the fanaticism, to the friend he had fought beside for years. But before he could speak, before Claire could raise her own pistol, Kuznetsov's voice returned, a sermon of damnation. "Since the monastery, my child," the general's voice explained, a taunting lilt to its tone, the first touch, a whisper in the blood. "You fought it, of course. Your will is strong. But Theophany is not a simple plague. It is a revelation. It finds the cracks in your soul, the grief, the guilt, and it fills them with purpose. You brought them here, Jill. Not as a prisoner, but as a guide. You led them to their salvation." Monastery. The word struck Chris like a bullet. The frantic firefight, the close quarters, the blood spray. He remembered Jill taking a graze on her arm, dismissing it as a scratch. He remembered her growing quiet in the days that followed, her tactical assessments becoming unnervingly precise, her focus absolute. He had mistaken it for trauma, for the weight of their mission. It had been the first whisper of the infection, a seed of faith planted in the fertile ground of her exhaustion. "Jill, no," Claire pleaded, her voice trembling. She took a half step forward, her own handgun lowered, a gesture of desperate supplication. "That's not you. Fight it. Remember who you are." Jill's head tilted, a flicker of something, confusion, pain, crossing her features before the fanatical glow reasserted itself. "I remember everything," she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "I remember the lies, the endless, pointless war, the bodies of the people we couldn't save. The Prophet has washed me clean of that burden. He has given me clarity. Her gaze shifted back to Chris, her aim unwavering. And he has given me this task. To purify the last of the old world's champions. The air crackled with tension. The pulsating bomb on the altar cast long, dancing shadows that made the defiled icons on the walls seem to writhe. The smell of ozone and something sickly, sweet, like rotting lilies, filled the space. Chris knew he had seconds. He couldn't reason with her. He couldn't appeal to the woman buried under the virus. He could only react. "Chris, don't!" Claire screamed as he lunged. He didn't aim his rifle. He aimed his body, driving forward not to attack, but to disarm. His training took over, a lifetime of close-quarters combat instinct kicking in. He moved to deflect the barrel, to use his weight and momentum to throw her off balance. But Jill was faster. She wasn't the partner he had sparred with. She was something new, something honed by religious fervor and the virus's enhancement. She flowed with his movement, using his own momentum against him. She sidestepped, her rifle swinging like a club, the stock crashing against the side of his head with a sickening crack. Stars exploded behind Chris's eyes. He stumbled back, his ears ringing, the coppery taste of blood flooding his mouth. He hit the stone floor hard, his assault rifle skittering away into the shadows. "Brother!" Claire cried out, finally raising her weapon. Her finger hesitated on the trigger. She couldn't do it. She couldn't shoot Jill. Jill didn't even look at Claire. Her focus was entirely on the downed man before her. "You see, Claire," she said, her voice calm, almost pitying. "His strength is his weakness. His rage makes him predictable. His love for you, for me, is a chain he cannot break. The Prophet will break it for him." She advanced on Chris, her movements economical and deadly. She kicked his fallen rifle further away, the sound of it scraping across the stone echoing in the vast space. Chris shook his head, trying to clear the fog, his vision swimming. He pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, spitting blood onto the floor. Claire made her choice. She couldn't shoot to kill, but she could create a diversion. She fired her handgun, not at Jill, but at the massive bronze candelabrum standing beside a marble pillar. The bullet ricocheted with a deafening clang, and the heavy ornament toppled, crashing to the floor with a roar that shook the foundations. Candles scattered, their flames sputtering out in puffs of smoke, plunging a corner of the nave into deeper shadow. It was the opening Chris needed. He surged to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his head. He drew his combat knife, the blade a familiar, comforting weight in his hand. He wasn't going to kill her. He would die before he did that. But he had to stop her. He had to get to that bomb. Jill turned toward the sound, her assault rifle sweeping in Claire's direction. It was the moment of inattention Chris had prayed for. He charged, a silent, desperate rush. He tackled her from the side, wrapping his arms around her waist and driving her into a stone pew. The wood splintered under the impact, the sound sharp and violent. They went down in a tangled heap of limbs and gear. The fight was a brutal, intimate nightmare. It wasn't the clean choreography of training. It was a savage struggle between two people who knew every move the other would make. Chris used his strength, trying to pin her, to restrain her. Jill used her speed and knowledge, her elbows finding the soft spots in his armor, her knees driving into his ribs. Her face was a mask of cold fury, her eyes burning with that unholy light. There was no recognition in them, no trace of the friend he had known. Only the zealot. "Let me help you, Jill," he grunted, straining to hold her wrists. "This isn't you. I am more me than I have ever been," she hissed, wrenching a hand free and driving the heel of her palm into his broken nose. A fresh wave of agony blinded him. She bucked him off, rolling away and coming up in a crouch, her rifle trained on him again. From across the nave, Claire fired again, this time aiming for the ceiling. Plaster rained down, creating another momentary distraction. "Chris, the bomb! Get to the bomb!" she yelled, laying down suppressing fire that forced Jill to take cover behind the shattered remains of the pew. Chris scrambled for his rifle, his head pounding, his world a haze of pain and desperation. He found it, his fingers closing around the cold steel. He rose, aiming it not at Jill, but at the pulsating core on the altar. He had one chance. He could fire a grenade, blow the whole thing to hell. It might kill them all, but it would stop Kuznetsov's plan. "No!" Jill screamed, seeing his intent. She burst from behind the pew, firing a controlled burst from her rifle. The bullets tore into the stone floor around Chris's feet, forcing him to dive for cover behind a massive marble column. The impact chipped the stone, sending shrapnel flying. He was pinned. The prophet's voice returned, a sound of triumphant amusement. "Her will is absolute. Her faith is a shield. You cannot break it, Redfield. You can only be broken by it." Chris risked a glance around the column. Jill was advancing methodically, her movements fluid and certain. Claire was trying to flank her, moving from pillar to pillar, but Jill was anticipating her every move. Her tactical brilliance now turned against them. She was herding them, cutting off their angles, pushing them back toward the center of the nave, toward the altar. A profound despair washed over Chris. He was fighting a ghost, a memory wearing the face of his friend. Every instinct screamed at him to fight back with lethal force, but he couldn't. He wouldn't. He saw P30 in his mind, saw Nemesis, saw every failure that had led him to this moment. He had to save her. He had to. He broke cover, firing a short burst to force Jill to duck. He sprinted not toward the altar, but toward a side passage, a dark archway leading deeper into the cathedral's undercroft. He had to change the terrain, get her away from the bomb, away from Kuznetsov's voice. Jill took the bait. "You cannot escape judgment," she yelled, pursuing him into the darkness. The passage was narrow and cold, the air thick with the smell of damp stone and decay. Chris's footsteps echoed, and he knew she was right behind him. He couldn't outrun her. He spun around, raising his rifle, but she was already there. She kicked the weapon from his hands, the clatter of it hitting the stone floor lost in the confined space. She slammed him back against the wall, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Her forearm pressed against his throat, cutting off his breath. The glowing yellow of her eyes was the only light in the suffocating darkness. "It ends here, Chris," she whispered, her face inches from his. "Let go. Theophany will set you free." His vision started to tunnel. He clawed at her arm, his strength fading. He was going to die here, killed by the person he'd come to save. He thought of Claire, alone in the nave. He thought of Leon, lost to the icy river. Failure. It was the only thing he was good at. Just as blackness began to creep in at the edges of his sight, a new sound cut through the silence. A soft splash, a footstep in a puddle. A figure emerged from the shadows behind Jill, a silhouette against the faint light from the nave. It was a man, soaking wet, his hair plastered to his forehead, water dripping from his tactical gear onto the stone floor. In his hand he held a combat knife, its blade glinting with a deadly promise. Chris's failing vision focused on the face. It was a face he knew, a face he had just mourned, a face etched with exhaustion and grim determination. Leon S. Kennedy, alive. He moved with a speed that was almost supernatural, a silent, fluid motion born of desperation. He didn't hesitate. He didn't call out a warning. He simply closed the distance in a heartbeat and brought the pommel of his knife down hard on the back of Jill's skull. The impact was a dull, heavy thud. Jill's eyes widened in surprise, the fanatical glow flickering for an instant. Her grip on Chris's throat went slack. She staggered forward, then collapsed, unconscious, to the floor. Chris slid down the wall, gasping for air, his hand going to his bruised throat. He stared, disbelieving at the man standing over Jill's still form. Leon looked down at Jill, then at Chris, a wry, exhausted grin touching his lips. "You know," he said, his voice raspy but unmistakably his, "for a legendary team, you guys have a real knack for getting into trouble." Chapter 17. A Fractured Faith. Chris stared at Leon, the relief so potent it was almost painful, but it was immediately soured by the sight of Jill's still form on the floor. "How?" was all he could manage, his voice a hoarse rasp. "The river. I saw you go under." "River's got more secrets than this damn cathedral," Leon said, nudging Jill's rifle away with his boot. "It swept me into a drainage culvert, spat me out right under this place." He knelt, checking Jill's pulse. She's alive. But whatever's in her head, it's strong. I heard him. Kuznetsov. He was up in the pulpit, talking to his flock. He's not just planning to blow the bomb. He's got a final ascension ritual. And he's got 2 more of those saint things waiting in the wings. He knows we're here. And he's coming. The sound of running footsteps echoed from the nave. Claire appeared at the mouth of the passage, her handgun raised, her face a mask of frantic hope and terror. "Chris, I heard." Her voice broke as her eyes landed on Leon. She froze, her weapon wavering. "Leon?" Leon looked up, a genuine, tired smile breaking through his usual cynical facade. "Hey, Claire. Miss me?" Claire didn't answer with words. She closed the distance in 3 strides, her arms wrapping around him in a fierce, desperate hug. Leon grunted, patting her back awkwardly. "Easy. I'm soaked. And I think I've got a rib out of place." "I don't care," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She pulled back, her hands cupping his face as if to confirm he was real. "We thought you were gone." "Hard to get rid of me," he said, his gaze shifting back to Jill. The momentary reunion was shattered by the grim reality at their feet. "We don't have time for this. Kuznetsov is starting the final sequence." He gave a 10-minute countdown. Chris pushed himself to his feet, the adrenaline warring with a bone-deep exhaustion. He looked down at Jill, his heart a leaden weight in his chest. "We can't just leave her here." "We can't take her with us," Leon countered, his tone all business. "She's a liability, a time bomb. Kuznetsov can probably reactivate her with a word." "He's right, Chris," Claire said, her medical training taking over. She knelt opposite Leon, gently pulling back Jill's eyelid. The yellow sclera was unmistakable. The virus has a deep neurological hold. Any stimulus could set her off again. We need to secure her. Chris's jaw tightened. The soldier in him knew they were right. The brother in him recoiled at the thought of locking her away like a monster. "There's a sacristy back here," he said, his voice low and rough. "Old iron-banded door. It should hold." Working in tense, efficient silence, they carried Jill's limp form down the narrow passage. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of dust and decaying sacramental wine. Chris shouldered the heavy door open, revealing a small, windowless room lined with dusty vestments and tarnished chalices. It was a tomb, and placing Jill inside felt like a burial. They laid her gently on the floor, and Chris hesitated, his hand hovering over her face. He wanted to shake her, to scream her name, to find some spark of the woman he knew buried under the layers of fanatical devotion. "Chris," Claire said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We have to go." He nodded, his throat tight. He pulled the heavy door shut, the iron latch clicking into place with a sound of finality that echoed in the sudden silence. It was the sound of him giving up, if only for a moment. They regrouped in the relative cover of the passage. The low, ominous hum of the bomb core in the main nave was a constant reminder of their dwindling time. "Okay, Leon," Chris said, forcing his voice into a command tone. "Talk. What did you hear?" Leon leaned against the cold stone wall, water still dripping from his hair onto his shoulders. Kuznetsov is a true believer. He's not just using the virus. He worships it. He calls it Theophany, a divine mutation. The bomb isn't just a weapon. It's a sacrament. He's going to detonate it over Moscow to create his New Jerusalem. He paused, catching his breath. The activation sequence isn't just a button push. It's a ritual, 3 stages. The first is the prayer, which he just started. That's the 10-minute timer. The second is the offering, where he releases the final viral aerosol canisters into the cathedral's ventilation system. The third is the ascension, which is the detonation itself. "So we have to stop the ritual," Claire deduced. "Where are the canisters?" "That's the problem," Leon said. "They're in the Undercroft, the same place I came up from. It's a labyrinth down there, full of things. The virus is being brewed there, the mixing vats, the chemical pumps. It's all connected to the bomb core on the altar. The whole system is a single massive weapon." Chris's mind raced, mapping the cathedral's layout. "So we have 2 targets, the canisters in the Undercroft and the bomb core in the nave. We split up." "No," Claire said, her voice sharp. "That's a mistake. We're stronger together." "We don't have time to clear both locations together," Chris shot back, his frustration mounting. "One of us has to go for the bomb, the other for the source." A new sound cut through their argument, a deep, resonant tolling of a single bell. It wasn't a joyful peal, but a slow, mournful death knell that vibrated through the stone floor. "The offering," Leon whispered, his face grim. "He's starting the next phase. The canisters are being released." Panic flared in Chris's chest. "We're out of time. I'm going for the altar. I'll blow the core." "And what about Jill?" Claire demanded, her eyes flashing. "What if there's a way to reverse this? What if the key is in the Undercroft, in the very chemicals that created this nightmare? We can't just blow everything up." "This isn't about saving her anymore, Claire," Chris roared, his voice echoing in the confined space. "This is about millions of people. We have to make a choice." The raw agony in his voice silenced them. He was right, and they all knew it. The mission parameters had shifted. It was no longer a rescue operation. It was a triage on a global scale. But Claire wasn't ready to concede. Her gaze fell to the medical kit on her belt, then to the faint, luminescent cracks she'd noticed on Jill's skin. The stigmata. "Wait," she said, her mind working furiously. "Theophany is a retrovirus. It rewrites DNA. But to do that, it needs a specific chemical catalyst, a primer. If we can get to the mixing vats, maybe we can introduce a counter-agent, something that binds to the primer and renders the entire viral payload inert." "You're talking about creating a cure on the fly in the middle of a chemical plant," Leon said, skeptical but intrigued. "I'm talking about chemistry," Claire insisted, her passion overriding her fear. "Theophany is designed to be aggressive and transformative. That makes it inherently unstable. It's a house of cards. If we can knock out the right card, the whole thing should collapse. We could neutralize the bomb's payload without detonating it. We might even be able to synthesize an antidote for Jill." It was a desperate, long-shot idea. It was also the only one that offered a glimmer of hope for Jill. Chris looked from Claire's determined face to Leon's thoughtful expression. The weight of the command pressed down on him, the impossible choice tearing him in two. Protect his partner or protect the world. He had faced this choice before, and the memory still haunted him. "The Undercroft is a death trap," Leon stated flatly. "I saw the things guarding the vats. They're not like the fanatics upstairs. They're different, more evolved." "I can handle it," Claire said, her voice steady. "I'm smaller, Faster. I can get through the vents. You and Chris are the heavy hitters. You need to be on the main floor, drawing Kuznetsov's attention and protecting the bomb core from his saints. It was a solid plan. It split their resources perfectly, playing to each of their strengths. It also meant splitting up again, sending Claire into the most dangerous part of the cathedral alone. Chris looked at the iron-banded door hiding Jill. He thought of her laughter, her resilience, the unwavering partnership they had shared for over a decade. Then he thought of the millions of faces in Moscow, oblivious to the holy fire about to rain down upon them. The choice was no longer impossible. It was just unbearable. "Okay," he said, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. "Claire, you go for the Undercroft. Leon, you're with me. We're going to make Kuznetsov's ascension a one-way trip to hell." As if on cue, Kuznetsov's voice thundered through the cathedral again, but this time it was not filled with paternal pride. It was a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. "They have imprisoned my first disciple. They have defiled this holy ground with their doubt. The final judgment is at hand." The stone floor trembled. From high above in the vaulted ceilings of the nave came the sound of something heavy and massive dislodging itself. A shadow fell over the passage entrance, a grotesque silhouette against the flickering light of the bomb. "My saints!" Kuznetsov bellowed. "Purge the unbelievers. Let none escape the ascension." Two shapes dropped from the rafters, landing with the force of falling stones. They were larger than the first St. Jill had fought, their bodies more twisted, more ornately horrific. One was a fusion of muscle and chitinous plate, its arms elongated into scythe-like blades. The other was a bloated, sack-like creature, its skin translucent and pulsating with a sickly yellow light. They were the apex of Kuznetsov's art, the ultimate expression of his holy mutation. The blade-armed saint let out a piercing shriek that sounded like grinding metal and scraping its scythe arm across the stone floor, sending up a shower of sparks. The bloated one began to swell, its glowing sacs pulsing faster, a low guttural hum building in its chest. They were between the heroes and the nave. The path to the bomb was blocked. The path to the Undercroft access was blocked. They were trapped. Leon drew his combat knife, his knuckles white. "Well," he muttered, "so much for the element of surprise." Chris raised his rifle, the familiar weight a cold comfort in his hands. His gaze was locked on the monsters, but his mind was on the iron door behind him. He had made his choice. Now he had to fight for it. "Get ready," he said, his voice low and deadly. "The party's just getting started." Chapter 18. The Bell Tolls for Thee. The first toll of the bell was not a sound. It was a physical blow, a deep, resonant concussion that vibrated up through the soles of their boots and into the marrow of their bones. It was a note of absolute finality, hung in the frigid air of the cathedral like a shroud. A second toll followed, slower, more deliberate, each peal a hammer strike on the world's coffin. The 10-minute countdown had begun. "Go!" Chris roared, the word torn from his throat as he met the blade-armed saint's charge. His knife was a sliver of defiance against the creature's scythe-like appendage. The impact was a deafening screech of tortured metal, a shower of orange sparks illuminating the raw fury in his eyes. He was a bulwark, a human shield buying precious seconds. Claire didn't hesitate. She scrambled past the grappling titans, her gaze sweeping the chaos of the antechamber. The passage was a dead end. Leon was already moving, a blur of motion as he ducked under a sweeping blow from the bloated saint, his knife finding a home in the creature's thick, leathery hide. The creature howled, a wet, bubbling sound, and swung a massive, club-like arm. Leon vaulted over it, his movements economical and precise, a stark contrast to Chris's brute force struggle. "Claire, the Great!" Leon yelled, nodding toward a rusted ventilation cover near the floor, almost obscured by a pile of fallen debris. "Undercroft, it's your only way down." She saw it. A narrow, dark opening, promising a different kind of hell. With one last look at her brother, a man locked in a battle that dwarfed any he had fought before, she wrenched the grate from its moorings. The metal groaned in protest. A foul, cloying odour wafted up from the darkness, the scent of rot, chemicals, and something sickeningly sweet, like overripe fruit. She plunged into the hole without a backward glance, the clang of the grate settling back into place, swallowed by the third, mournful toll of the bell. The shaft was tight, claustrophobic, a metal throat lined with grime and dripping with condensation. The only light was the faint glow from ahead and the muffled sounds of the battle behind her, shouts, the thud of impacts, the inhuman shrieks of the saints. She crawled, her elbows and knees scraping against the rough metal, the air growing thicker and more noxious with every inch. The bell tolled again, its sound a distorted, rhythmic thrumming through the ductwork. 4 minutes down, 6 to go. Up above, Chris drove his shoulder into the saint's chest, the impact like hitting a brick wall. The creature barely budged. Its other hand, a 5-fingered claw of sharpened bone, swiped at his face. He jerked back, the tip scoring a deep gouge in the stone wall beside his head. He was outmatched. His rifle was useless, his knife a toothpick against this abomination. "Leon! The sacks! It's all about the sacks!" Chris bellowed, parrying another scythe strike that sent vibrations numbing his arm. Leon was already on it. He danced around the bloated saint, which was now visibly swelling, its yellow sacks pulsing like frantic hearts. It slammed a fist down, cracking the marble floor where Leon had been a split second before. He needed an opening. He feinted left, then right, his movements a taunt. The creature took the bait, lunging forward with a frustrated roar. That was the moment. Leon sprang, using the creature's own momentum to vault onto its back. He clung there like a limpet, his knife flashing down, not at the sacks, but at the thick, cable-like tendons connecting them to the main body. The blade sank deep. The saint shuddered, a high-pitched whine escaping its maw. A thick, luminescent ichor, the same color as the sacks, began to weep from the wound. The creature thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge him, but Leon held on, stabbing again and again, targeting the connections. One of the sacks, the size of a beach ball, went dim, then ruptured with a wet pop, spraying viral fluid across the walls. The creature howled in agony, its movements becoming erratic. The fifth toll echoed. Half the time was gone. Claire emerged from the shaft into a scene from an industrial nightmare. She was in the cathedral's undercroft, a cavernous space of brick archways and massive, groaning machinery. Iron pipes, coated in frost and weeping a strange, shimmering condensation, snaked across the ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and chemical decay. In the center of the room, arranged around a central control panel, were 3 enormous vats, each filled with a swirling, opaque liquid that glowed with the same sickly yellow light as the saint's sacks. This was the heart of the plague. A low, chittering sound drew her attention. From the shadows between the vats, shapes detached themselves. They were humanoid, but their limbs were elongated and spindly, their bodies covered in a glistening, chitinous exoskeleton. Their faces were smooth, featureless ovals of carapace, with no eyes, no mouth, just a single, pulsating orifice in the center that emitted the chittering sound. They were the workers, the hive mind tending to the plague's womb. There were at least 6 of them, and they were all turning toward her. Claire raised her handgun. "Okay, you guys. Let's make this quick." The fight was a frantic dance of light and shadow. The creatures were fast, scuttling on the walls and ceiling, their movements unnervingly silent except for that constant, maddening chitter. Claire fired, her shots finding their marks, but the creatures were resilient. It took 2, sometimes 3 bullets to the central torso to bring one down. She moved constantly, using the heavy machinery for cover, the acrid smell of cordite mixing with the chemical stench of the room. She needed to get to that control panel, but the creatures were a living wall between her and it. The sixth toll vibrated through the floor, a grim reminder of the clock ticking away. She was running out of time. Back in the passage, Chris saw his opening. Leon's brutal assault on the bloated saint had created a momentary distraction. The blade-armed saint, its attention fixed on Chris, had momentarily shifted its weight. Chris dropped low, sweeping his leg out. The creature's footing, precarious on the slick marble, gave way. It stumbled forward, off balance. It was the only chance he was going to get. He surged upward, not with his knife, but with his bare hands. He grabbed the creature's blade arm, his gloved fingers straining against the cold, sharp metal. With a roar that was pure, unadulterated rage, he twisted. He put his entire body into it, the muscles in his back and shoulders screaming in protest. There was a horrible metallic shriek, a sound of pistons and gears tearing apart. The creature's arm, locked at an unnatural angle, snapped at the elbow joint. A spray of black, oil-like fluid spurted from the wound. The saint shrieked, a sound of pure agony this time, not aggression. It staggered back, clutching its ruined limb. Chris didn't let up. He drove his combat knife into the joint he had just created, plunging the blade to the hilt. The creature convulsed, then fell, its massive body crashing to the floor with a sound like a collapsing building. One down. Chris turned, gasping for breath, just in time to see the bloated saint finally dislodge Leon. It flung the agent across the passage like a ragdoll. Leon slammed into the stone wall with a sickening crunch and slid to the ground, motionless. The creature turned its attention to Chris, its remaining sacs glowing with an intense, angry light. It was preparing to self-destruct. "Leon!" Chris yelled, but there was no response. The bell tolled for the 7th time. 3 minutes left. Claire kicked a fallen wrench, sending it skittering across the floor to strike a steam pipe. The pipe burst, a jet of scalding vapor filling the immediate area. The chittering creatures recoiled from the heat, their smooth carapaces hissing. It was the opening she needed. She sprinted for the control panel, her boots slipping on the grimy floor. The panel was a nightmare of analog dials, flickering vacuum tubes, and unlabeled levers. A schematic was nailed to the wall next to it, a complex flowchart of chemical interactions. Leon's words echoed in her mind. Destabilize the agent. Break the protein chain. She scanned the schematic, her medical and scientific training kicking in, her mind processing the data with frantic speed. There, a catalyst, a neutralizing agent. It required a base compound and an acidic stabilizer, mixed in a precise sequence and then superheated. The vats. The compounds were in the vats. She just had to route them to the mixing chamber. Her fingers flew across the controls, throwing heavy switches and turning rusted wheels. A low hum began to build, and a series of lights on the panel flickered from red to green. She was doing it. She was actually doing it. A scuttling sound behind her. She spun around, firing instinctively. One of the creatures was almost on her, its clawed hands reaching for her throat. Her bullet caught it in the chest, and it fell back with a shriek. But another was right behind it. And another. They were swarming her. The 8th toll. 2 minutes. Chris faced the bloated saint alone. Leon was down. Jill was locked away. Claire was God's knew where. It all came down to this. The creature was swelling to an impossible size, its skin stretching taut, glowing from within. It was a bomb. A walking, biological bomb. He had no rifle, just his knife and a handful of frag grenades. It would have to be enough. He pulled the pin on one grenade and hurled it. It bounced off the saint's belly and clattered to the floor behind it. The explosion was a deafening roar in the confined space, a flash of light and heat that washed over Chris. The saint staggered, its sacs flickering violently. But it didn't rupture. It was tougher than he'd imagined. He pulled another grenade. This time, he had a different idea. He primed it, but didn't throw it. He charged. The saint, sensing the threat, tried to bring its club-like arms down to crush him. Chris slid under the attack, the wind from the massive limbs ruffling his hair. He came up on the other side of the creature, right next to its bloated torso. He shoved the live grenade into a deep fissure in its flesh, a wound Leon's knife had created earlier. Then he ran. He didn't look back. He just ran, his legs pumping, his lungs burning. He dove for cover behind a massive stone pillar as the 9th toll began to ring. The explosion that followed was different. It wasn't just fire and shrapnel. It was wet and visceral. A wave of yellow ichor and pulped tissue washed through the passage, coating everything in a sticky, glowing slime. The bell's peal was choked off by the force of the blast. A profound silence fell, broken only by Chris's own ragged breathing. He risked a look. The bloated saint was gone, reduced to a smear of bioluminescent goo and shattered chitin. The path to the nave was clear. He scrambled over to Leon. The agent was breathing, but his left arm was bent at a gruesome angle, and a dark bruise was already spreading across his ribs. "Leon," Chris said, shaking his good shoulder. "Leon, wake up. We're not done yet." Leon's eyes fluttered open. Did we win?" "Not yet," Chris grunted, hauling him to his feet. The bell stopped. That means the final sequence is initiated. We've got maybe a minute to get to that bomb. The final toll never came. In its place, a new sound began, a low, mechanical hum that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the cathedral, the final stage. In the Undercroft, Claire had a problem of her own. She had successfully routed the compounds. The mixing chamber was active, a vortex of swirling chemicals building in intensity. But the final valve, the one that would release the neutralizing agent into the main vats, was rusted shut. It was a huge, wheel-shaped valve, and it wouldn't budge. The chittering creatures were closing in, their numbers seemingly endless. She was out of ammo. Her handgun clicked empty. She drew her combat knife, her heart hammering against her ribs. This was it. This was where it ended. She put her back to the control panel, bracing herself. As the first creature lunged, she noticed something. A pressure gauge on the panel. The needle was in the red. The mixing chamber was over-pressurizing. If she couldn't release the valve, the whole thing was going to blow. An idea. A desperate, stupid, suicidal idea. She waited until the creature was almost upon her. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, she sidestepped and kicked the creature as hard as she could, sending it stumbling into the main pressure release lever for the steam system. The lever, already weakened from her earlier trick, snapped. A jet of superheated steam, far more powerful than before, erupted from a nearby pipe, aimed directly at the frozen valve. The metal groaned, then expanded with a loud hiss. Claire threw her weight against the wheel. It moved. It turned, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. With a final, deafening clank, the valve opened. The neutralizing agent, a shimmering silver liquid, flooded into the vats. The yellow glow of the Theophany virus flickered, fought back, and then began to recede, turning a dull, muddy brown. The chittering of the creatures stopped abruptly. They froze. Then, one by one, their bodies began to crumble, dissolving into piles of inert dust. She had done it. She had neutralized the virus at its source. Exhausted, she slumped against the control panel, a wave of relief washing over her so intensely it almost brought her to her knees. But her relief was short-lived. As the last of the creatures dissolved, A new shape emerged from behind the central vats. It was larger than the others, far larger. It was a fusion of flesh and machine, a monstrous, multi-limbed creature fused directly into the chemical vats and control systems. Thick, fibrous cables ran from its back into the machinery, and its torso was a transparent casing, revealing a nest of glowing, pulsating sacs, the true heart of the Theophany production. It had 4 powerful jointed limbs ending in wicked-looking claws, and a head that was a nightmarish amalgam of human and insect features, with multiple, unblinking eyes that fixed on her with cold, alien intelligence. This was no mere worker. This was the cherubim, the guardian, the source. It detached from the machinery with a wet, tearing sound, its multiple limbs unfolding as it dropped to the floor. The concrete cracked under its weight. It took a step toward her, its many eyes blinking in unison. The race wasn't over. It had just entered its final, most terrifying leg. Chapter 19. A Brother's Burden. The air grew hotter with every step, a suffocating wave of dry heat that clashed violently with the Siberian frost howling outside the cathedral walls. Chris Redfield half-dragged, half-carried Leon S. Kennedy up the final flight of marble stairs, his boots slipping on the slick patches of condensation that coated the sacred stone. The mechanical tolling of the bell was a physical weight now, a rhythmic hammering against their skulls that signaled the irreversible end of the world. "Hang in there, Leon," Chris gritted out, his voice strained to the breaking point. He could feel the wet warmth of Leon's blood soaking through his own tactical vest, a grim reminder of the price they had already paid just to reach this sanctum. Leon's breath came in ragged, shallow gasps, his face pale and sheened with a cold sweat. "Just keep moving, Chris. Don't let me slow you down." They crested the final step and burst into the high altar. The space was vast, a cavernous dome of gold leaf and ancient frescoes that had been desecrated by industrial scaffolding and thick bundles of black cabling. The smell hit them first, a cloying, metallic scent of ozone and rotting meat overlaid with the sickly sweet perfume of burning incense. At the far end of the nave, towering over the pulpit, stood the bomb core. It was a sphere of pulsating violet light, suspended within a containment ring of spinning gyroscopes, its hum drowning out the distant screams of the wind. But it was what stood between them and salvation that froze Chris's blood. 2 figures flanked the altar, massive and terrifying in their silence. These were the remaining saints. Unlike the shambling horrors below, they were perfected weapons, towering over 8 feet tall, their chitinous armor gleaming like polished obsidian. Their faces were gone, replaced by smooth, featureless curves of bone that tapered into sensory tendrils twitching in the air. They didn't move like animals. They stood with the rigid, terrifying discipline of elite soldiers awaiting a command. "Chris!" Leon wheezed, his grip tightening on Chris's shoulder. "Look out!" The saint on the left moved. It didn't run, it simply accelerated, a blur of black mass crossing the distance in a heartbeat. Chris barely had time to shove Leon behind a heavy stone pillar before the creature struck. It slammed into the space Chris had occupied a split second before, its fist shattering the marble floor into dust and shrapnel. "Find the override!" Chris shouted, unslinging his assault rifle. "I'll handle the welcome party." He opened fire, the muzzle flash strobing against the darkened vault of the ceiling. The bullets sparked harmlessly off the saint's armor, but the kinetic force drove the creature back a step. It roared, a sound like grinding tectonic plates, and lashed out with a bladed tail. Chris rolled under the swipe, the air pressure from the passing limb nearly knocking him off his feet. He came up firing, aiming for the joints, the gaps in the plating. Anything to slow it down. The second saint joined the fray, circling around to cut off their retreat. They were herding them, boxing them in with terrifying tactical intelligence. Leon scrambled toward the altar, cradling his broken arm against his chest. Every movement was agony, a white-hot spike driving into his shoulder, but he forced his body to obey through sheer willpower. He reached the base of the bomb core, his fingers flying over the holographic interface. The screen was a cascade of Cyrillic error codes and countdown timers. 7 minutes. Encryption is military grade, Leon muttered to himself, his vision swimming. Come on, you ugly piece of Soviet junk. Give me a backdoor. Behind him, the battle raged. Chris was a force of nature, a brawler fighting for his life against impossible odds. He slammed a fresh magazine into his rifle, but the Saints were adapting. They coordinated their attacks, one striking high, while the other swept low. Chris took a glancing blow to the ribs, the impact lifting him off his feet and slamming him into a pew. The wood splintered under him, driving the breath from his lungs. He rolled to his knees, coughing blood, and saw the first Saint looming over him. It raised a massive, clawed foot to crush his skull. Chris! The warning cry was barely more than a whisper. Leon had abandoned the console. He couldn't watch his friend die. With his good arm, he drew his combat knife and threw it with pinpoint accuracy. The blade struck the creature in the neck, burying itself deep in the soft tissue between armor plates. It was a mosquito bite to a giant, but it was enough. The Saint flinched, its head snapping toward Leon. Chris didn't waste the opening. He roared, a primal sound of pure defiance, and fired a grenade from his launcher. The explosive round impacted the creature's chest point blank. The explosion was deafening in the enclosed space, blowing the Saint backward and tearing a gaping hole in its thorax. Black ichor sprayed across the altar, sizzling as it hit the holy floor. But the victory was Pyrrhic. The second Saint, seeing its comrade fall, abandoned Chris and lunged for the bomb core. It sensed the threat Leon posed to the Ascension. Leon! Move! Chris screamed, his voice cracking. Leon tried to scramble away, but his body was too slow. The shadow of the beast fell over him. He looked up, staring into the featureless face of death, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of peace. He had done his part. He had bought Chris the time he needed. Then a heavy weight slammed into him, knocking him violently to the side. The impact was agonizing, a fresh wave of torture that crashed over his already broken body. Leon skidded across the floor, coming to a rest against the base of the pulpit. He gasped, his vision blurring, and looked up. Chris was there. He had tackled Leon out of the way. And now Chris was in the kill zone. The Saint's massive claws descended. There was no time to dodge, no time to block. Chris raised his arms in a futile, instinctive defense, his eyes wide with the realization of his own mortality. The claws never connected. A blur of motion intercepted the blow. Leon had thrown himself back into the fray. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have the strength. He used his own body as a battering ram, checking the Saint's legs at the last possible second. The creature stumbled, its lethal swipe missing Chris by inches, and instead gouging deep furrows into the marble altar. The Saint recovered instantly, its tail lashing out in a blind, furious arc. It caught Leon in the side, the impact sounding like a gunshot. Leon was lifted off his feet and thrown across the nave, smashing into a stone pillar with a sickening crunch. He slid to the ground motionless. "Leon!" Chris screamed, the sound tearing from his throat. The world narrowed down to a single point of red rage, the guilt, the grief, the weight of every comrade he had ever lost. It all coalesced into a singularity of purpose. He wasn't just a soldier anymore. He wasn't just a protector. He was the executioner. The Saint roared, turning its attention back to the remaining threat. Chris didn't reach for his rifle. He didn't reach for a grenade. He charged. He met the creature head on, catching its swinging arm in a vice-like grip. The muscles in his neck bulged, veins standing out like cords as he wrestled with the bioweapon. He was outweighed by 300 pounds of muscle and bone, but he held firm, fueled by a fury that burned hotter than the Theophany virus. "You!" Chris snarled, his face inches from the creature's blank visage. "Don't get to touch him!" He twisted his hips, using the creature's own momentum against it, and with a roar that shook the dust from the ceiling, he hurled the saint into one of the massive stone pillars supporting the dome. The impact shook the entire cathedral. The pillar cracked, dust billowing out like a smoke signal. The saint tried to rise, its movements jerky and uncoordinated. Chris was on it before it could find its footing. He wrenched a heavy, silver candelabra from the floor, a sacred object now repurposed as a blunt instrument. He swung it with everything he had, the metal connecting with the creature's skull with a wet, heavy thud. Again, and again, and again. He didn't stop until the creature stopped moving. He didn't stop until the featureless face was caved in and the black blood coated his arms like a second skin. He stood over the corpse, his chest heaving, steam rising from his body in the chill air. Silence returned to the high altar, broken only by the hum of the bomb corps and the distant, rhythmic tolling of the bell. 3 minutes. Chris dropped the candelabra, the metal clattering loudly on the stone. He turned and ran to Leon. "Leon," he whispered, falling to his knees beside the younger agent. Leon was a mess. His left arm hung at an impossible angle. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes fluttered open, hazy and unfocused. Did I get it?" Leon rasped, a weak, bloody grin touching his lips. "You did," Chris choked out, his hand trembling as he checked Leon's pulse. It was thready, but it was there. "You saved my life, kid." "We're even," Leon whispered, his head lolling back against the stone. "Go. Stop the bomb." Chris hesitated, torn between the brother lying broken on the floor and the millions of lives hanging in the balance. He looked at Leon, saw the stubborn resolve in his eyes, and knew there was no arguing. "Don't die on me," Chris ordered, his voice hard. "That's an order." He stood up, the rage cooling into a terrifying, icy focus. He turned toward the altar. The countdown timer on the bomb core read 2:45. Chris sprinted up the steps, his boots heavy on the marble. He reached the interface, his fingers flying over the keys. He needed the override code. He needed to stop the sequence. "Access denied," the computer droned, the screen flashing a violent red. "Damn it!" Chris slammed his fist against the console. "Your struggle is profane, Captain." The voice was amplified, booming through the cathedral's speakers, but it also echoed from the shadows of the sanctuary. Chris spun around, raising his rifle. General Viktor Kuznetsov emerged from the gloom behind the altar. He was still wearing his dress uniform, though it was torn and stained. He held a metallic canister in one hand, the label marked with biohazard symbols and the Orthodox cross. "It is the nature of the faithful to accept their fate," Kuznetsov said, his voice trembling with ecstasy rather than fear. "You fight against evolution. You fight against God." "You're not a god, Kuznetsov," Chris spat, training the sights on the general's chest. "You're just a monster with a rank." Kuznetsov laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "I am the vessel. I am the bridge." He looked at the bomb core, his eyes wide with fanatical devotion. "The bomb is merely the spark. I am the fire that will cleanse this world." He didn't reach for a weapon. Instead, he plunged a needle attached to the canister directly into his own carotid artery. Chris fired. The bullet struck Kuznetsov in the center of the chest, spinning him around. But the general didn't fall. He didn't bleed. He simply straightened up, the wound knitting itself closed with sickening speed, the tissue bubbling and expanding. "Theophany cannot be killed," Kuznetsov groaned, his voice distorting, growing deeper, resonating with the hum of the bomb. "It only transforms." The change was instantaneous and catastrophic. Kuznetsov's uniform burst apart as his muscles swelled to impossible proportions. His skin split, peeling back to reveal a glistening, wet layer of new flesh beneath. His jaw unhinged, stretching wide as his teeth elongated into jagged spikes. The bones in his back shattered and reformed, pushing outward as massive, leathery wings tore through his skin, unfurling to cast a shadow over the altar. He was becoming the ultimate saint. He was becoming the angel of death they had feared. Chris emptied the rest of the magazine into the mutating horror, but the bullets were lost in the expanding mass of flesh and bone. Kuznetsov, no, the thing that had been Kuznetsov, threw its head back and let out a shriek that shattered the stained glass windows high above, sending a rain of colorful shards cascading down around them. The creature turned its gaze toward Chris. Its eyes were gone, replaced by burning pits of violet light. It flexed its new wings, the wind from the gesture knocking Chris backward. The countdown ticked past 1 o'clock. Chris scrambled to his feet, checking his gear. Empty rifle. 1 grenade. No knife. He looked at the bomb, then at the monster, then at Leon's broken form crumpled at the base of the pillar. The burden of command settled on him, heavy and absolute. He couldn't save everyone. He couldn't fix everything. But he could destroy the things standing in front of him. He could buy Leon the time he needed. He could save the world. One last time. Chris Redfield roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated defiance, and charged the beast that wore a general's face. Chapter 20. The Sins of the Father. The groan of stressed steel and cracking stone was a constant, guttural counterpoint to the frantic thumping of Claire Redfield's heart. The Undercroft was a nightmare of industrial blasphemy, where ancient brick pillars were entwined with thick, pulsating conduits, and the air hung thick with the acrid stench of ozone and the cloying sweetness of the Theophany virus. The cherubim scuttled toward her, a chittering monstrosity of fused flesh and machinery, its multiple, jointed legs, like those of a metal spider, scraped against the concrete floor, while a torso that was vaguely human in shape was embedded in a massive control console. Wires ran from its back into the machinery, and its head was a featureless chrome dome with a single, glowing red optic. It didn't just guard the vats. It was part of them. A living component in this unholy factory. Claire vaulted over a humming transformer, the heat from it searing the air near her face. The cherubim's front limbs, tipped with wickedly sharp hydraulic shears, snapped shut where she had been a second before, the sound echoing like industrial guillotine. She landed in a crouch, her combat knife feeling impossibly small in her hand. Her handgun was empty, its last rounds spent cracking the armored plating of the creature's legs to little effect. She was a survivor, an activist, not a heavy weapons specialist. Her strengths were agility, observation, and a refusal to quit. She would need all three. The creature's red optic swiveled, tracking her movement. It let out a high-pitched electronic shriek, and a volley of small, needle-like projectiles shot from ports on its shoulders. Claire threw herself behind a thick brick pillar, the needles thudding into the ancient masonry like metallic rain. Peeking around the edge, she saw the creature was advancing, its movements unnervingly fluid for something so mechanical. It was tethered to the console by a thick umbilical of cables and hoses, but the tether was long, giving it a wide berth to hunt. Her eyes darted around the chamber, scanning for anything she could use. The vats of shimmering, luminescent theophany bubbled ominously. The conduits running along the ceiling vibrated with power. And then she saw it. A series of large, frost-covered pipes running along the base of the far wall, marked with faded blue stencils. Cryocoolant system. The pipes were connected to the main console, the very one the cherubim was fused to. The creature wasn't just a guard. It was a thermostat, its biological components somehow regulating the temperature of the vats to ensure perfect incubation. A plan, desperate and dangerous, began to form in her mind. She couldn't fight it head-on, but she could change the environment. She could turn its own life support system against it. The cherubim fired another volley of needles, forcing her back into cover. She needed to get to those coolant pipes. That meant crossing the open floor, a 30-meter dash under direct fire. She took a deep breath, the cold air burning her lungs. She checked her knife. Then her gaze fell on a heavy iron wrench lying near a dismantled pump assembly. It was better than nothing. With a surge of adrenaline, she burst from behind the pillar. The cherubim's optic locked onto her instantly. The hydraulic shears snapped open and shut as it scuttled forward, trying to cut off her path. The needles came again, a buzzing swarm of death. Claire weaved and dodged, her movements a frantic dance. A needle grazed her arm, tearing through her sleeve and leaving a searing line of pain. She ignored it, her focus absolute. She reached the wrench, its cold, heavy weight a small comfort in her hand. The creature was almost on her. She didn't have time for a direct assault on the pipes. She needed a distraction. Her eyes landed on a junction box where a dozen thick power cables converged, feeding energy to the main console. It was overloaded, sparks already dancing around the connections. One good hit. The cherubim lunged, its shears aimed for her torso. Claire dropped into a slide, the metal limbs screeching against the steel floor just above her head. She came up swinging, the wrench connecting with the junction box in a shower of brilliant white sparks. The lights in the undercroft flickered violently. The cherubim shrieked, a sound of digital agony as the power surge coursed through its tether. It convulsed, its limbs spasming uncontrollably. It was her chance. Claire scrambled to her feet and sprinted the remaining distance to the coolant pipes. The main valve was a large, rusted wheel, frozen in place. She put the wrench to it, putting all her weight into turning it. For a moment, it wouldn't budge. Behind her, the cherubim was recovering, its angry red optic flaring back to life. With a guttural scream of effort, Claire threw her weight against the wrench one last time. The wheel groaned, then turned with a loud crack. The effect was instantaneous. A high-pressure hiss erupted from the pipes as supercooled gas flooded the chamber. The temperature plummeted. Frost bloomed on every surface, the air turning to a visible, crystalline mist. The cherubim's movement slowed, its joints stiffening as ice began to form on its metallic limbs. It let out a distorted, warbling cry, a mix of electronic and biological pain. But Claire knew this wasn't enough. Freezing it would only be temporary. She needed to shatter it. Her eyes fell back on the main console, now flickering erratically from the power surge and the sudden temperature drop. The pressure gauges for the coolant system were in the red. Overloading the system had been the right idea, but she needed to push it further. She needed to cause a catastrophic failure. She ran back toward the console, the cold biting at her exposed skin. The cherubim tried to follow, its legs scraping and sticking to the floor, now coated in a thick layer of ice. It was trapped, but it was still dangerous. Its shears, though moving slowly, could still crush her. Claire reached the console. The controls were a mess of Russian labels and warning symbols. She didn't need to read them. She just needed to break them. She raised the wrench and brought it down on the primary pressure regulator. The glass shattered. She struck again and again, pounding the delicate instrumentation into a wreck of sparking wires and twisted metal. The hiss from the pipes became a roar. The entire room vibrated. Ice formed with terrifying speed, creeping up the walls and across the ceiling. The cherubim was now encased in a thick cocoon of ice, its red optic flickering weakly within. Claire didn't wait to see what would happen next. She knew the structural integrity of this place was compromised. The sudden extreme temperature change was causing the very stone to crack. She had succeeded in creating the destabilizing agent, a chemical cocktail of her own design, derived from the coolant and the Theophany samples she'd managed to secure in a vial from the main production line. It was a volatile mix that, when introduced to the bomb's core, should cause a chain reaction, forcing a containment overload instead of a detonation. But she was now trapped in a frozen, collapsing tomb. A loud crack echoed from above as a section of the ceiling gave way, crashing down in a shower of ice and debris. The main conduits, now brittle from the cold, snapped, whipping through the air like metallic snakes. One slammed into a vat, cracking it open. A torrent of glowing violet theophany spilled across the floor, hissing as it met the extreme cold. Claire scrambled back, her mind racing. She had the agent. She had a way to stop the bomb. But she was out of time. The only way out was the way she came in, up the spiral staircase to the nave. But the staircase was on the other side of the chamber, directly in the path of the collapsing structure. She pulled out her communicator, her fingers numb from the cold. "Chris! Come in, Chris!" Static hissed for a moment before his strained voice came through. "Claire, where are you? The whole place is coming down." "I'm in the Undercroft!" she shouted over the groaning metal. "I have it. I have a way to neutralize the bomb, but I can't get to it from here. The core is too exposed." "What do you need?" Chris's voice was tight with urgency. "The bomb's primary containment field. It's tied into the altar's power conduits. If you can cause a massive power surge, an overload, it should create a feedback loop that will destabilize the core for a few seconds. That's my window." "A diversion? Claire, it's the only way." She cut him off, dodging another falling piece of debris. "I have to inject this agent directly into the core. I can't get close while the field is active. You have to trust me." There was a pause, filled with the sound of distant explosions and Chris's heavy breathing. "Okay," he finally said. "Okay, I'll give you your window. But you'd better be fast." "I will," Claire promised, her eyes fixed on the crumbling staircase. "Just be ready." She clicked off the communicator and took a deep, steadying breath. The chamber was a death trap of ice, fire, and viral ooze. The cherubim's icy tomb began to crack, the creature inside still fighting. She had one chance, one shot to save her brother, to save Leon, to save them all. She tightened her grip on the vial containing the agent, its contents glowing with a faint, hopeful light. The sins of this father, Kuznetsov, would not be visited upon the world. She would make sure of it. Number Chapter 21. The Final Prophet. The world dissolved into a blinding flash of violet light and the deafening shriek of tearing metal. Chris Redfield was thrown backward, his body slamming against a cracked marble pillar. The impact drove the air from his lungs in a pained grunt, and for a moment, all he could hear was a high-pitched ringing in his ears. The acrid smell of burnt ozone and cooked flesh filled his nostrils, a foul perfume for the sacrilege unfolding before him. He pushed himself up, his muscles screaming in protest. His gaze locked on the epicenter of the blast. The high altar was no longer a place of worship. It was the heart of a mechanical god, and its prophet was being born. Where General Viktor Kuznetsov had stood, a new horror now unfurled itself. The transformation was agonizingly complete. The man was gone, replaced by a towering abomination that defied biology. Its frame, easily 12 feet tall, was a grotesque parody of an angel. Vast, leathery wings, stitched together with shimmering, iridescent membrane and threaded with pulsating veins, unfurled from its back, shedding a rain of luminescent ichor. Its body was a canvas of sculpted muscle and exposed bone, its skin a pale, marble-like substance that glowed from within. The face was the most terrifying part, a serene, beatific mask that held none of the madness in its eyes, which now burned with the cold, fervent light of a star. The creature, Kuznetsov, stretched its new limbs, the sound of cracking bone echoing like a series of gunshots. It opened its mouth, but the voice that emerged was not a roar of animalistic rage. It was a chorus, a resonant, multi-layered harmony that seemed to vibrate in Chris's very bones. "Behold," the voice sang, a symphony of madness. "The end of doubt, the end of fear. I am become the Theophany. I am the living God of this new, cleansed world." The bomb core at the center of the altar pulsed in time with the creature's words, its violet light intensifying, bathing the entire chamber in an unholy aura. The timer on its side was frozen at 0003, a silent, mocking testament to Chris's fleeting victory. Chris spat a mouthful of blood onto the dusty floor, his hand instinctively going to the empty holster at his hip. His pistol was gone, lost in the earlier chaos. He was unarmed, exhausted, and facing a monster that had been a man just minutes ago. But the fight wasn't over. It had just entered its final, most personal stage. "You're no god, Kuznetsov," Chris snarled, pushing himself to his feet. His voice was raw but steady. "You're just another monster, and I've killed plenty of those." The angelic abomination tilted its head, its serene expression unchanged. "Monster? No. I am salvation. I am the answer to the weakness that plagues humanity, the fear, the grief, the guilt." Its burning eyes fixed on Chris, and for a horrifying moment Chris felt a phantom chill, the memory of a cold, dark place in Africa, the weight of a lost partner on his soul. "You carry such a heavy burden, Christopher Redfield. You fight to save everyone, but you always fail. How many have you lost? How many ghosts march behind you?" The taunt was a physical blow. Jill, lost to the sea and to a nightmare he couldn't stop. Piers, sacrificing himself so Chris could walk away. The faces flashed in his mind, a legion of his failures. Kuznetsov wasn't just attacking his body, he was weaponizing his past, using the virus's insidious power to turn his own memories against him. "Join me," the chorus continued, its tone almost gentle, a horrifying parody of compassion. "In my new world, there is no loss. There is only unity, only purpose, your strength, your grief. They can be reforged into something divine. You can be my first archangel." "Go to hell!" Chris spat. He scanned the wreckage-strewn altar, his tactical mind kicking in, overriding the emotional assault. He needed a weapon. He needed an advantage. His eyes landed on a shattered section of the altar's bronze railing. A long, jagged spear of metal, its tip still sharp. It wasn't much, but it was a start. He lunged, grabbing the makeshift spear just as one of Kuznetsov's massive wings swept down. The leathery appendage, hard as steel, slammed into the marble where he'd been standing, pulverizing stone into dust. Chris rolled under the blow, the wind from its passage whipping at his clothes. He came up in a crouch, the metal spear held tight in his grip. "You cling to your pain like a shield." Kuznetsov's voice resonated, the creature turning with an unnatural grace. "But it is a cage. You fight for a world that has only ever taken from you. I am offering you release." The creature lunged, not with its wings, but with a clawed hand that shot out with impossible speed. Chris parried with the spear, the screech of metal on clawed bone echoing through the chamber. The force of the impact vibrated up his arms, numbing them to the shoulder. He was outmatched in sheer power. He couldn't win this with brute force. He had to be smarter. He feinted left, then darted right, using the rubble of the altar as cover. Kuznetsov's wings were a liability in the confined space, constantly knocking over pillars and shattering stained glass windows that had somehow survived the initial chaos. The cathedral groaned around them, a dying beast protesting the battle raging within its heart. You see, even this grand temple of the old faith cannot withstand the new truth, Kuznetsov proclaimed, smashing a stone column to rubble with a casual backhand swipe. All will be remade. All will be purified. Chris saw his opening. As the creature destroyed the column, a thick bundle of power cables feeding energy to the altar's machinery was exposed. They sparked and writhed like angry snakes. An idea, desperate and insane, began to form. He remembered Claire's voice in his head. An overload. A feedback loop. He needed to get closer to the bomb. He needed to use Kuznetsov's own power source against him. He burst from cover, running directly toward the bomb core. Kuznetsov let out a discordant shriek, a sound of fury that cracked the very air. The creature's wings folded, and it launched itself forward, a missile of flesh and divine fury. Chris dove, sliding across the slick, ichor-covered floor. He skidded to a halt right beside the pulsating bomb, its violet light painting his face in shades of nightmare. Kuznetsov landed where he'd been a second before, the impact shaking the entire altar. The creature loomed over him, its shadow engulfing him. Foolish. You bring yourself to the altar of your own destruction. Maybe, Chris grunted, reaching out and grabbing the thickest of the exposed cables. It was live. A jolt of pure electricity shot up his arm, his muscles seizing in agony. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let go, and with a roar of effort, he jammed the sparking, frayed end of the cable into the back of the creature's leg, right where a bundle of thick, metallic nerve clusters was exposed. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Kuznetsov's body convulsed, the serene mask on its face finally shattering into a rictus of pure, unadulterated agony. The chorus of its voice dissolved into a single, piercing scream of static and pain. Blue arcs of electricity danced across its body, illuminating the chamber in strobing flashes. The creature thrashed, its wings beating wildly, smashing everything around it. The bomb core flickered wildly, the timer on its side glitching, the frozen 0003 flickering between numbers and symbols. Chris scrambled back, his arms smoking and numb, watching as the creature's own bioelectricity fought against the raw power surging through it. The plan was working. He was creating the diversion. But it wasn't enough. He needed more power. He needed to overload the entire system. His eyes fell upon the creature's own metallic spine, still fused to the altar's main power conduit. It was the perfect conductor, a perfect bridge. He grabbed another cable, this one even thicker, and with a final desperate prayer, he plunged it into the creature's back, right into the base of its spine. The world went white. A deafening roar, louder than any explosion, ripped through the cathedral. The altar's ancient stone, already cracked, finally gave way, splitting apart. A massive column of pure violet energy erupted from the bomb core, shooting straight up into the vaulted ceiling, which disintegrated into a shower of stone and dust. The feedback loop was complete. The bomb was no longer just a bomb. It was a capacitor, charging to a critical, catastrophic level. Through the blinding light, Chris saw Kuznetsov. The creature was pinned in place, caught in the heart of the electrical storm. Its wings were burning, its flesh charring and peeling away to reveal the glowing superstructure beneath. The angelic facade was gone, replaced by the raw, screaming agony of a dying god. "You cannot stop revelation," the voice gurgled, a broken, static-filled mess. Chris could only watch, his body aching, his ears ringing. He had done it. He had created the diversion. Now, all he could do was hope Claire was ready. But Kuznetsov had one final act of spite left. Even as its body was being torn apart by the energy, one of its clawed hands, blackened and burning, reached out and slammed down on the bomb's control panel. A series of final, desperate inputs. A new sound cut through the chaos. A calm, feminine, computerized voice. Final detonation sequence initiated. Containment field failure. Core overload in T-minus 60 seconds. This sequence cannot be aborted. Chris's blood ran cold. The timer on the bomb, which had been frozen, now flickered to life. Red numbers: 0059, 0058, 0057. He hadn't stopped the bomb. He had just triggered its final, unstoppable self-destruct. Number, Chapter 22. The Unlikely Savior. The calm, computerized voice was the most terrifying sound Chris Redfield had ever heard. To minus 59 seconds, it sliced through the chaos, a sterile counterpoint to the groaning cathedral and the dying shrieks of the angelic monster fused to the bomb. For a heartbeat, Chris was frozen, the weight of his failure crushing him. He hadn't won. He had just chosen the manner of their execution. His gaze darted to the massive, bronze doors of the cathedral's main entrance. A fool's hope. A directional blast. It was a desperate, suicidal plan, but it was the only one that flickered in the maelstrom of his mind. He turned, his eyes finding Leon's still form near a crumbling pillar. Protecting him came first. Always. With a roar that was pure, unadulterated fury, Chris charged toward his fallen friend, the thunder of the bomb's impending doom a constant drumbeat at his back. T-minus 45 seconds. A groan, raw and ragged, cut through the ringing in his own ears. It wasn't the sound of the dying cathedral. It was human. Chris skidded to a halt, his head whipping back toward the pillar. Leon, he was moving, pushing himself up onto one elbow, his face a mask of blood and agony. His eyes were open, squinting against the strobing violet light. He'd seen the flash. He'd heard the voice. His gaze, hazy but sharp, locked onto the bomb core, then on the convulsing form of Kuznetsov, and finally on Chris, standing like a statue between them. Understanding dawned in Leon's eyes, a grim, terrible clarity. He saw the timer. He saw Chris's intent to make a final, futile stand. T-minus 30 seconds. Leon pushed himself to a sitting position, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He could feel the wet stickiness of blood on his temple, the grinding ache of broken ribs. Every movement was an exercise in pure torture. But he saw what Chris was planning, a noble, pointless sacrifice. And then he saw something else. Tucked behind the main altar, almost obscured by Kuznetsov's thrashing limbs, was a secondary control panel, a maintenance junction for the containment field. A series of thick, insulated conduits ran from it into the floor, snaking their way toward the core. Chris had created a massive feedback loop, but it was chaotic, unfocused. Leon, with his sharp, analytical mind, saw a way to weaponize it, to aim it, to turn Chris's diversion into something more. To minus 20 seconds. Chris! Leon's voice was a hoarse croak, barely audible over the rising hum of the bomb. Chris, halfway to him, turned back. The panel! The conduits! Overload them! Aim the surge! Chris's eyes widened. He saw it. The junction box. The conduits. It was insane. It was suicide. It was their only chance. He changed direction instantly, his boots crunching on shattered glass and fallen masonry as he sprinted toward the panel. Kuznetsov, even in its death throes, sensed the new threat. A malformed, sparking limb lashed out, forcing Chris to dive and roll behind a fallen pew. The wood splintered under the impact. T-minus 15 seconds. Leon was on his feet now, swaying but upright. He stumbled toward the same panel from the other side, his combat knife in his hand. He wasn't a soldier like Chris, but he was a survivor. He knew how to break things. Chris reached the panel first, his fists hammering against the reinforced casing. It wouldn't budge. He grabbed a fallen piece of wrought iron railing, using it as a makeshift crowbar. The metal groaned, the hinges screaming in protest. Leon arrived, his vision swimming, and slammed his knife into the narrow gap Chris had created, prying with all his remaining strength. With a final, tortured shriek of metal, the panel tore open, revealing a nest of glowing wires and crystalline capacitors. T-10 seconds. The air crackled. The energy from Kuznetsov's body was arcing wildly, striking the vaulted ceiling and sending showers of dust and stone raining down. The cathedral was shaking apart, its ancient bones unable to withstand the forces being unleashed within. "Which ones?" Chris yelled, his voice raw. "The primary leads," Leon shouted back, pointing a trembling finger at two thick black cables that pulsed with a sickening violet light. "The red and blue. Cross them." T-5 seconds. There was no time for tools, no time for finesse. Chris grabbed the red cable, the insulation hot enough to sear his gloves. He wrenched it free. Leon, his face pale with pain and effort, tore the blue one from its housing. They looked at each other, a silent, final understanding passing between them. They had fought back to back before, but never like this. Never at the end of the world. T-4 seconds. Together, they jammed the exposed, sparking ends of the cables into the main power conduit, the one leading directly to the core. T-3 seconds. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the world turned white. A deafening roar, louder than anything that had come before, swallowed all other sound. The containment field, already failing, didn't just break, it detonated. The energy Chris had poured into Kuznetsov, the raw power of the bomb's core, was suddenly given a new, direct path. It surged down the overloaded conduits, a tidal wave of pure force. The bomb core, unable to process the catastrophic feedback, screamed. A blinding column of violet and white energy erupted from the altar, shooting straight up into the vaulted ceiling. The stone, ancient and sacred, simply vaporized. In the undercroft, Claire Redfield was scrambling through a maze of collapsing tunnels when she saw it. A brilliant, blinding light flooded the chamber from above, accompanied by a shockwave that threw her off her feet. The diversion. It wasn't just a flare, it was a cataclysm. The path ahead, blocked by a fallen support beam, was now bathed in an eerie, pulsing light. The energy surge had overloaded the local systems, causing a heavy iron security gate to screech and retract. Her way was clear. Pushing through the pain, she sprinted forward, the vial of agent clutched in her hand like a prayer. Back in the nave, the force of the blast was apocalyptic. The shockwave hit Chris and Leon like a physical wall, hurling them backward. Chris slammed into a stone column and slid to the ground, his vision swimming with black spots. Leon was thrown into the air, his body limp, disappearing into a cloud of dust and debris. The structural integrity of the cathedral, already compromised, finally gave way. With a groan that sounded like the world ending, the great dome began to collapse. Huge chunks of stone and timber rained down, smashing through pews and shattering the marble floor. The massive bronze doors at the entrance were torn from their hinges by the force of the blast, flying outward into the blizzard. The column of light from the bomb core began to recede, sputtering like a dying star. The countdown had stopped. The core was critically unstable, its immediate detonation averted, but its energy was bleeding out, poisoning the very structure of the building. The high altar was a crater of molten metal and glowing rock. At its center, the remains of Kuznetsov were gone, utterly atomized by the surge. Chris pushed himself up, his body screaming. He coughed, his lungs burning with dust and ozone. "Leon!" he screamed, his voice lost in the cacophony of the collapse. He scanned the devastation, his heart a cold knot of dread. He saw a motionless leg sticking out from under a pile of rubble that had once been part of the choir screen. He scrambled over, his movements clumsy, his fear a physical force. He dug frantically, his bare hands scraping against stone and twisted metal, ignoring the pain. He found Leon, buried up to his chest, his head lolling to one side. A deep gash on his forehead was bleeding freely, but his chest was rising and falling. Shallow. But there. He was alive. A wave of relief, so powerful it almost buckled his knees, washed over Chris. He grabbed Leon's shoulder, shaking him gently. "Leon, come on, kid. Talk to me." Leon's eyes fluttered open. He looked at Chris, a dazed, unfocused look in his eyes. Did it work?" he slurred. A deafening crack echoed through the nave. Chris looked up. The final support for the section of the ceiling above them gave way. A shadow fell over them, a vast, dark shape descending with terrifying speed. There was no time to run. No time to even think. Acting on pure instinct, Chris threw himself over Leon, shielding the younger man's body with his own. The world came down on top of them. Number 23. A sister's sacrifice. The world was darkness and the weight of 1,000 tons. Chris's first conscious thought was of the pressure, a crushing, all-encompassing force that pinned him, stealing his breath. Dust, thick and gritty, filled his mouth and nose. He could feel the ragged, shallow breaths of Leon beneath him, a fragile sign of life in the suffocating blackness. He tried to move, to shift his weight, but a sharp, blinding pain shot up his left leg. It was trapped, broken. He was a living shield, pinned over his friend, entombed in the corpse of a holy place. Above him, the cathedral groaned its final, mournful song, promising to finish the job at any moment. Then, through a small gap in the rubble, he saw a flicker of light. A headlamp, cutting through the dust. It was Claire. She had made it. But as her light swept across the devastation, it fell upon the crater at the center of the altar. The bomb core, though no longer counting down, was glowing with a new, sickening, pulsating green light. A low, guttural hum began to build, a sound that promised a different, but no less final, kind of end. The blinding flash from the undercroft had been a beacon, a terrifyingly beautiful signal that the path was clear. Claire Redfield didn't hesitate. She burst from the darkness into the cathedral's nave, her boots crunching on shattered glass and fallen masonry. The air was a choking cocktail of ozone, dust, and the acrid scent of burnt electronics. The sheer scale of the devastation stole her breath. The magnificent vaulted ceiling was gone, replaced by a gaping hole that framed a sky the color of a fresh bruise. Snowflakes, serene and silent, drifted down into the maelstrom, melting on the still warm wreckage. The groaning of the structure was a constant, deep-throated agony, a dying beast's final lament. Her headlamp beam cut a frantic path through the gloom, sweeping over pews smashed into kindling and fallen pillars that lay like felled titans. Her mission objective was the bomb core, but her eyes scanned for any sign of life, any hint of her brother or Leon. The diversion had worked, but the cost was written in the cathedral's ruin. A wave of cold dread, far more chilling than the Siberian air, washed over her. What if the diversion had been too effective? Then she saw it. The altar, or what was left of it. A massive, smouldering crater marked its center, and at its heart pulsed the source of the sickly green light. The bomb core. It wasn't a countdown anymore. It was a heartbeat, a slow, rhythmic thrum of energy that vibrated through the soles of her boots. It was unstable, a contained supernova waiting to happen. The path to it was a nightmare landscape of fire, twisted steel, and precariously balanced chunks of marble. She knew, with a certainty that settled like ice in her stomach, that reaching it would be a one-way trip. The structure wouldn't hold. Her light swept past the crater, catching a movement in the periphery. It wasn't much, just a slight shift in a pile of rubble near the altar's edge. She froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. She directed the beam back, holding it steady. The light caught a familiar patch of blue fabric, a muscular arm pinned beneath a massive slab of concrete. Chris, and beneath him, just visible, the dark outline of another body. Leon. A strangled cry caught in her throat. They were alive. They had to be. But they were trapped, buried under the weight of the very church they had tried to save. The unstable core hummed its ominous tune, a clock counting down to a meltdown. The entire cathedral shuddered, sending a cascade of dust and small stones raining down from above. She was torn. The mission, or her brother, the fate of millions, or the two men who meant more to her than anything. It was an impossible choice, a Sophie's choice forged in fire and ice. Her mind raced, a frantic whirlwind of tactical analysis and raw, desperate emotion. She could try to dig them out, but every second she spent was a second the core grew more volatile. A collapse now would bury them all, and the mission would fail, dooming Moscow. But to leave them, to leave Chris, was a thought too monstrous to entertain. Then, a different thought pierced through the panic. A memory from her frantic scan of the schematics back in the Undercroft. The sacristy. A small, reinforced chamber off to the side of the altar, marked on the blueprint as a secure storage. Kuznetsov's men had been using it, and Jill, they'd lost contact with Jill. She'd been headed toward the altar before the blast. It was a gamble, a detour that cost precious seconds she didn't have. But it was a chance to save one more person, a chance to get help. Claire's jaw tightened. She was a Redfield. Redfields didn't leave people behind. She turned away from the agonizing sight of her trapped brother, her beam cutting a path toward the shadowed archway of the sacristy. The floor was treacherous, a slick sheen of melted ice and debris. She moved with a practiced economy of motion, her body low, her senses screaming. The air grew thicker, the smell of old incense and something else. Something coppery and wrong. The heavy oak door to the sacristy was splintered, but still hanging on its hinges. Locked from the outside. A heavy iron bar, twisted and partially broken, was the only thing holding it shut. Claire holstered her light, pulling her combat knife. She jammed the blade into the lock mechanism, putting her weight behind it. The metal groaned. She grunted, straining, her muscles screaming. With a final, desperate heave, the lock gave way with a sharp crack. She threw her shoulder against the door, forcing it inward. The room beyond was small, windowless, and filled with a faint, pulsing green light that seeped from the main chamber. And in the center of the floor, bound hand and foot, was Jill Valentine. She was unconscious, her head slumped to her chest. But as Claire's light fell upon her, she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. They were not the eyes of a fanatic. They were not the eyes of someone lost to the Theophany's madness. They were clear, sharp, and filled with a profound, disoriented confusion. The shockwave, the psychic backlash from the core's overload, must have been like a defibrillator to her mind, short-circuiting the virus's insidious control. "Claire!" Jill's voice was a dry rasp. She tried to sit up, her bonds holding her fast. "Jill! Oh, thank God!" Claire breathed, rushing to her side. She saw the telltale cracks on Jill's skin, the faint luminescence of the stigmata stage, but the feverish, fanatical light in her eyes was gone. "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" I can," Jill said, her gaze sharpening as she took in her surroundings, the bindings, the sounds of the dying cathedral. "Kuznetsov. The virus. It's like a fog lifted. What happened?" "No time," Claire said, her knife making quick work of the ropes. "Chris and Leon are trapped. The bomb core is unstable. We have to move." As soon as her hands were free, Jill was on her feet, her years of training taking over. She staggered for a second, her body still weak from the infection, but her mind was her own again. She was a soldier, reborn in the heart of hell. Chris and Leon, where? Claire pointed toward the crater. "Over there, under the rubble. I was going for the core, but I can't leave them." Jill's eyes followed Claire's finger. her expression hardening with grim resolve. She saw the trapped forms, the glowing core, the precarious state of the entire structure. She understood the calculus instantly. You can't save them and stop the core, Claire. Not alone. I know, Claire said, her voice tight with the decision she had already made. She held up the small metallic vial containing the destabilizing agent. It felt cold, impossibly heavy in her hand. That's why you're going to get them out. Jill stared at her, the full weight of Claire's intention crashing down on her. No. Claire, no. There has to be another way. There isn't, Claire said, her voice firm, leaving no room for argument. She met Jill's gaze, her own eyes filled with a terrible, unwavering calm. The core is going critical. It's a different kind of explosion, but it'll be just as big. The whole structure is coming down. You're the only one who has a chance of getting them clear. You're strong, you're clear-headed, and you know how to move in this kind of chaos. I'm the only one with this. She held up the vial. The cathedral groaned again, a long drawn-out shriek of tortured metal and stone. A huge section of the wall near the main entrance collapsed inward, burying the last vestiges of Kuznetsov's army. The sound was a final, definitive punctuation mark. Jill looked from Claire's determined face to the vial in her hand, then to the trapped forms of Chris and Leon. It was a brutal, impossible equation. But the solution was horrifyingly clear. Claire was right. It was the only way. Go, Claire said, her voice softening slightly. Get my brother out of here. Tell him I'm sorry I didn't get to say goodbye properly. Jill's jaw clenched, a storm of emotions warring behind her eyes. Grief, respect, and the cold, hard logic of a survivor. She gave a sharp, curt nod. It was a soldier's salute, a promise. I will. Without another word, Jill turned and sprinted toward the rubble pile, her movements economical and precise. She was already assessing the debris, calculating the best way to shift the weight, the safest way to pull them free. Claire watched her for a second, a bittersweet pride swelling in her chest. Then she turned her back on them all. She faced the crater, the pulsating green heart of the apocalypse. The air grew thick, the hum rising in pitch, vibrating in her bones. The path was a gauntlet of fire and unstable ground. She knew she wouldn't make it back. This was it. The final act of a Redfield who had spent her life trying to save a world that didn't always want saving. She took a deep breath, the cold air searing her lungs. She thought of Chris, of his stubborn, overprotective love. She thought of Leon, of his wry humour and unshakable will. She thought of Sherry, of the promise she had made to always come home. A single hot tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek, freezing instantly in the frigid air. Then, Claire Redfield started to run. Chapter 24. The Holy Mutation. The world was a blinding, silent white. Jill's consciousness returned not with a jolt, but as a slow, painful dawn. The last thing she remembered was the psychic scream of the bomb core, a sound that had shattered the Theophany's hold on her mind like a glass hammer. Now she was half buried in the splintered wreckage of a confessional booth, the air thick with the acrid smell of ozone and melting snow. Her head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache, but the fanatical chorus in her skull was gone. Silence. Blessed, terrifying silence. She pushed herself up, her muscles protesting. The nave of the cathedral was a chasm of destruction. The great dome had collapsed, leaving a gaping hole to the stormy Siberian sky. Snowflakes, huge and soft, drifted down into the inferno below, sizzling as they hit superheated chunks of marble. Through the swirling dust and smoke, she saw the source of the green light. The bomb core, pulsating in the center of the altar crater like a diseased heart. And she saw them. Chris and Leon were pinned under a mountain of granite and steel. Chris was half upright, his face a mask of agony and effort, his left leg bent at an unnatural angle. Leon was a dead weight beneath him, his head lolling, his skin pale as ash. A low guttural growl cut through the groaning of the structure. From the shadows of the crater, a figure emerged. It was vaguely human, but horribly wrong. General Kuznetsov. The Theophany had completed its work. His body was a canvas of blasphemous mutation, his spine elongated into a scaly tail, his fingers fused into wicked chitinous claws. His uniform was tattered rags clinging to a frame of swollen, sinewy muscle. But his eyes burned with the same unholy zeal as before, now amplified by a predator's hunger. He was the prophet's final monstrous apostle. Brother Redfield. Kuznetsov's voice was a gravelly, multi-toned rasp, a chorus of tormented voices speaking as one. You and your sister, you resist the beautiful transformation. You cling to your fragile, dying flesh. Let me help you shed it. He took a lumbering step forward, his claws scraping against the stone. Chris roared in defiance, trying to heave the slab of marble pinning his leg, but the effort was useless. He was a trapped lion facing a dragon. Jill's training kicked in, cold and sharp. Her mind was her own again, a weapon she knew how to use. Her eyes darted around the devastation, cataloguing every piece of debris, every potential tool. Her gaze landed on it, a heavy, steel-framed anti-material rifle, likely dropped by one of Kuznetsov's fallen guards. It was half buried in the rubble, but it was intact. It was a chance. She moved with a speed that defied her exhaustion, scrambling over the wreckage. The rifle was heavier than she remembered, the cold steel a familiar comfort in her hands. She checked the magazine. 1 round left. It would have to be enough. She didn't aim for Kuznetsov's head. A creature like this might not have a central nervous system in any recognizable sense. She aimed for the base of his spine, where the human torso met the monstrous appendage. "Chris!" she yelled, her voice raw but clear. He turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief and relief. "Jill!" She didn't wait. She fired. The .50 caliber round roared, a deafening crack in the suffocating gloom. The bullet struck true, hitting Kuznetsov in the small of his back. The general staggered, a roar of pain and fury erupting from his throat. Black, ichorous blood sprayed from the wound, but he didn't fall. He merely turned his burning gaze toward her. "You!" he hissed, taking a step in her direction. "No, you look at me," Chris grunted, summoning a reserve of strength born of pure desperation. With Kuznetsov momentarily distracted, he shoved against the granite slab with his good leg and his shoulder. The rock shifted just enough. He screamed as the grinding pressure on his broken leg intensified, but he used the millimeter of space to his advantage. He reached out, his fingers scrabbling for the rifle Jill had slid across the floor toward him moments before. His hand closed around the cold barrel. Kuznetsov saw the movement and lunged, not at Chris, but at the more immediate threat. Jill. He crossed the distance in a single, horrifying bound, his claws raised to strike. Jill dove sideways, rolling behind a fallen pillar as the claws screeched against the stone where she'd been standing, sending sparks flying. The ground shook violently. A massive section of the ceiling gave way, crashing down between Jill and the trapped men, cutting her off. Dust and debris filled the air, choking the light. "Chris!" she screamed, her voice muffled by the rubble. "I'm okay," his voice came back, strained but determined. "I've got him. Get Leon." Jill didn't hesitate. She scrambled to her feet, her mind racing. She had to find a new way around. She began to climb, her fingers finding purchase in the cracks of the shattered walls, pulling herself up onto a precarious ledge of broken masonry. From this new vantage point, she could see the entire altar crater. She could see Chris, bracing the rifle against a piece of rebar, his knuckles white. She could see Kuznetsov, turning back to finish what he started. And she saw Claire. Her heart stopped. Claire was running. Not away from the core, but toward it. She was a small, determined figure against the pulsating green light, a vial clutched in her hand like a torch. Jill understood in a flash of cold, absolute clarity. Claire wasn't just trying to disarm the bomb. She was going to neutralize it permanently. And she wasn't coming back. The realization gave Jill's movements a frantic, desperate edge. She leapt from the ledge, landing hard on a pile of debris that slid precariously. She had to get to Leon. She had to give Chris the opening he needed. Kuznetsov loomed over Chris, his shadow falling across the wounded man. Your faith is weak, Redfield. Your body is weak. Your world is weak. I am the future. The future is a monster without a soul. Chris spat back, his finger tightening on the trigger. He fired. The shot went wide, grazing Kuznetsov's shoulder and doing little more than enraging him. The general swiped a massive claw, knocking the rifle from Chris's grasp. It skittered away into the darkness. Jill finally reached the pile of rubble trapping Leon. She worked frantically, her hands raw and bleeding as she tore at splintered wood and twisted metal. "Leon, can you hear me?" she grunted, pulling away a heavy beam. There was no response. His breathing was shallow, almost non-existent. She had to move faster. Across the crater, Claire reached the base of the core. The heat was immense, a physical wall that blistered her skin and singed her hair. The air crackled with raw energy, making the fillings in her teeth ache. The core was a sphere of pure, malevolent green light, suspended in a containment field that was visibly failing. Arcs of white lightning snaked out, striking the ground around her. She saw the injection port, a small dark circle on the sphere's surface. It was her only target. She shielded her face with her arm and pushed forward. A bolt of energy struck the ground a foot from her, the force of it throwing her sideways. She hit the ground hard, the vial flying from her grasp. It skittered across the scorched floor, stopping just inches from the edge of the energy field. With a cry of desperation, she scrambled for it, her fingers closing around the cool glass just as another arc of lightning struck where her head had been a second before. Back at the rubble pile, Jill managed to clear enough debris to see Leon's torso. He was pinned by a massive slab of the altar itself. There was no way she could move it alone. "Chris, I need help. I can't move this." Chris was locked in a desperate struggle. Kuznetsov had him by the throat, lifting him from the rubble, his broken leg dangling uselessly. Chris clawed at the mutated hand, his vision starting to swim. "Let go!" he choked out. "Never!" Kuznetsov rasped, his face inches from Chris's. "You will be the first of my new flock. A broken thing. Remade." With his last ounce of strength, Chris drove his thumb into Kuznetsov's eye. The general howled, dropping him. Chris collapsed back onto the rubble, gasping for air, his vision swimming in a sea of pain. He saw Kuznetsov rearing back for a final, killing blow. He saw Jill struggling uselessly against the immense weight pinning Leon. He saw Claire standing before the bomb core, raising the vial. Time seemed to slow. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't save them all, but he could give them a chance. He pushed himself up, his broken leg screaming in protest, and grabbed the rebar he'd used as a brace. It was jagged and rusted, but it was solid. He swung it with all his remaining might, not at Kuznetsov, but at a precariously balanced chunk of the dome high above them. The impact was a dull thud. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of tortured metal, the massive piece of wreckage shifted. It fell, not on Kuznetsov, but on the ground between him and Chris, creating a barrier of twisted steel and concrete. It bought them seconds. "Jill! Now!" he yelled, his voice a ragged cry. Jill didn't question it. She used the precious seconds to wedge her combat knife under the slab, pinning Leon, using a smaller rock as a fulcrum. With a desperate heave, she levered the slab up just enough. "Chris, I've got him. Pull!" Chris, ignoring the fire in his leg, dragged himself over and grabbed Leon's arms. Together, they pulled. Leon's body slid free from the crushing weight, limp and heavy. They collapsed in a heap, the three of them gasping for breath in the suffocating dust. Kuznetsov, enraged, tore through the makeshift barrier with ease. He stood over them, a towering figure of righteous fury. "Your tricks are meaningless. The Theophany is eternal." He raised his claws for the final strike, but he hesitated, his head turning toward the core. A new sound was rising from it, a high-pitched, piercing whine. Claire had plunged the vial into the injection port. The moment the glass broke, the green light of the core flickered. It turned a violent, angry red. Then it began to brighten, shifting from red to a pure, incandescent white. The hum became a scream that shook the very foundations of the earth. Kuznetsov stared at the light, a look of profound, ecstatic wonder on his monstrous face. "The ascension," he whispered. "The holy mutation." He took a step toward the light, his arms outstretched, as if to embrace a god. "I see it. The new heaven." Chris saw his chance. He pushed himself up, grabbed the rifle he'd dropped, and fired. The last round. It struck Kuznetsov in the back of the head. The general's body jerked, his ecstatic expression freezing in place. He fell forward, not into the light, but onto the ground, his monstrous form finally still. His crusade was over. There was no time for relief. The light from the core was now blinding, a physical pressure that pushed them back. The entire cathedral was shaking itself apart. "Go!" Chris screamed, grabbing Leon's collar and starting to drag him toward the nave's shattered wall. Jill was right behind him, her hand on Chris's back, helping him move. "Claire!" she yelled, her voice lost in the deafening roar. They turned. They saw her standing before the core, a small silhouette against the overwhelming white light. She wasn't running. She was watching them. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. She raised a hand in a final, silent farewell. Then, the light consumed her. A silent, concussive blast of pure energy erupted from the core, not an explosion of fire and shrapnel, but a wave of force that vaporized everything it touched. The wave hit them, throwing them through the air like ragdolls. Chris's last sensation was the feeling of flying, of Jill's hand torn from his, of Leon's weight ripped from his grasp. He hit the ground hard, the world dissolving into a cacophony of sound and a blinding, all-encompassing white. High above, the roar of jet engines cut through the storm. 2 FSB Sukhoi jets screamed over the cathedral, their pilots staring down at the impossible energy bloom on their targeting displays. They had their orders: scorch the earth. "Missiles away," one pilot said, his voice flat. The 2 missiles dropped from their wings, trailing smoke as they plunged toward the epicenter of the white light, toward the grave of a saint and the tomb of a monster. Chapter 25. Escape from the Abyss. The white light was everything and nothing. It was the scream of a dying star and the silent hum of a newborn universe. Chris felt his body torn apart and reassembled atom by atom. He felt the pressure of the blast, the searing heat, and then an impossible cold. The sound of the FSB missile striking was a distant, dull thud, a footnote to the main event. When consciousness returned, it was not with a gasp, but with a slow, painful trickle of sensation. Cold. The biting, relentless cold of Siberia on his face. The smell of burnt stone and frozen pine. He tried to move, to open his eyes, but his body was a single, throbbing wound. A voice cut through the ringing in his ears. Jill's voice. Raw, strained, but alive. "Chris, can you hear me?" He forced his eyelids open. She was leaning over him, her face smudged with soot and blood, a single unshed tear tracing a clean path through the grime. Behind her, the cathedral was gone. In its place was a smoking, glowing crater, a wound in the earth that glowed with a faint, residual light. And there was no sign of Claire. Only the howling wind and the encroaching dark. The world snapped back into focus with a violent lurch. The ground beneath them, a precarious ledge of shattered masonry, groaned and shifted. The energy wave from the core had met the descending FSB missiles, not as a shield, but as a catalyst. The warheads hadn't reached their target. They had detonated prematurely, their conventional explosive force absorbed and amplified by the Theophany bloom. The result was a secondary, more brutal shockwave that had finished what the core started, tearing the cathedral's remaining structure to pieces. "Move!" Jill's voice was a whip crack, cutting through his daze. She grabbed the front of his torn tactical vest, her grip surprisingly strong. "Chris, the whole place is coming down." He pushed himself up onto his elbows, every muscle screaming in protest. The world swam in a haze of pain and grief. Claire. The image of her, bathed in that impossible light, was seared onto the back of his retinas. A fresh wave of nausea rolled over him. He choked it down. There was no time. He scanned the chaos. They were on a high, unstable precipice of what was once the cathedral's transept. Below them, maybe 50 feet, was a mountain of soft, white snow. A death sentence or a salvation, he couldn't tell which. To their left, a massive stained glass window, its depiction of a serene saint, now a spiderweb of jagged glass, was all that stood between them and the open air. "Leon!" Chris rasped, his voice a dry croak. He spotted him a few feet away, limp and half buried in a drift of powdered stone. He wasn't moving. Jill was already there, her fingers pressed to the side of Leon's neck. He's alive. Barely. A pulse. But it's thready. She looked up, her eyes meeting Chris's. There was no need for words. The unspoken question hung between them, heavy and suffocating. Claire? Chris just shook his head, a single sharp motion that felt like it would break his neck. Jill's face crumpled for a fraction of a second, a flicker of raw agony before the soldier's mask slammed back into place. "We have to go. Now." A colossal stone block, dislodged from the arch above, crashed down where they had been lying seconds before. The impact sent a tremor through their perch. This was it. Their only chance. "Help me with him," Chris ordered, scrambling over to Leon on his hands and knees. Together, they hauled the unconscious agent between them. Leon was dead weight, his head lolling, his body a broken puppet. The smell of blood was sharp in the cold air, mingling with the scent of ozone and wet ash. The wind howled, whipping snow into their faces, stinging their eyes. They staggered toward the shattered window, each step a gamble on the crumbling ground. The stained glass, once a thing of beauty, now looked like the maw of some great beast. The lead cames that held the panes together were twisted and warped. Jill kicked at the weakest point, a section depicting a lamb. The glass shattered, tumbling out into the abyss in a glittering, lethal cascade. Below, the snowdrift looked impossibly far, a soft white pillow that promised a broken end. The roar of the collapsing structure was a deafening symphony of destruction. The heat from the crater was intense on their backs, a hellish furnace at their heels. "On 3!" Jill yelled over the din. 1, 2. Chris didn't wait for 3. He tightened his grip on Leon, met Jill's gaze for a split second, a silent pact, and threw himself forward into the void. The world became a blur of falling snow and screaming wind. He held Leon close, trying to shield him with his own body, a futile, instinctual act. He saw Jill leap beside him, a dark silhouette against the fire and snow. Then they hit. The impact was brutal. The snow, which had looked soft from above, was a solid, unforgiving wall. It drove the air from Chris's lungs in a silent, violent gasp. He felt his ribs crack, a sharp, exquisite pain that bloomed through his chest. He and Leon plunged deep into the drift, the world turning into a suffocating white chaos. He lost his grip on Leon, tumbling end over end, until his head struck something hard and unforgiving beneath the powder. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was the cathedral, Kuznetsov's monument to madness, finally giving up the ghost. It folded in on itself with a final groaning roar, sinking into the earth as the crater's fire and the storm's ice claimed it in a shroud of steam and smoke. Consciousness returned in fragments. First, the cold. It was an all-encompassing, predatory cold that seeped into his bones, a slow, creeping death. Then, the sound. A low, rhythmic thump, thump, thump that vibrated through the ground and into his skull. And finally, the light. Not the blinding white of the core, but a harsh, sweeping beam that cut through the perpetual twilight of the Siberian storm. He tried to open his eyes, but one was crusted shut with frozen blood. He managed a slit with the other. He was lying on his back, staring up at a sky the color of a fresh bruise. Snowflakes landed on his face, each one a tiny, cold kiss. The rhythmic thumping grew louder, resolving into the distinct whump, whump, whump of helicopter blades. A rescue? Or was it the FSB coming to finish the job? He tried to sit up, but a searing pain in his chest and a blinding headache forced him back down. A dark shape moved into his field of vision, blocking the harsh sweep of a searchlight. It was a figure in white winter gear, the red and blue BSAA insignia stark against the white fabric. "Sir, can you hear me?" "Redfield. Is that you?" The voice was muffled by a balaclava, but the tone was professional, urgent. Chris tried to answer, but only a dry rattle escaped his throat. The figure leaned closer, shining a penlight into his good eye. "Pupils are reactive. Vitals are weak but stable. We've got you, Captain. You're safe now." Safe. The word was a bitter joke. Nothing would ever be safe again. He saw other figures moving through the swirling snow, their headlamps cutting bobbing cones in the gloom. They were working with practiced efficiency, setting up a temporary triage. He saw them pull another body from the snow. Jill. She was conscious, sitting up, a medic wrapping a pressure bandage around her arm. She was looking right at him, her expression a mixture of relief and a sorrow so profound it felt like a physical weight. She gave him a small, tight nod. Then his heart seized. He twisted his head, ignoring the screaming protest of his neck muscles. He had to know. He scanned the triage area, the frantic activity of the rescue team. There. 2 more medics were carefully lifting a third figure onto a stretcher. Leon. His face was ashen, his lips blue, but an oxygen mask was fitted over his mouth and nose, and a saline drip was already attached to his arm. He was alive. 3. He counted them again. Jill. Leon. Himself. 3. The medic kneeling beside him was saying something into his radio, calling for a medevac, reporting their status. Chris wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on the smouldering ruin that had been the cathedral. The rescue team's lights illuminated the devastation, a vast, steaming crater ringed by a field of shattered stone and twisted metal. The snow was already beginning to cover it, a white shroud for a tomb. He pushed himself up again. this time ignoring the pain that flared across his torso. Claire, he rasped, the name tearing from his throat. Where is she? The medic looked at him, his eyes sympathetic but firm. Sir, we've swept the area. You're the only ones we've found. No, Chris said, shaking his head, a desperate, violent denial. She was there. She was right there with us. He pointed a trembling finger toward the crater. She was at the center. You have to look again. We have, Captain, the medic insisted, his voice gentle but unyielding. The energy signature from that blast, it was off the charts. Nothing could have survived at ground zero. I'm sorry. The words hit him with the force of a physical blow. Nothing could have survived. He stared at the crater, at the place where his sister had made her last stand. She had saved them all. She had saved Moscow. She had saved the world. And the price had been everything. Jill was suddenly there, her good hand on his shoulder. Her touch was grounding, a single point of warmth in a world of ice and grief. Chris, she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. He's right. He looked from her face to the crater and back again. The hope he'd been clinging to, a tiny, fragile ember in the overwhelming darkness, finally sputtered and died. A sound escaped him, a raw, guttural noise of pure anguish that was torn from the deepest part of his soul. He collapsed back into the snow, the fight draining out of him, replaced by a hollow, aching emptiness. The helicopter's rotors beat a steady, mournful rhythm against the Siberian night. They had won. They had stopped the holy mutation. And they had lost everything that mattered. Chapter 26. The price of victory. The rhythmic thump of the helicopter blades was a lullaby of sorrow. Chris sat rigid, his gaze fixed on the endless white expanse below, a canvas for his internal desolation. Jill watched him, her own heart a leaden weight in her chest. She had seen him broken before. But this was different. This was a complete collapse. A man whose very foundation had been obliterated. A medic checking her vitals paused, his gloved fingers gently tracing the edge of her wrist. Mum, he said, his voice low and professional. I need to document all injuries. Can you tell me what caused this? He pointed to her skin. Jill looked down. There, barely visible in the dim cabin light, was a thin, silvery scar. But it wasn't just a scar. A faint, almost imperceptible luminescence pulsed within it. A soft, ethereal blue that matched the ghostlight of the crater they had left behind. It was the stigmata, the mark of Theophany. It was supposed to be gone, but it wasn't fading. It was waiting. Jill pulled her hand back, tucking it into her lap beneath the coarse wool blanket. Old injury, she said, her voice flat, betraying none of the ice that had just flooded her veins. It's nothing. The medic, a young man with tired eyes and a smear of grease on his cheek, nodded, making a note on his datapad without further question. He moved on to the next patient, leaving Jill alone with the silent, glowing secret on her skin and the much louder silence emanating from Chris. The interior of the BSAA Pavehawk was a symphony of controlled chaos. The air was thick with the smell of antiseptic, blood, and jet fuel. Red emergency lights cast long, dancing shadows across the faces of the wounded and the medics who moved among them with practiced efficiency. The low hum of life support machines mingled with the percussive roar of the rotors, a constant, vibrating reminder that they were alive. They were escaping. But it felt less like a rescue and more like a retreat from a battlefield where their souls had been captured. Across the aisle, Leon lay on a stretcher, his face pale and still, an oxygen mask obscuring his features. An IV drip fed clear fluid into his arm, a thin line of hope against the devastation his body had endured. He was stable, the medics had said. But his condition was critical. Jill found her gaze drifting from Chris's rigid back to Leon's still form, two pillars of her world, one shattered, the other threatening to crumble. She was the only one left standing, and the effort was immense. She shifted on the hard jump seat, her own body a catalogue of aches. A deep, throbbing pain radiated from her sprained wrist, a dull counterpoint to the sharper sting of the cuts on her face and arms. The mild concussion she'd sustained made the cabin lights swim in and out of focus, and a low-grade nausea churned in her stomach. Yet these physical pains were a welcome distraction. They were simple, understandable. They could be treated with bandages and rest. The wound in Chris's soul was a different matter entirely. It was a gaping chasm, and she had no idea how to begin to bridge it. "Chris," she tried again, her voice barely audible over the engine noise. He didn't move, didn't even blink. He was a statue carved from grief, his eyes locked on the monotonous landscape of snow and skeletal trees. They were flying west, toward Moscow, then on to a BSAA medical facility in Germany. Away from the grave. Away from Claire. The thought of her name was a physical blow. Jill squeezed her eyes shut, seeing Claire's fiery, determined spirit, her unwavering optimism even in the face of unimaginable horror. She had been the heart of their desperate, fractured team. And now that heart was gone, silenced by a hero's choice. Jill remembered the final transmission, the sound of Claire's voice, strained but resolute, telling them to go, telling Chris she loved him. The memory was a shard of glass in her throat. She opened her eyes and looked at her brother. The man who had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders for years, who had faced down monsters without flinching, was finally broken. Not by a BOW or a bioterrorist, but by the one thing he could never fight, the consequences of his own world. He had brought Claire into this life of fighting, of surviving. He had taught her how to be strong, and in doing so, had armed her for the very war that had claimed her. Jill knew that was the thought consuming him, the poison for which there was no antidote. It was a guilt more corrosive than any virus. She pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the protest of her bruised muscles, and moved to sit beside him. The space between them felt vast, a cold vacuum of unspoken agony. She didn't touch him. She wasn't sure he could bear it. "Chris," she said a little louder this time. "We're going to be okay." He finally moved, turning his head slowly to look at her. His eyes were hollow, the vibrant blue she knew so well dimmed to a flat, stormy grey. They were the eyes of a man who had seen too much, lost too much, and had nothing left. "Okay," he rasped, the words sounding foreign and broken in his mouth. "Jill, she's gone." "I know," Jill whispered, her own composure threatening to crack. "I know. But we're alive because of her. We have to." "Alive?" He cut her off, a bitter, humorless laugh escaping his lips. It was a harsh, ugly sound in the sterile cabin. For what? To sit in some debriefing room and fill out reports? To get medals and tell stories about how she saved the world? What's the point of any of it if she's not here? He turned away from her, his gaze returning to the window. "I did this," he said, his voice dropping to a low, self-loathing murmur. "I pulled her into my life. I showed her this darkness. Raccoon City, Terra Grigia, all of it. I should have protected her from it. I should have made sure she stayed far away." "You can't blame yourself for this, Chris," Jill pleaded, her hand hovering just above his shoulder. "Claire made her own choices. She was a fighter, just like you. She believed in what she was doing. And it got her killed, he roared, slamming his fist against the bulkhead. The impact sent a jolt through the aircraft, drawing a sharp glance from a nearby medic. Chris didn't notice. He was lost in his vortex of guilt, his entire being radiating a pain so profound it was almost tangible. I was supposed to protect her. That's my job. I'm her big brother, and I let her walk into that cathedral. I let her die. His shoulders began to shake, a violent, suppressed tremor. He wasn't crying. He was too far gone for tears. This was something deeper, a seismic convulsion of the soul. The leader, who had learned to make the hard choices, to sacrifice the few for the many, was now utterly broken by the one sacrifice he could never have accepted. The price of his victory was his sister, and the cost was more than he could pay. Jill felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Words were useless. Logic was a flimsy shield against a grief this absolute. She could only sit there, in the roaring silence, a witness to his disintegration, and share in the burden. She thought of her own time under the control of the P-30, the feeling of being a prisoner in her own body. She understood violation. But this was different. This was a violation of the natural order, a brother forced to outlive his sister. It was a wound that would never truly heal. A weak groan from the stretcher pulled her attention away. Leon's eyelids were fluttering. Jill rose and moved quickly to his side, her training kicking in, a welcome anchor in the sea of emotion. "Leon, can you hear me?" His eyes opened, hazy and unfocused. He blinked slowly, his gaze drifting around the cabin before landing on her face. The confusion in his eyes gradually gave way to a dawning awareness, and with it, a sharp, immediate panic. He tried to sit up, his hands fumbling with the oxygen mask. "Easy, easy," Jill said, gently pressing him back against the stretcher. "You're safe. You're on a medevac." Leon ripped the mask from his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Claire," he choked out, his voice a dry, cracked whisper. "Where's Claire?" "The blast. Is she?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy and suffocating. Jill looked from Leon's desperate, searching eyes to Chris's rigid, unyielding back. She had to be the one to say it. She had to deliver the final, killing blow. She took a steadying breath, the air catching in her throat. "Leon," she began, her voice soft but firm. "She didn't make it." The words landed like a death sentence. Leon's face went slack, all the frantic energy draining out of him in an instant. He stared at Jill, his expression a perfect portrait of disbelief and horror. He shook his head, a slow, denialist gesture. No, she got out. She was right behind us." "There was nothing left, Leon," Jill said, her voice breaking despite her best efforts. "We searched. The rescue team. They confirmed it. The core detonation. Nothing could have survived." Leon closed his eyes, a single tear escaping and tracing a path through the grime on his temple. He didn't make a sound. He just lay there, his body still, his grief a quiet, inward thing. It was a different kind of pain than Chris's raging inferno. It was a cold, desolate landscape of loss, the landscape of a man who had allowed himself to hope, only to have that hope extinguished. He had found a kindred spirit in Claire, a fellow survivor who understood the weight of their world. And now, she was gone. The helicopter fell into a deeper, heavier silence. The three of them, the last remnants of their team, were islands of isolated grief, adrift in a sea of noise and motion. They had saved the world, but they had lost their world in the process. Jill sank back onto her jump seat, the energy draining out of her. She felt the phantom tingle on her wrist again and looked down. The silvery scar was still there, and the faint blue light within it seemed to pulse a little stronger, a little more insistent. It was a secret she had to keep, a new horror to face alone. The mission was over, but the war wasn't. Not for her. Not for any of them. The price of victory was not just the life they had lost, but the pieces of themselves they could never get back. Chapter 27. A Ghost in the Snow. The silence of the safe house was heavier than the blizzard they had escaped. Located in a secluded sector of the BSAA's European headquarters, the facility was a sterile labyrinth of white concrete and reinforced glass, designed for recovery and interrogation. For 3 days, it had felt less like a sanctuary and more like a mausoleum. Chris Redfield sat on the edge of a standard-issue cot, his elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped so tightly his knuckles had turned a parchment white. He stared at the floor, tracking the pattern of the linoleum tiles as if they held the secrets to the universe. Across the small, sterile room, a BSAA liaison officer stood by a metal desk, shifting his weight from foot to foot. The air smelled of antiseptic and stale coffee, a sharp, chemical odor that bit at the back of the throat. "Captain Redfield," the officer said, his voice carefully modulated to project sympathy without crossing the line into familiarity. He held a small velvet box in his hand. "The director has authorized this. The Distinguished Service Cross, with a citation for valor above and beyond the call of duty. It's for the containment of the Theophany threat, for saving millions." Chris didn't blink. He didn't lift his gaze. The words washed over him like dirty water, meaningless and cold. Saving millions. The phrase echoed in the hollow cavern of his chest, a cruel mockery of the one life he hadn't been able to save. The image of Claire's face, the determination in her eyes as she turned back to the bomb core, was seared into his retinas. It played on a loop every time he closed his eyes, a silent movie ending in a flash of white light. "Sir?" the officer prompted, taking a hesitant step forward. He opened the box. The metal glinted under the harsh fluorescent light, a heavy piece of gold and enamel. It would mean a lot to the team, to the organization, if you accepted it. Slowly, agonizingly, Chris raised his head. His eyes were rimmed with red, the skin around them puffy and raw from lack of sleep. When he looked at the officer, it wasn't with anger, but with a terrifying vacancy. He reached out, his hand moving like a machine operating on low power, and took the box. For a second, the officer seemed to relax, a small, hopeful smile touching his lips. Then Chris turned his hand over and let the box fall. It hit the tile floor with a dull, plastic clatter, the metal sliding partway out of its velvet nest. The sound was jarring in the quiet room, sharp as a gunshot. "Get out," Chris whispered. His voice was a ruin of gravel and smoke. "Captain, I said get out." Chris didn't shout. The quiet was worse. It was the sound of a door being slammed shut from the inside, locking out the world. "Take your trinket. Get out of my sight." The officer hesitated, glancing at the door, then back at the hulking man who seemed to have shrunk in size since the mission. He wisely decided not to press. He snapped the box shut, left it on the desk, and retreated, the hydraulic door hissing shut behind him. Alone again, Chris lowered his head. The silence rushed back in, filling the space where the officer had been. He closed his eyes, but the ghosts were waiting for him in the dark. Down the hall, in a private recovery suite, the atmosphere was different, but no less oppressive. Leon S. Kennedy sat in a wheelchair by the window, looking out at the manicured grounds of the facility. A light snow was falling, soft and relentless, coating the world in white. It reminded him too much of Siberia, of the frozen cathedral and the fire that had consumed it. His body ached, a deep, bone-weary throb that radiated from his ribs and the back of his skull. The doctors had told him he was lucky. Lucky to be alive after the concussion, the internal bleeding, the hypothermia. Luck was a word people used when they didn't understand the cost of survival. On the tray table attached to his wheelchair sat a ruggedized laptop and a stack of paperwork. The DSO required a full operational report, a detailed account of every bullet fired and every decision made. It was standard procedure, a way to turn chaos into data. Leon stared at the blinking cursor on the screen. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat. He began to type. Subject: Report on Operation Theophany. Status: Mission accomplished. Asset: Claire Redfield. Status: KIA. His fingers hovered over the keys, the letters blurred together. He remembered the heat of the core, the way the air had shimmered with energy. He remembered Jill, screaming over the comms as the countdown hit 0. He remembered the look on Chris's face when they realized she wasn't getting on the chopper. Leon backspaced. He deleted the line about the final moments in the cathedral. He omitted the specific details of how close they had come to total failure, and he certainly left out the part where he had considered going back in, knowing it was suicide. He sanitized the narrative, turning the raw, bleeding tragedy of Claire's death into a clean, heroic sacrifice. He protected the chain of command from the messy reality of grief. Then his mind drifted to Jill. He remembered the medic on the chopper, the confusion in the man's eyes as he looked at her wrist. Leon had been drifting in and out of consciousness then, but he had seen it. The faint, unnatural glow beneath her skin. He knew what it was. The stigmata. The mark of the virus. If he put that in the report, Jill would be grounded immediately. She would be locked in a biocontainment lab, poked and prodded, treated as a potential vector rather than a hero. The BSAA had protocols for this, and they didn't leave much room for sentimentality. Leon looked toward the door, ensuring it was locked. He typed a new paragraph. Operative Valentine sustained minor injuries. No signs of viral contamination detected in post-extraction screening. It was a lie, or at least a half-truth that bordered on perjury. But Leon knew the world of black ops and bioterrorism didn't run on truth. It ran on necessary fictions. If Jill was infected, if that light in her wrist was more than just a scar, they would deal with it. But they would deal with it on their terms, not as lab rats. He saved the document and closed the laptop, rubbing his temples. A headache was beginning to bloom behind his eyes, sharp and persistent. He reached into the pocket of the hospital-issued sweatpants they had given him, his fingers brushing against something hard and plastic. He frowned. He pulled the object out. It was a data chip. Small, military grade, encased in a shell of black polymer. It was scorched along the edges, the gold contacts tarnished by heat and exposure. Memory crashed into him. The monastery. The chaos before the final assault. Claire had pressed this into his hand. "Take this," she had said. "Just in case." He had forgotten about it. In the madness of the escape, the pain of his injuries, and the shock of her death, the chip had been buried in his pocket, a ghost in the fabric. Leon stared at it. The chip was damaged, likely corrupted by the electromagnetic pulse of the explosion or the extreme cold. But it was the last thing she had given him. The last piece of her that wasn't a memory or a body bag. He looked at the computer, then back at the chip. He shouldn't do this. He should hand it over to intelligence, let the analysts scrub it for data. But they would catalogue it, file it away, and move on to the next threat. They wouldn't look for what he knew Claire would have wanted them to find. With a grimace of effort, Leon reached out and opened the laptop again. He found the adapter cable in his bag of personal effects. A tangled mess of charging cords and ID badges, and connected the chip to the port. The screen flickered. A dialog box popped up. No device detected. Leon didn't give up. He was nothing if not persistent. He opened the command terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he initiated a low-level sector scan. He knew a thing or two about recovering data from damaged drives. It was a skill born of necessity in his line of work. Scanning. Sector 4. Corrupt. Sector 5. Unreadable. Minutes dragged into an hour. The snow continued to fall outside the window, piling up against the glass. The pain in Leon's side flared, a dull reminder of his mortality, but he ignored it. He focused on the screen, on the cascading lines of code, willing the machine to find something amidst the digital wreckage. Then, a progress bar appeared. Recovering Fragment 7. Leon held his breath. The bar crawled forward, agonizingly slow. 10%, 20%, 50%. Finally, the screen flashed green. File recovered. Format. Video. Codec. Partially corrupted. Leon's heart hammered against his ribs. He hovered the cursor over the file icon. It was labeled simply final_rec_004. He pressed play. The video player window opened. The image was a mess of static and artifacting, the audio a garbled wash of white noise. The timestamp in the corner flickered erratically. It was footage from a helmet cam or a body-mounted recorder. The angle was low, looking up at a wall of crumbling concrete and twisted metal. Leon leaned in, his eyes straining to make sense of the visual chaos. The camera was shaking violently. He could hear the roar of the Theophany core, a sound like a dying star screaming. Then, the static cleared for a fraction of a second. The timestamp read 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. In the center of the frame, he saw her. Claire. She was standing near the bomb core, her back to the camera. She was alive. The explosion hadn't happened yet. She was reaching for the override panel, her movements desperate but precise. But then something happened that made Leon's blood run cold. To the left of the frame, a section of the wall seemed to dissolve. Not explode, but dissolve, as if eaten away by acid. A dark opening yawned in the stone, a service duct, hidden and ancient. A hand shot out from the darkness. It was gloved, clad in tactical black. It grabbed Claire by the shoulder with brutal force. Claire didn't scream. She didn't fight. In the split second before the camera was obscured by a wash of interference, she turned her head. She looked directly at the duct, at the person pulling her in. And she nodded. It wasn't a look of terror. It was a look of recognition, of complicity. The hand yanked her backward. She vanished into the dark mouth of the duct just as the screen dissolved into a blinding wall of white noise. The audio cut out with a piercing electronic shriek. Leon sat back, the laptop screen glaring at him in the dim room. The silence of the safe house was gone, replaced by the thundering of his own pulse. He replayed the file. 3 seconds. That was all he had. 3 seconds that shattered the official narrative. Claire hadn't been vaporized. She hadn't died in the blast. She had been pulled. She had been taken. And she had gone willingly. Leon looked at the door, then back to the screen. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the snow outside or the injuries that racked his body. This changed everything. The grief was still there, heavy and suffocating. But now it was mixed with something else. Suspicion. Hope. He closed the laptop, disconnecting the chip. He palmed it, hiding it in his hand. The metal was warm against his skin. He had to tell Chris. He had to tell Jill. But he couldn't do it here. Not under the watchful eyes of the BSAA and the DSO. If Claire was alive, If she had been extracted by a third party, then the people who took her were powerful enough to infiltrate a ground zero event and disappear without a trace. They weren't just survivors anymore, they were liabilities. Leon pushed himself out of the wheelchair, gritting his teeth against the pain. He grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair. He needed to move. He needed to find the others before the debriefing officers realized they knew more than they were supposed to. He walked to the door and peered out into the hallway. It was empty, the corridor stretching out into the distance like a throat. He checked the chip one last time, ensuring it was secure in his pocket. The ghost in the snow wasn't a memory. It was a message. And Leon Kennedy intended to answer it. Number Chapter 28. The Lingering Scourge. The emergency lights cast long, bloody shadows down the corridor, bathing the sterile white walls in a hellish glow. Leon's breath hitched, the sound swallowed by the sudden, oppressive silence that followed the intercom's declaration. Quarantine Protocol Omega. It wasn't a standard containment measure. It was a total lockdown, the kind used for a confirmed, uncontainable breach. He was trapped, and the chip in his pocket felt less like a lifeline and more like a piece of evidence in a trial he hadn't known he was a part of. He stood frozen for a full minute, his mind racing through the possibilities. A false alarm. A drill? The synthesized voice offered no comfort, its flat tone devoid of human urgency. He could hear the faint, distant thrum of the facility's backup generators kicking in, a low-frequency vibration that hummed through the soles of his bare feet. The air, already thick with the scent of disinfectant, now seemed to carry a new, metallic tang of fear. His first thought was Chris. The news about Claire could either shatter him completely or forge him anew, and Leon couldn't risk that conversation being overheard by whatever ears were now listening. He backed away from Chris's door, melting into the deeper shadows near a junction box. He needed to think, to assess. He was a DSO agent. This was his element. But the physical pain was a constant distraction, a dull throb in his ribs and a sharp fire in his shoulder that flared with every subtle movement. He slid down the wall, sitting on the cold floor to conserve energy and appear less conspicuous. From his position, he could see the red glow reflecting off the polished floor, creating a shimmering, liquid-like surface. He pulled the chip from his pocket, the small piece of plastic and metal feeling impossibly heavy in the dim light. He had to protect it. It was more than just proof of Claire's survival. It was a key. To what, he didn't know. But he knew it was the only thing that mattered. 2 floors below, in a room that was identical in its sterile sparseness, Jill Valentine was having a different kind of quarantine. Hers was self-imposed. Sleep was a foreign country she hadn't been able to visit since Siberia. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the cathedral's frescoes melting, heard the guttural chants of Kuznetsov's fanatics, and felt the phantom sensation of something alien writhing beneath her skin. She sat on the edge of her bed, the thin blanket pulled around her waist. The only light came from the sliver of moonlight piercing the narrow, reinforced window, a cold, silver blade that cut across the room. With a deep, steadying breath, she turned her left wrist over. The stigmata. It was a hairline fissure, no longer than her thumb, that ran diagonally across the inside of her wrist. It didn't look like a scar. It looked like a crack in fine porcelain, and from within it emanated a faint internal luminescence, the color of a dying blue star. It didn't hurt, not physically. It itched. It was a deep, psychological itch, a maddening whisper that suggested something was still inside her, dormant but not dead. The sight of it was a constant, silent scream, a reminder of the moment she'd felt her own will begin to fray. Kuznetsov's voice echoing in her mind not as an enemy, but as a prophet. She had been careful during her mandatory medical screenings. The BSAA's scanners were state-of-the-art, designed to detect even the most minute traces of viral agents. She had timed her examinations for the morning, when the glow was faintest, and had kept her wrist subtly curled, hidden by the loose sleeve of her medical gown. The scans had come back clean. No active Theophany retrovirus. No foreign biological markers. According to the machines, she was perfectly healthy. But the machines couldn't see this. They couldn't see the light. The sudden shift from the soft white overhead light to the stark red emergency illumination made her jump. The room was bathed in the same crimson glow as Leon's corridor. A moment later, the calm, synthesized voice echoed from the speaker above her door. Quarantine Protocol Omega is now in effect. All personnel remain in your quarters. Jill's heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. This was the moment they came for her. They knew. They had found out. She shot to her feet, her mind a whirlwind of panicked scenarios. Would they send a medical team? A security detail? Would they put her in a glass box and study her as she mutated, her mind dissolving into fanatical devotion to a dead madman? She paced the length of her small room, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. The cold floor was a shock to her bare feet. The red light made everything look sinister, the shadows deep and hungry. She had to know. She had to be certain. Relying on the BSAA's official equipment was no longer an option. She needed to know what was happening inside her own body, on her own terms. Her eyes fell on the small medical kit she'd been given upon arrival, a standard pack containing bandages, antiseptic wipes, and basic pain relievers, but she had supplemented it. During her initial debriefing, while a distracted junior analyst was logging her gear, she had palmed a few items from a mobile diagnostic cart, a sterile lancet, a set of glass microscope slides, and a small sealed vial of a reactive agent used to identify specific protein chains. It was a risk, a theft that could end her career. But the fear of the unknown was a far more powerful motivator. Working quickly in the crimson gloom, her fingers trembling slightly, she prepared her makeshift lab. She unsealed the lancet, its point glinting in the faint light. Taking another deep breath, she pressed the tip to the skin just beside the glowing crack. A single, perfect bead of dark red blood welled up. She carefully smeared it onto a slide, then added a drop of the reactive agent. She didn't have a microscope, but she knew what to look for. If the virus was active, even in a latent state, the agent would cause a specific, crystalline fracturing pattern in the blood cells. She held the slide up to the window, angling it to catch the moonlight. She watched, her own breathing loud in her ears. 1 minute. 2. 5. The blood remained a uniform, dark smear. No fracturing, no crystalline structures, nothing. A wave of profound relief washed over her, so potent it made her knees feel weak. The virus was dormant, inactive. The stigmata was a scar, a biological after-effect, not an active infection. She was safe. For now. The relief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard anger. This scar, this lingering scourge, was a brand. Kuznetsov had marked her, and even in death, he was still tormenting her. She couldn't just sit here and wait for the next wave of paranoia to hit. She needed answers. She needed to understand the enemy that had left this phantom inside her. She moved to the room's small desk, where a secure BSAA terminal was embedded. Her clearance level was high, but not high enough to access the deep archives she needed. She had been careful during her debriefings, subtly probing for information about Kuznetsov's background, but the official reports were sanitized, full of redactions and vague references to his disgrace and radicalization. They treated him like a common terrorist, not the architect of a uniquely horrifying form of bioweapon. But the lockdown had changed things. Security protocols would be focused on containment, not on monitoring low-level data queries. It was a window of opportunity. She powered on the terminal, the screen's blue light, a stark contrast to the red of the room. She typed in her credentials, the clicks of the keyboard unnaturally loud in the silence. She started simple, searching for Kuznetsov's service record. The official file was exactly as she'd seen it before. A decorated Spetsnaz officer involved in a chemical weapons incident in Chechnya, officially listed as killed in action. A convenient, tidy end. She went deeper, using a few backdoor navigation tricks she'd learned from Chris over the years. She bypassed the public-facing personnel database and dove into the raw, unindexed military archives. It was a digital ocean, and she was looking for a single, specific drop of water. She searched for his name alongside keywords like virology, retrovirus, and psychological conditioning. Hours bled into one another. The red light outside her window remained constant, a silent, unwavering sentinel. The only sounds were the hum of the terminal and the frantic beating of her own heart. Then, she found it. Not a file, but a fragmented data packet from a defunct Soviet-era server, a ghost in the machine itself. It was heavily corrupted, but she was able to piece together enough. It wasn't a Chechnyan chemical weapons depot. It was a research facility, a black site buried deep in the Ural Mountains, designated Facility 17. The project was called Project Rapture. Its goal wasn't to kill, but to convert, to create the perfect soldier, one whose loyalty was not to country or cause, but to an idea implanted directly into their biology. They were experimenting with retroviruses designed to enhance suggestibility, to induce states of fervent, unshakable belief. They were trying to weaponize faith. And Viktor Kuznetsov wasn't just the commander of the facility's security detail. He was the project's primary test subject. A chill ran down Jill's spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Kuznetsov wasn't a convert to his own holy war. He was its patient zero. The Theophany virus wasn't something he had discovered. It was the culmination of his own transformation, a perfected version of what had been done to him. She dug deeper, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her exhaustion forgotten. She cross-referenced the names attached to the fragmented files. Most were just alphanumeric designations, but one name kept appearing, listed as the lead virologist, the brilliant mind behind the retroviral constructs. The name was redacted in the official reports, but in this corrupted data packet, a single, unredacted entry remained. Doctora Antonia Petrova. Jill pulled up the personnel file for Petrova. The official record was brief. A prodigy, a virologist of unparalleled genius who vanished from the academic world in the late 1980s. Her file listed her as deceased, killed in the same accident at Facility 17 that had supposedly claimed Kuznetsov. But the photo attached to her file was young, from her university days. There was something familiar about the intense, calculating gaze in her eyes. Jill ran a facial recognition scan against the BSAA's global database, a long shot that she expected to yield nothing. The search bar pulsed, the seconds ticking by. Then, a hit. Not a direct match, but a high probability. Guan Lian. A single, grainy security photo taken from a traffic camera in Moscow 6 months ago. The woman in the photo was older, her hair streaked with grey, her face harder, but the eyes were the same. Dr. Antonia Petrova was alive, and according to the camera's metadata, the location of the sighting was less than a kilometre from a known front company for a shadowy biotech conglomerate with ties to several unsolved bioterror incidents. The stigmata on her wrist seemed to pulse with a renewed faint light, a silent, malevolent connection to the past. Kuznetsov was the prophet, the face of the crusade. But Petrova was the architect, the true source of the scourge, and she was still out there. Chapter 29. A New Mission. The silence in Jill's quarters was a physical weight. broken only by the low hum of her terminal and the frantic, silent beating of her own heart. Dr. Petrova. The name echoed in the caverns of her mind, a ghost given flesh and a murderous purpose. The architect. The god of this plague. Jill's gaze dropped to her wrist, to the faint, silvery lines of the stigmata. They were a brand, a signature left by her creation. A cold, crystalline fury began to form in her gut, sharp and clean, displacing the fear that had festered there for days. This was no longer about surviving a virus. It was about hunting its creator. A sharp, triple tap on her door shattered her focus. It wasn't the gentle, inquisitive rap of a medic or the heavy, authoritative knock of a commander. It was a soldier's knock. Urgent. Coded. Jill's hand instinctively went to the side table where her sidearm usually rested, finding only empty air. She was a patient, not an agent. "Who is it?" she called, her voice tight. "Leon." Jill's breath caught. She crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled the door open. Leon stood in the corridor, his hospital gown replaced by a set of grey sweats, his face pale but his eyes burning with an intensity she hadn't seen since the cathedral. He looked past her, his gaze sweeping the room before landing on her terminal screen, where Petrova's face was still displayed. He didn't ask. He just knew something was happening. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low and clipped. "Now? And it can't be here." He led her not to a common room or an office, but to a forgotten maintenance accessway at the end of the hall, the air thick with the smell of ozone and dust. The lockdown had sealed the main doors, but Leon, with his typical disregard for rules, had found a way through the facility's skeletal structure. He pulled a small, damaged data chip from his pocket, its casing cracked and scorched. "I found this in the rubble," he began, his words tumbling out in a rush. "In the service duct where they took her. It's a black box recorder from one of the extraction team's helmets." Jill's blood ran cold. "Extraction team?" "Just watch," Leon said, producing a ruggedized tablet from a hidden panel in the wall. He slotted the chip in, his fingers trembling slightly. The screen flickered to life, displaying a chaotic, first-person view. The audio was a cacophony of shouting, roaring flames, and the groan of collapsing steel. The camera whip-panned across the cathedral's ruined nave, past bodies of zealots and the shattered remains of Kuznetsov's throne. Then it settled on a scene that made Jill's heart seize. 2 figures in black, tactical gear with no insignia were dragging a third, smaller figure between them. It was Claire. Her head was lolling, her red hair matted with blood and soot, but she was alive. Her eyes were open, dazed and struggling, but undeniably alive. One of the operatives said something into his mic, his voice distorted. "Package secured, moving to exfil." The camera tilted as they hauled her toward a gaping hole in the floor, a dark maw that led into the building's guts. The last image was of Claire's face, a mask of pain and confusion, looking directly at the lens before she was pulled into the darkness. The video cut out. Jill stared at the blank screen. The image of Claire's terrified face burned into her retinas. The hope was a physical blow, painful and disorienting. "Who are they?" she whispered, the question barely audible over the hum of the ventilation. "I don't know," Leon admitted, his voice raw. "Not BSAA, not DSO. No one I've ever seen. They were professionals, Leon. They moved with purpose. This wasn't a rescue." "It was an abduction," Leon finished, the words hanging in the stale air. "They didn't save her, Jill. They took her, and the official report lists her as KIA. They're covering it up." The implications crashed down on Jill like a tidal wave. Claire was alive, but she was a prisoner, and the people who had her were powerful enough to manipulate an international incident, to erase a person from existence. This changed everything. The grief that had paralyzed Chris, the guilt that consumed him. It was all built on a lie. A cruel, calculated lie. "We have to tell him," Jill said, her voice firm, all traces of exhaustion gone. The fury she felt toward Petrova now had a new, immediate target. Leon nodded, his jaw set. "I know. But we have to be smart. He's fragile. This could break him, or it could wake him up. There's no in-between." They found Chris in his room, sitting on the edge of his bunk, staring at the wall. He was a statue, carved from grief, his massive frame seeming to have shrunk in on itself. The room was sterile and bare, the only personal item a framed photo on the nightstand. Chris and Claire smiling, years ago, before the world had shown them its true, monstrous face. He didn't look up as they entered, didn't seem to register their presence at all. "Chris," Jill began softly, stepping into his line of sight. He remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the blank plaster. "Chris, we need to show you something." Leon moved to the other side of the bed, setting the tablet down without a word. He didn't offer preamble or gentle words. He just pressed play. The video started, the familiar chaos filling the small room. Chris didn't react at first. Then his eyes, dull and vacant, slowly focused on the screen. He saw the fire, the ruin. He saw the black-clad figures. And then he saw her. A sound escaped his throat, a choked guttural gasp, like a drowning man breaking the surface. He lunged forward, his hands slamming onto the tablet, his fingers tracing the image of his sister's face on the screen. "Claire," he breathed, the name a prayer and a curse. The catatonia shattered. The ice in his veins didn't melt. It boiled. He watched the video again, then a third time, his body coiling with a terrible, focused energy. The grief was still there, a vast and churning ocean beneath him. But now it had a current, a direction. He looked up, and his eyes were no longer empty. They were filled with a cold, terrifying fire. The look of a man who had nothing left to lose and a world to burn to get back what was his. "Who?" he snarled, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in Jill's bones. "Who are they?" "We don't know," Leon said, meeting his gaze without flinching. "But they're good, and they're covering their tracks. The official story is a lie." Chris stood up, his full, imposing height restored. The soldier was back, but this was not the BSAA captain who fought for duty or atonement. This was a brother, hunting. "Then we find them," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "We tear this whole damn thing down until we find them." The lockdown was lifted the next morning, the all-clear sounding through the facility with a hollow, unconvincing chime. The official explanation was a sensor malfunction, a false alarm. No one believed it, but no one questioned it. For Chris, Jill, and Leon, it was a signal. Their cage was open. They moved with a new, shared purpose, their conversations clipped and efficient, conducted in the privacy of Jill's room or during walks in the sterile, monitored gardens. They were going off-book. This was no longer a BSAA or DSO mission. It was personal. "Whoever took her is connected to this," Jill stated, pointing to a map of Russia on her terminal. "Petrova is in Moscow. The extraction happened in Siberia. There's a link. We just have to find it." Leon, using a secure, encrypted channel, had already reached out to a contact within the DSO, a man who owed him a life. "I need you to run a deep energy signature analysis on the cathedral explosion," he typed into the secure chat. "Cross-reference it with any known black sites or clandestine energy grids in the region. Don't ask why. Just do it." The reply came back an hour later, a single set of coordinates in the Ural Mountains, flagged as a massive, unexplained energy spike at the exact time of the blast, far too powerful to be a simple demolition. While Leon chased the ghost of the explosion, Jill dove into Petrova's past. Using her high-level BSAA clearance, she accessed archives that were supposed to be buried, digging into Soviet-era research programs. She found it in a declassified, heavily redacted file titled Project Rapture. It was a psychological warfare initiative from the late 1980s, an attempt to create a bioweapon that targeted not the body, but the mind and soul, instilling fanatical loyalty. The project was officially a failure, shut down after a single catastrophic test subject. The subject's designation, Subject 0, his name, Viktor Kuznetsov, and the lead virologist on the project, the genius who had designed the retroviral agent before it was perfected, a young, brilliant researcher named Dr. Antonia Petrova. The file listed the primary research facility for Project Rapture, a remote, self-sufficient black site built deep within the Ural Mountains, a place that went dark, officially decommissioned in the early 90s, its existence scrubbed from most records. Jill's eyes widened. She pulled up the coordinates Leon had been sent. They were a perfect match. "Leon," she said, her voice tight with urgency. "I think I have it. Petrova, Kuznetsov, the virus. It all started in one place." She brought up a satellite image on the main screen. It showed a desolate, snow-choked valley in the Urals, dominated by a cluster of crumbling, brutalist structures. The facility. It looked like a tomb. "That's where the energy spike came from," Leon confirmed, leaning over her shoulder. "The explosion in the cathedral wasn't just a bomb. It was a signal, a detonation, and this place received it." Chris stood behind them, his arms crossed, his gaze locked on the screen. "So they have her there." "It's the only connection that makes sense," Jill said. "Petrova is the architect. Kuznetsov was her test subject. The cathedral was her temple. This place, this is her laboratory, her true sanctuary." "But it's been dark for decades," Leon countered, a frown creasing his brow. "It would be a frozen ruin. Why go there now?" Jill's fingers flew across the keyboard, accessing a real-time thermal satellite feed, a powerful tool she was technically not authorized to use. She input the coordinates again, requesting the most recent high-resolution imagery. The initial image was the same as before. A cold, dead complex swallowed by the forest and snow. But then she activated the thermal overlay. The screen bloomed with color. A faint but unmistakable bloom of heat pulsed from the central structure of the facility. It was small, barely a pinprick against the vast frozen wilderness. But it was there. A signature of life, of power. Someone had turned the lights on in the old House of Horrors. The three of them stood in the dim light of the monitor. The silent, glowing image on the screen, a declaration of war. The grief was a fuel. The anger, a weapon. They had a name. They had a location. And they had a mission. Chris's voice cut through the silence, devoid of emotion, pure and cold as the Siberian wind. "Pack your gear." Chapter 30. The Mark of Theophany. 3 weeks. The time it took for grief to calcify into purpose, for a fractured alliance to fuse into something harder, sharper, and more dangerous than steel. The wind howling across the Ural Ridge was a physical entity, tearing at their thermal gear and carrying the scent of pine and ice. Below them, nestled in a valley, like a tumor in the flesh of the earth, lay the facility. It was no longer the dormant relic from a satellite image. It was alive. Floodlights cut angry swaths through the perpetual twilight, illuminating watchtowers that hadn't been active in decades. The faint, rhythmic chuff of a generator was a steady, unnatural heartbeat against the mountain's silence. Chris Redfield lay prone on the frozen ground, the stock of his custom assault rifle cold against his cheek. The scope magnified the scene, bringing the stark details into sharp relief. He saw patrols, not the shambling zealots of Kuznetsov's brotherhood, but disciplined figures moving in coordinated patterns. They wore no national insignia, only sleek, black armor that seemed to drink the light. These were not cultists. They were soldiers, professionals. The cold fury that had been his constant companion since seeing Leon's video had not abated. It had been refined, honed into a tactical lens. Every guard, every camera, every patrol route was a variable in the equation of Claire's retrieval. He was no longer a captain seeking atonement for a city he couldn't save. He was a brother coming to collect his own, and the cost was irrelevant. Beside him, Leon S. Kennedy worked a pair of binoculars, his movements economical and precise. The cynical mask he wore so often had slipped, revealing the cold, competent agent beneath. He had shed his lone wolf status like an old skin. Here, on this frozen precipice, he was part of a machine, his role defined by absolute trust in the man and woman beside him. He noted the angles of the floodlights, the blind spots in the camera coverage, the timing of the patrols. His mind was a chessboard, and he was already 3 moves ahead, anticipating the enemy's response, mapping the path of least resistance. He had brought them here with his intel, and he would see it through to the bloody end. This was not a government mission. This was personal. A debt paid in lead and blood. A few feet back, sheltered behind a granite outcropping, Jill Valentine monitored a ruggedized tablet displaying a live schematic of the facility, overlaid with their thermal scans. Her breath plumed in the frigid air, but her focus was absolute. The fear of the Theophany virus, the phantom sensation of it rewriting her thoughts, had not vanished. Instead, she had turned it into a weapon. She studied the patterns of the guards, the energy signatures from the buildings, and cross-referenced them with the decrypted files on Project Rapture. She was hunting the source, seeking to understand the mind of Dr. Petrova, the woman who had designed this psychological hell. This was more than a rescue, it was a reckoning. She was no longer just a survivor of a mind-altering nightmare. She was a hunter, and her prey was the monster who had touched her soul. 2-man patrol on the eastern perimeter. Leon's voice was a low murmur, barely carrying over the wind. They're using standard Spetsnaz hand signals, but their gear is bespoke. No Russian military hardware I recognize. Chris's eye remained glued to his scope. Petrova's private army. She's not hiding anymore. She's dug in. Power grid is centralized, Jill reported, her fingers tracing lines on the tablet. Main conduit runs from the geothermal plant to the central laboratory. That's our way in. If we can cut the power, we create a 3-minute window of chaos before their backup generators kick in. 3 minutes is a lifetime, Chris grunted, a grim satisfaction in his tone. He shifted his aim, the crosshairs settling on a guard tower. Leon, you and I will create the diversion at the main gate. Jill, you take the conduit, get to the lab, find out what she's doing there. Find Claire. The plan was simple, brutal, and reliant on the kind of synchronicity that could only be forged in the crucible of shared trauma. They moved with a silent, fluid grace, a trinity of death and purpose. The weeks of preparation, of studying the intel and running simulations, had burned away any hesitation. They checked their gear with the practiced efficiency of men and women who had done this 100 times. The click of a magazine seating, the hiss of a pressurized vest, the snap of a helmet visor, these were the sounds of their new reality. They were ghosts, armed to the teeth, ready to haunt the house of horrors. As the last sliver of sun bled from the sky, plunging the valley into a deeper, more profound darkness, they began their descent. The snow was a thick, muffling blanket, absorbing the sound of their movements. The air grew colder, biting at any exposed skin. The scent of diesel and ozone from the facility grew stronger, a foul perfume on the clean mountain air. They moved from rock to tree, shadows merging with shadows, their forms distorted by the bulky, white camouflage of their gear. The world was a monochrome painting of blacks and whites, a stark canvas for the violence to come. They reached the edge of the facility's outer fence, a 10-foot-high chain-link barrier topped with razor wire, humming with a low electrical current. Leon knelt, producing a pair of insulated cutters from his pack. The snip of the thick wire was unnaturally loud in the silence. He worked quickly, creating a gap just large enough for them to slip through. Chris gave him a nod, his face grim and set. The first phase was complete. Jill broke away from them, her form melting into the deeper shadows that hugged the facility's western wall. She moved like a wraith, her footsteps silent on the packed snow. Her objective was the geothermal plant, 100 meters away. The schematic was burned into her mind, every turn, every security panel, every potential obstacle. Her heart was a steady drum, a counterpoint to the adrenaline singing in her veins. This was it. The moment she had been preparing for. The moment she could finally face the legacy of the virus that still haunted her. She paused behind a massive cooling tower, the metal vibrating with a deep, thrumming power. Peering around the edge, she saw the main power conduit, a thick, armored cable snaking from the plant toward the central lab. 2 guards stood before it, their assault rifles held at a low ready. They were alert, their heads constantly moving. There would be no easy way past them. She would have to be perfect. A flicker of movement at the corner of her vision, a faint, almost imperceptible glow. It came from her left wrist, from beneath the sleeve of her tactical suit. Her breath hitched. The stigmata. It was reacting. The proximity to the facility, to the source of the virus, was stirring the dormant infection within her. A cold dread, sharp and visceral, lanced through her carefully constructed composure. She felt a phantom itch under her skin, a whisper of a fanatical thought that was not her own. Purify. Ascend. She clenched her jaw, forcing the alien voice down. She was Jill Valentine. She was stronger than this. She was the hunter, not the hunted. With a trembling hand, she pulled back the sleeve of her suit. The marks on her wrist were no longer faint silver lines. They glowed with a soft, internal luminescence, the same sickly, holy light she had seen in the eyes of Kuznetsov's saints. It was a brand, a mark, the mark of Theophany. It was a secret that could shatter the team, a weakness that could get them all killed. If Chris or Leon knew, they would hesitate. They would look at her not as an ally, but as a time bomb. The glow pulsed, a slow, steady rhythm like a second, corrupted heartbeat. She stared at it, a wave of revulsion and terror washing over her. This was the monster Petrova had created. This was the ghost that lived under her skin. For a fleeting moment, despair threatened to overwhelm her. But then, an image flashed in her mind. Claire's face, smiling. Chris's determined scowl. Leon's wry grin. They were her anchor, her reason for fighting. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the frigid air burning her lungs. The glow on her wrist seemed to dim slightly, receding back under her skin as she asserted her will. She would not let it control her. She would use it. She would carry this poison into the heart of the enemy's nest and burn their whole world down with it. With a final, decisive movement, she pulled a black tactical glove over her hand, sealing the mark away. It was her secret now, a burden she would carry into the coming darkness, a promise whispered to herself in the howling of the wind. She was no longer just infected. She was a vector, aimed at the heart of the Creator.